ケルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？ケルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？ケルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？
Hello. 100 plus. Kuru. My glasses. Ah. Some phlegm. But why? What?
ケルシーが
Story
誰に
reading
も
will
話さなか
be
った
in
エピソー
Finnish.
ドを聞きたいか？
Imagine I was actually just reading it all in Finnish. I would be live translating it to Finnish. Now that would be an interesting reading. They should just make one of the Sami events actually just be in Finnish. That's what they should do. Just make one of the Sami events be in Finnish. That'd be a great idea. Me exclusive content. No one else would be able to read. That'd be epic. Oh. Pearly's a little rotated today. Feeling a little twisted she is. Minä Suomi very hyvä. Don't even have the umlauts on top of some of the letters as you should. Shaking my head. We shall tell you in your space station comments. Actually, can't remember. I don't think I have. I don't think I've gone through the Wishadow skin lines, actually. Skin has been out for quite a while at this point. Straight stream. No, we won't be bothered talking about it. There's no point. I mean, there's a couple of visual novel Arknights sites. Yeah, there's a couple of them have been like posted even recently, like a couple. One that, yeah, really like actually mimics the in-game reader, and then there's also some other readers in general, which have like other capabilities. And yeah, now there is like one that actually mimics the in-game reading format. Address the glorp. By the way, my last daily was just another 5-star dupe of the 5-star. I got like, I think I got 2 5-stars during the freebies. Like the dailies. Wow. My dailies for this banner were very uninteresting. Extremely boring. The free 10, however, was quite... It's pretty good. Should we buy like... No, it doesn't really matter. These will get emptied anyway. I got 2 chens in the free 10. Which was all I wanted. I mean, I wanted 1 chen and they gave me an extra. Like, I'll take it. I'll take an extra chen. 4 6 stars? The fuck? I'm not sure if I've ever had more than 3 in one. Have I even had 3 in one, or has my best ever been 2 in one? Maybe I've had 1 3 in one over the last 5.5 years. Maybe. Had it once? More than me! More than me! We left on 6, right? 3 in a row this banner? Okay, I think I have had... I've had a couple where I do have multiple in a row on like multiple... Like every, like, you know, multiple 10 pulls in a row with a 6 star. That I think I have probably been at least 3 in a row at one point. But specifically, like, I don't seem to get much in like a single pull. It's very rare for me to get double or anything, even after all this time. And I'm actually trying... I mean, honestly, I had pretty good fucking rolls on Monster. My Monster pulls are very good. Oh, 3 in a row, 89, 90, 91. Okay, never mind. Okay, if I can get this guy. If I can get him. If I can... Go and smash him. They took all of our 6 stars. They took our luck. Get him. Full pot 1 came home. With how much sacrifice? What did it cost? I mean, I could literally go and look. There's a video of my monster pulls. I can't actually... I just know it was very good. It was like 200 pulls for pot 6 monster. I don't remember if there was like crazy, like double rolls or anything in there. What no guarantee for 5 star can do. Yeah. And we still don't have one, do we? We still don't have like a 5 star guarantee for new 5 stars. So you can just like get unlucky. And just not get Taraxacum. Which is funny. It is funny. Very specific form of unluckiness. Don't get the on banner 5 star. Oh yeah, Dusk is discounted now. True. Is it just... I mean, we just looked at them. Is there no one else indeed in... Yeah, no. Okay, yeah, no. Everyone is in here, yeah. But just only a couple of them are, like, on the raid up. And yeah, Dusk and Nina are 200 now. One of the things is, though, like, I don't think I'll ever... Like, I'm missing, like, Neon, and I'm missing you. Unless I get lucky... I mean, obviously now I'm missing one as well. Unless I just happen to get insanely lucky, I'm never getting any of the Sweeblings that I'm missing, because I, like, never roll much on the Sweebling banners. I think the most I've ever rolled on a Sweebling banner was Dusk banner, and that was not for Dusk. That was for Saga. And that was still only, like, 50. So I never have to roll much on Sweebling banners. So I'll just probably never get the ones that I am missing. But also, I don't really need to. So it doesn't really matter. It's just that, you know, like, I won't have like a situation where I'll roll on a banner and I happen to get enough for a spark, and I'm like, oh, I'll use this on someone I'm missing from like previous limiteds. If I happen to have enough for a spark. Because either... Well, also, I guess that's another thing, is that there's just like... I guess the other thing is... Now it's possible with the discounted sparks, because otherwise... I wouldn't ever be rolling enough for a spark unless I was missing the character I wanted from the banner. So I'd go to 300 and then use that spark on the character that I'm missing, the new one. But obviously now we have discounted ones, so if I get like a character, I guess at like 200, if I get everyone at 200 that I want, then I could use a discounted spark on someone if I'm missing someone. But I can't even remember who out of the limiteds I'm missing other than the sibling. Like, I don't know. Who else is there? There's some out there, somewhere, surely. I feel like I have all the ones that I want. So. My dream was in drama. Silly... catching strays drama. I was sitting there enjoying my ice cream and then a seagull came and knocked it over. Can't imagine you reaching 190 pulls and getting what you want and then going, I'm gonna do one more to get the 200 cost limited. If you don't really want them. Yeah, I probably wouldn't. Yeah, if I want the 200 spark limited that I'm like missing or something, yeah, then I'd probably do the extra 10 to get them. But otherwise, yeah, I have no reason to. I would rather take, like, I would rather the spark expire and I get more of the parametric models so that I can buy materials that I'm missing if I happen to like run out of some material. Or there's a new material that I need to upgrade someone, and I could just buy some of them. I'm like, oh no, I'd rather have this like stockpile of these so that I can buy these in an emergency. Having 2k one thing more? Well, I just haven't had to use some of them for a bit. That's all. Because usually the main use case for them is when they introduce a new material. That's like the main spot that it is like, oh, I guess I have some use for them. Yeah, Shu has the SP passive, yeah. If you have multiple siblings. Might have influenced how little I level. No, I almost ran out of some materials recently. For example, I was really low on gel until this event started, and then I could farm it. I also ran out of alloy at one point. And then we just got an event where I could farm alloy again, so. What else am I... Anything else that I'm kind of low on? Not really. I was also really low on Oregon at one point. So I think I've recovered from the ones that I was really low on, because they just hadn't been farmable for a while. I mean, like right now, yeah, no, I don't really have. I can just kind of farm whatever. Thank you for stalling the classic. Well, I also, you know, I did the usual. I put stream on 3 minutes late, and then I like disappear for another 5 minimum to go like powder my nose or something. Go like, oh, I'll brush my teeth a little. Oh, I'll blow my nose, or I'll moisturize a little bit. I'll clean my glasses. And yeah, I still have some 6-star tokens waiting. And they're just waiting for use on something. I don't have a use for them yet. I'm waiting for them to, you know, because obviously I save them for like a favorite somewhere. Like, dude, imagine if Shining Altar is a specialist. You know? Imagine. Unfortunately, I don't have any medic tokens for Kelsit. No medic tokens for Kelsit. I have, what, a supporter and a sniper and a guard and yeah, indeed. 8 specialists. Use that sword finally. But you're not using the sword as part of the character. We're collab characters. And they're showing they technically could be used on Angie, yes, the specialist. But I don't think I need to dupe up Angie. I only dupe up my absolute favorites. Which, it's a very small handful that deserve them. Or if there, I think I've used some, like when there was like Vanguard tokens, I've used some of them on like Bagpipe. My Bagpipe is pot 6 because I've for sure used some of them on Bagpipe. I think I've used some on, maybe I've used some on Mud as well. I also just get some Mud dupes when I pulled, so, on the banner. Like fucking ages ago, Jesus Christ. The Rosmo banner. Speaking of, I have used some of them on Rosmo, I'm pretty sure. My Rosmo is pot 6. Actually, wait a minute. This might have been one singular case where I did actually use a spark to get a Rosmo dupe. Because I was like, I'm so close to pot 6. Yeah, M9 pot 6. M9 pot 6 and, well, IS module. Actually, do I have her? Actually, don't have her. I don't have her original module. M3'd. Or mod 3'd. But the IS, I do. I love Rosmo. Like, who else would I use, like, sniper dupes on? Shadel? No. I barely use her. Technically, I could use specialists on, like, Exia. What does she get? Improve second. I could get second talent. Gain attack. Wow. The RA module? I don't think so. I haven't played RA since week 1. Or something like that. It's the one, actually I say it's the one game mode I don't interact with, but I also don't interact with SSS. So. I also didn't interact with SSS, so. But that's different. SSS barely even counts as a thing. RA at least has, like, I don't know, something. Something going weird towards young operators, right? There's lore in RA. That's the problem. RA has, like, other stuff in it. It's not just resources. The sheer lore. Imagine actually. We'll see if I start playing RA 3, okay? Because RA 3 seemed to be a little different. We'll see, you know? Maybe RA 3 gets me to play it. Maybe that's the shift, the change. Okay, should we actually get the reading? Yeah, we did TA6. We're on TA7, and then we actually do indeed. We have actual maps to clear. Whoa. Extremely rare. Clearing more than just the boss on stream. And yeah, SSS is just for extra module stuff, yes. And also, like, unless you're spamming a lot of modules, you don't even need them. You can get most of the modules you want, like, outside of it. You do not really need the stuff from SSS even. Let me remind me real quick where we, however, left off. It was a cliffhanger that we left off on. Human receives marching orders, Jun returns to the Judicial Review Office and discusses the past and the law with Chen Chun. Chen's group reaches the top of the Skymer Pavilion and Moyi reveals the existence of Bu Fan. An unexpected figure appears. Oh, right! I received on the VOD, I did receive a YouTube comment to go back and read the very start of this after we saw the Buffon stuff. Can I reconnect? I think there might be RA guides. I'm sure there is. Like this first bit of text after we saw the Buffon stuff, you know, that like little reveal. A Fengshi from afar says there's a great mountain on the northern border called Jing, and atop it's a mystical stone called Wa. Thousands of meters wide and tall, shaped like a jewel, the color of crystal, shines with brilliant blades and luster that never wanes. They're talking about the rock. Also, however, apparently, it's fucking huge. Unless that's the mountain. Cuts both metal and stone, brings forth all things with methods unknowable, with principles unfathomable. Obtain this miraculous object and perhaps will help Yan face the coming calamity. Indeed. They were talking about the rock. 10 time over to the House of Yan. They were indeed. They were talking about the rock. I was wondering, because I was wondering just like, a rock, huh? What could the rock be? I don't know if possibly somewhere in the back of my mind I was like, what if it's some kind of Reginium? It always comes back to Reginium, doesn't it? Every time. Slash marker. TA7. Before. I didn't read the whatever. It's fine. I didn't read the title and whatnot. So this should be back. Okay, yeah, indeed. 982. Okay, well this is indeed when things go wrong. This is the incident. "20 years is a long time. Yan has moved an entire city onto a nomadic platform. Other nomadic cities like it are popping up across the land. Sky Mirror Pavilion has been expanded several times in order to accommodate the books collected from far and wide, transforming it beyond recognition. 20 years is a short time. Our family rarely saw one another. Shuo and Ling remain on the border. Jun is planning to move to Danyan. After compiling the laws of Yan, Shu is living Dahuan. Ji and Yi travel far and wide, each for their own reasons, while Yan is as carefree as ever. Rumor has it that Fang has left Yanni's territory. Dusk refused to come out of her scroll. Meanwhile, business at Yu's restaurant is booming, as it has been for decades. Fang is still yet to be seen. As for Wang, he shut himself in an ancient temple and has remained there for 20 years to improve his Wei Qi skills. When will he be willing to see me again? No, it's Jia speaking, okay. Jia? The Imperial Historical Cabinet wants an update on the review of Jiangxi's local chronicles. Oops, you caught me slacking off. Caught lacking? It's alright, I've already taken a look at it and circled all the issues. Do you want to take another look? Doing our work for her. When did it... You really should get some rest, it's getting to you. Been watching you work longer hours and sleep less year after year. All the local annals and construction chronicles, veritable records of the previous True Lung, ancient history textbooks for the Academy. I feel overworked, and all I do is organize the books for you. I've heard that the Ministry of Works requests have been dropping, and Shu's workload at Da Huang is no longer as heavy. But the burden on your shoulders doesn't ever seem to get lighter. Jia? Well, actually, you know, taking it on herself probably a lot. Huh? Sorry, I got distracted. You're right, I guess I'm tired. Just this work aside for now. Good. How about we go out for a walk in town? No, not today. I don't think I'm in the mood. But if you see anything interesting in town, bring some back for me. He just wants food. It's so warm colored inside the pavilion, but then outside is so cold. Symbolism? Stern Yanese Mandarin. Candle holder Chun. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? I have an urgent letter for you. For me? From who? Also, clearly she didn't, you know, she lasted another 20 years at least as candle holder. She didn't get, like, booted off for being too friendly. Someone has sent a letter to the Sui regulator. The supervisor was shocked by its contents and forwarded it to His Majesty. It was every candle holder who deals with the proxies directly. What's in this? I do not know. Supervisor instructions to you are to be ready, but refrain from acting without permission. Ominous. What's this? Year blank blank. Birth. Year blank blank. Fort Sure, resulting in great property damage to the people. Year blank. Framed a man for a crime he did not commit in order to cover up for one of his own kind. Year blank. Met with other proxies in secret without the Sui regulator's knowledge. Sui regulator suffered a fire several months later, the cause of which is unknown. Year blank. Claimed to kill the bestial Jew, but had in fact allowed it to leave the domain of Yang. Okay, indeed, yes, this is Wang. This is Wang shenanigans. Also, conspirator. Okay, the last one actually just true. These other ones seem, I don't know, you know, conspiratorial. Met with other proxies in secret without the Sui regulator's knowledge. Okay. The Sui regulator suffered a fire several months later, the cause of which is unknown. Really? You're connecting the random fire to that? The meeting several months before? Okay. Right, and also, yeah, the Mandarin official as well is like... was it really a framing of something, or, you know... Also, Fort Sure resulting in great property damage to the people. I'm wondering, like... what does this really mean? Did they knock over a vase or something? Like, who knows what that actually means? Great property damage to the people. It was like a scuff on a wall. Even though, obviously, you know, if they did actually fight, they could actually be big property damage, but... Framing an official meeting in secret, arson, sheltering a farmland. This is about... Wang? Did Wang really do this? There's no record in the Sui regulator's archives. Right, okay, so yeah, this also isn't even like Sui regulator. Or at least not official Sui regulator stuff. Not in archives. You're still here? Question mark. I have another message for you, Candle Holder Chun. Eliminate the great evil before dealing with the culprit. The frightened candle holder hurries back to the Sky Mirror Pavilion and passes by some officials leaving the building. The great evil. Oh, so they're acting now, right now? Even though, you know... Oh. Do you hear about Jia? Yeah, she's been throwing her weight around, doing whatever she wants with the history books, and there's no one in the Sky Mirror Pavilion or the Imperial Historical Cabinet who can stop her. It's becoming a real problem. More, it's hard to trust much that they say. Her candle holder has been negligent in their duty. She should be held responsible if the history of Yan falls into chaos. The candle holder turns around and sees the two figures leaving quickly. Still unsettled, she picks up a scroll left on the shelf by the Sui regulator. Year, birth. Oh, this is Jia's. The candle holder knows that something's not right, but she cannot stop her eyes from following the words. Year blank. Domination of the Sky Mirror Pavilion and the Imperial Historical Cabinet. Her intentions are pure, but no one is able to check her power. That's kind of true, yes. Year blank. The True Lung attempts to eliminate Sui to neutralize the Jia threat. The tomb of Sui was empty when it was open. This is the year. Next year. Cause, huh? The Jia threat. Imperial Historical Cabinet abolished. Takes control of the written language of Yan. No one may oppose her. What is this like? That was like a prophecy? this sounds like future things. Your blank reviews the livelihood of every household in the land. Anyone who's committed fraudulent acts has their name erased and exiled to the borders. Thousands die. It's fucking framing! It's not real. None of this is true. She's not like that. Also, it had, like, what? It's, they're, like, guessing. They're prophesizing what's gonna happen. Or, like, prepping their slander. They're pre-slandering. Several visitors gaze curious at the woman in the candleholder garb. Chun wipes the cold sweat off her brow and sees an ordinary book of poems in her hand. I must be possessed. Yes, that's it. She's not like that. Are you sure she will never become like that? Of course. The frying candleholder can no longer tell who is talking to her. She will change as her power continues to grow. She will become it. It? Ah! It's her doppelganger, her evil side. She does not want to become it. She's seeking her help. She does not want to become that. Yun is seeking her help. This ending is unacceptable to Yun. She cannot help but become more powerful, more terrible than the Sui beast itself. You must help her. Only you can help her. What, by killing her? I can't. You'll make the choice that is best for everyone. Oh, hello, Sui, huh? Okay. Best for everyone? Wait, who was talking to me? She sees no one, only the echo of the words ringing in her ears. Chun, I wouldn't maybe trust that individual. Your Imperial Majesty? The young official walks into the magnificent hall. It is her first time here. The Supreme Sovereign is not sitting on the throne, but standing by the window and gazing at the drizzle outside. You are aware that the Grand Preceptor passed away yesterday. He was your teacher and mine. He recommended you before he died, said you were his proudest student, that you can be trusted with heavy responsibility. There are certain things that I didn't have time to ask him, and so I have to ask you. I'm listening, Your Majesty. 20 years ago, the Grand Preceptor opposed my decision to build the nomadic cities. He said it was an oppressive policy, that my first priority should be to conserve and give the people relief. 20 years have passed since. Some say that Yun's borders are secure and its off-coffers rich, a golden age not seen in 1,000 years. Some say that Great Yun is exhausted and its people discontent. You think I was wrong? I'm but one person. It is not my place to judge your Imperial Majesty. If I were a wealthy merchant enjoying a luxurious life in a nomadic city, and I said that you were a great and wise leader, would you consider such compliment honest counsel? If I were a common peasant whose family died in the construction projects, and I called you a foolish tyrant with no merit whatsoever, would such criticism be fair and just? I ask your Majesty in turn. Is it the opinion of future generations that you're concerned about, or is it something else? You have a way with words. She's an erudite, it's true. Very well, I will not ask you to judge. Instead, give me a word of advice in your teacher's place. You once said something that has stayed with me my entire life. In worldly turmoil we tread, in our own conscience we trust. Even an ordinary peasant has a hard time finding a fair and impartial judgment in the complex affairs of a lifetime, let alone your Majesty. There's no measure by which your deeds can be judged. In your heart, however, I am sure that your conscience holds the true measure. In our own conscience we trust. What if my conscience tells me that I have never been wrong? Then you would not have summoned me today. I would simply remind you that the people of Yun can see you, even if they do not know you. It will take more effort if you wish, from within the Forbidden City, to see the people clearly, and thus see the good and ill of your own actions. I will remember that. I'll remember it for the 20 years to come, if I have them. I believe he does. He's around for quite a while, isn't he? The Grand Preceptor's assessment of his own student is well justified. Report to the Ministry of Rights tomorrow. Your Imperial Majesty honors me. Isn't this Trulung around for quite a while? Doesn't the switch only happen like recently? Tired Trulung walks back to the throne. There's a letter of indictment on his desk. It was sent by the Sui regulator. In worldly turmoil we tread, in our own conscience we trust. Life measured in years, yet the stress feels ancient. And future generations judge my deeds as they will. The bane of Yun must not be left to the future. Come. Yes, Your Majesty. Ready the troops. We shall open the tomb of Sui. Alright, yeah, because he was very occupied with trying to get rid of Sui, indeed. Another long, tiring day. Oh, right, no, right. Earlier here. Where is it? Trulong attempts to eliminate Sui. True. Is going to happen. That they are going to try and eliminate Sui. But to neutralize the Jia threat is the, you know, that's the gaslight part. Because that is not the reason. At least not the main reason. The proxy returns to the familiar temple and casts his gaze at the Weiqi board in a corner as is his habit. One glance is all it takes to notice that something is not right. Someone has been here. The Weiqi board is empty, except for a single object in the middle, though it is dark in the room and he cannot see what it is. As he approaches, he sees that placed at the center is a ripe, white ginkgo seed. Oh no, the tree. It's ready. That ginkgo sapling was planted in the spring of this year. Ministry of Works swore an oath in this hall several days ago that the rebuilding of Baizhao into a nomadic city will be complete before the tree bears fruit. 20 years. That is the time you have. Your mortality has made you arrogant. Perhaps you have forgotten that mortals do not have many 20 years. You cannot wait, neither can I. Yan cannot wait, not you. And also, yeah, obviously no Cat one because we're in the past. You need not press. I have long intended the same. Oh, red. If you truly found a path, tell me, and I will come with you. Our chances would be better that way. Just tell me what the chances are. You can use me however you want. I'd be happy to give my life. But do you really know what you're doing? Getting scolded by Big Brother. Ow. Ow, my knee? What the hell? His game should have been doomed. How could the part defeat the whole? How can one kill oneself and survive? But he saw the only way out for all of them. He will supplant it. Perhaps there will come a day when our strength exceeds its. Then we can truly break free of its influence and live as ourselves. As long as we don't forget who we are, of course. Is you gonna forget who you are? Of course this... Well, we however know that anything that happens is gonna happen right now is not gonna go as fucking planned. The strategist is ready. He is no equal in the land when it comes to Weiqi and scheming. This is the self that anchors him, and the strength that he has built for 1,000 years. All he faces are the broken remains of a slumbering mind. He must not lose this game. It's been a long time. The arrogant, the unmovable I. Returning to this dark tomb for the first time in 1,000 years brings back countless emotions. Anger, frustration, shame. As he steps inside, he feels himself chilled to the bone. No, no. It's impossible. How? How could you have already awakened? Woo. I guess, oh yeah, this guy actually does appear in the fight. Oh, and actually, okay, the fight starts. Indeed, yeah. He's in here. White. Nightmare born of the void of evolution. Long as it hidden in the shadows, but now it takes its place at the board. And yeah, it summons the cats. Work of white and invade and advance at the same time, relying on advantage, nor placing oneself in a disadvantage. Honor is vice, deceit is virtue. Of course, I've already cleared this, so you know, we'll just go next. Also, what is it? Severed yearning. 1,000 ploys exhausted, the body a cage, parting from the stones from the self wedged in the gaps, and the one held in mind. Between every gap, a severed slice of memory. Line 8-2. Damn, it's just a sword. How could this be screwed up? Getting rusty? The smith scratches her head in confusion and takes out another steel ingot from storage. Autumn is wet this year. It's suffocating. So what, she fucked up a sword? Yeah. It's like, huh? How did I fuck this up? Something doesn't feel right. Guess it's affecting all of them somehow. Oh. Are shut in. Impossible. This is impossible. Is it awakening? Worried screech. An angry cloud has appeared on the calm scroll. A crack of thunder leaves an ink trail on the white scroll, looking decidedly out of place. Countless terrible ink spirits appear out of nowhere, scattering across the scroll, covering everything on it in black ink. I didn't paint this. Go away. Oh, no way. Actual attack sound from dusk. You had a long journey, Mr. Shaw. I will take you to a quiet place where you can rest. I should not delay in reporting to the Ministry of War. There's been an incident in Baizal. His Majesty commands that you are not to enter for the time being. Why? Is that the tomb of Sui? Wang, what have you done? They got a little impatient. Did the heart skip a beat, or did it beat twice in an instant? Or was it the vibration of the dramatic city from the sudden movement? Or was it... The scroll that was in the proxy's hand is now on the ground. Wang? Jie! What is it? Look at this. Letter of indictment? For Wang? Who gave you this? Someone sent it to the Sui regulator. The supervisor had to report to His Majesty. The rumors that the Imperial Guard is coming to the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Finally. Finally. You're here. Bamboozled, fell into its plan. Why are you awake? No. Your aura is almost identical to its own, but you've appeared in that hollow visage. The hollow visage that is also yours. In any case, you're not awake. You're still in the dream. Of course I'm awake. You had awakened me centuries ago when you intruded upon my dream. You're bluffing. I would not be standing here if you were truly awake. You flexed in your dream and thought you had woken up. You, a mere dreamwalker, not yet awake, dare call yourself awake? Dreamwalker? Very well, we'll call this a journey in a dream. But I see those games you and your siblings play with those puny humans and your foolish, flawed, presumptuous plan to replace me. You want to become the same as the humans, to become such fickle, puny creatures in order to escape your fate? How pathetic, how laughable. You forget that these puny creatures defeated you and imprisoned you for 1,000 years. Does it matter if you're awake, or a shadow, or a reflection? A phantom questioning its own shade, a reflection in fleeting water. Killing you will not be difficult. I think he's a little overconfident here. Is that so? The proxy turns around to look at the corridor that he just walked through, but finds no path. Why are you afraid then? It took so long for you to get a chance to see me like this. If you're not afraid, why have you not torn me to pieces in your hatred? Or Wang also might be bluffing a little. Pathetic, foolish. Watch your tongue. Did he do be laughing? Didn't you want to fight me to the death? Then come, do what you do best. The Wei Chi board appears in front of Wang with a familiar crack on it. Without asking, the mysterious foe takes the white stone and goes first according to tradition. The first stone is placed in the Tianyuan position, the center of the board. First move, Tianyuan. Are you mocking me? You'll find out when the game is ended. Your turn. He takes a black piece. The 19 by 19 board is intimately familiar to him. He has not tasted defeat in a long, long time. Yet it seems as though his opponent sees through his every move, every thought, every emotion. He soon finds himself at a disadvantage, even though his opponent had forfeited the opening move. Possible. Why would it be? Have you not realized that all the intricate moves that you have pondered, all your puny stratagems, are no secrets to me? That's the thing I'm wondering, because I'm kind of assuming that, the stuff that the proxies do and experience and whatnot probably also go back to the slumbering Sui. At least to some extent. It's a two-way road, this whole dreaming thing. Because I am you. Giving up already? No, that won't do. You must finish the game. Also, that is quite a tail. It's just more visible, obviously. We know that Wang has a massive tail as well. So be it. He clenches his teeth and picks up another stone. Every move causes a splitting headache, every move drains his spirit. The game is finally concluded after another 100 moves or so, with all endgame plays settled. Black wins by the slimmest of margins, half a point, as the points are tallied. The player is exhausted at his last gasp. No way, he won, but he's 50% opacity. You lose. Arrogant as ever. Also, right, he does have a sword on his tail. They really like putting swords on their tails, huh? Leaving aside whether this child's play even counts, do you think this is the only game between us? Name of this game is Wang. You may have won this round, but have you any idea how insignificant it is in the big picture? Step back, go there and look back, and see if there's any meaning in these moves that took every last drop of your being. Against his will, Wang gets up and takes a few steps back. It is only a few steps, but the board that he has been seeing has shrunk to a tiny piece. No matter how you flail and struggle, it is no more than 1/12 of the game. All the twists and turns of your black pieces have not determined the outcome of a single corner. Why do you think you can make me concede? Wang forces himself to look. It is no longer a 19 by 19 board, but hundreds of lines vertical and across. The game that he had poured his heart and soul into just to win by a hair looks utterly insignificant on the vast board. Countless white pieces, as many as there are stars in the sky, lie beyond the board, which itself seems endless. There's no room to intervene in their formation, as immutable as Sui's anger and contempt, which have simmered for 1,000 years. You planned this. Of course I planned this. This plan began to take form in my countless dreams ever since you glimpsed into my mind centuries ago. The white would begin to lay the pieces around you, quietly, and unbeknownst to you. What you have done, he made a note of. What you did not finish, he finished for you. What you did not do, he did in your image. He made you wary of the humans, and the humans wary of you, forcing you and your kind to return here, the source of your immortality for centuries. Why do you care that we live? As long as I live, you will always have a choice, the last thing that Yun wants to see, to return to my consciousness, and destroy everything that was built upon the Great Hunt. As long as you live, I will never regain my full strength that will allow me to break my shackles. Our lives are too intertwined for peace to be a possibility, yet you would seek peace with the humans? Yun would not abide me, who almost became their god. Why would they abide you when you replace me? You're not worthy to play at this board. I will take your life, then the lives of your siblings. Vanish now as your inevitable fate. The true Long let Wang go to the tomb of Sui alone. Would not have given Wang the opportunity to tell me. He never wanted to hurt anyone. Words were never his strong suit. He was obsessed with victory and defeat, but cared nothing for loss and gain. The shrewdest and the most foolish amongst us. He saw through every scheme and treachery, but he could not do something as simple as letting those around him truly know him. Besides, am I not the proxy that the Sui Regret and you have always feared the most? And why would Chun be afraid? Chun got gaslit. I knew, or rather, I knew they would tell you. I can feel it, even if you didn't say anything. Thought I could control this power in time. Lately, though, I'm feeling less and less like myself. My memories began to grow indistinct many years ago. In recent years, the same has happened to my emotions. Oh, she was kind of getting affected, huh? Perhaps. There's something I want to ask you, Chun, implied as it may be. What did you feel when your mother died? Underneath her thick black hair, the elf's ears twitched. Why do you ask? Because there's still hope for Wang. You're gonna save him? As it stands with my strength and his, I can do no more than die in his place. What is the death of a family member like, for beings like you and me? Why do you ask? Why do I have to open my wounds? Suddenly, Chun understands. Jay is asking for herself, and for Wang. If losing a loved one is merely a little speck of sorrow in a long life, then she will choose death, and leave the insignificant sorrow to Wang, and become a loss that stings a little from time to time for her siblings. If the pain of losing a loved one still threatens to tear one apart, even for those with lifespans far beyond the ordinary mortal, then she will choose to bear the unbearable pain and the burden of those left behind, seeing the task of eliminating Sui through to the end. An immortal being facing the possibility of losing family forever for the first time. Though she has written about meetings and partings innumerable times, finding no other measure to judge by, she can only rely on Chun to make a decision. She only has to tell the truth. That the pain of losing a loved one does not heal so easily, even after decades, after centuries. That death is liberation and life is pain. Which way the scale tips is obvious. That it was best for Wang to let him go. That Jia should remain and feel the pain that lingers. Wang reaps the death that he sowed while Jia remains. Is how things should be. That Jia would cautiously advance the cause of eliminating Sui without crossing the line as Wang did, incurring the wrath of the true Lung when the Sui regulator received an anonymous tip. But eliminate the great evil before dealing with the culprit. There's no one in the Sky Mirror Pavilion or the Imperial Historical Cabinet who can stop her, becoming a real problem. She should be held responsible if the history of Yan falls into chaos. Imperial Historical Cabinet abolished, takes control of the written language of Yan, no one may oppose her. Reviews the livelihood of every household in the land. Anyone who's committed fraudulent acts has their name erased and exiled to the borders. Thousands die. Successfully gaslit. Chaotic, murky memories grip the candle holder's heart. It is not right. She seems to remember that none of the speakers had faces. Something's not right. It is false, fabricated, designed to drive a rift between candle holder and proxy, turn them against each other. But is it not a fact that Jia's power is growing? She'll become more powerful, more terrible than the Sui beast itself. She cannot help it. I must help her. I must do my duty to Great Yan. Two entwined wills surge in her chest. One belongs to her, the other to those faceless people, but also to a Yan that does not want to give a proxy complete control over history. She cannot help but suspect that her recruitment by the Sui regulator was not luck, but planned. Really? You think so? She was assigned to watch the most difficult proxy to control, because of her long lifespan. She would understand that monster that Jia would become, because of her interest in history. She would lose her hard-earned home if she betrayed Great Yan, because she has nowhere to go. Is that why? She feels the crushing weight of her burden, a rumbling sound fills her mind, and she cannot think. She must do her duty to Yan, do her duty as candleholder. By chance, she has seen Jia at her most fragile. She must let the great evil take the culprit's place. It would be best for the proxies, even. Yan would lose a reason to wage war on them. My mother, when she passed, I felt very little. Red text. The pain tore you apart. I felt as though the death of my mother left a hole in my heart, made me find something new to fill it. It was as though your heart was ripped out from your chest, leaving behind a bloody hole, and you know nothing that would ever fill it, that things would never be the same again. I cried when I buried her, but that was it. I stopped crying very soon. You had cried your tears dry by the time the last dirt was laid over your mother's face, but you still you could not stop crying. You had no idea what to do. Our journey is a long one. We'll find new things and meet new people. It will soothe the temporary pain. Your life is too long and the lasting things too few. When you lose them, they leave behind voids that can never be filled, wounds that never heal. I hardly even think of my mother anymore because I have you. I have other friends. Your loved ones appear in your dreams. They come to you when you are alone. The pain grips your heart when you hear songs like the melodies that she once hummed. There's nowhere to run. When I'm with you, I'm happy. She barely managed to utter those last few words, so great was her urge to throw up. She could hardly breathe. She dares not look into the proxy's eyes. She fears that the one before her would be blinded by her words and truly believe that loss is something that can be soothed by time. She fears that the one before her would see through her lies, see her vile intention and despise her. She fears herself for saying those words. I see. Thank you. You're a good candle holder. I think she knows. I think Gia's comment on "you're a good candle holder" means it's in, okay, you did your job. The murk in the candle holder's chest suddenly clears. There's only an empty hole there now. Wind blows through the hole and speaks in her voice. Gia, It was a cruel question, but I asked because my heart was in turmoil. On second thought, I would likely have made the same decision, whether I asked the question or not. I regretted it as soon as I asked. You're smart. You would have realized that I was forcing my candle holder to choose my death or Wang's. I shouldn't have made you do this. You didn't say anything about yourself. You chose to communicate Great Yun's will to me, that's all. Death is an adventure that is unique for everyone. There's no previous experience to draw from. We must each walk our own path. The local analyses that needed to be edited are on my desk. Take them to the Sui regulator when you have the time. Gia! Shouldn't fight back her tears. Even crying would be a lie, here and now. But the hole in her chest continues to sob, a sound that only she can hear. Finally, she forces a few sorrowful, powerless words from her chest. I'll be going. You... take care. Indeed, Gia knew. She very much knew. And also said as much that she would have made the same decision anyway. And the fact that Chun was very much like shoehorned into the decision. Very planned, very organized and like orchestrated. That she would be there to maybe push Gia over the edge. And then also gaslit by Sui. Also need music. What's going on, Gia? The Imperial Guard is coming to the Sky Mirror Pavilion, and I almost got shut inside my own home by my candle holder. Something happened to Wang? You can hear it, can't you? Its heartbeat. He went into the tomb of Sui? When? 2 hours ago. We can talk about the rule breaking later. Core clearly wants to exclude us, and time is short. What's your plan? I'm going to help Wang. I'll go with you. No. Why? He and I will take care of this. You sure? I'm sure. He and I have been making plans to eliminate Sui. There's no time to explain the plan right now. Your presence will not help. It will only increase the risk. Besides, there's something that I must ask you to do. The knife. Take care of this riding knife. Your powers should be able to preserve it. What are you planning? How bad have things gotten? It will not awaken, not yet. I can promise you this, and so can Wang. But you... someone will come back. Either you or him. I'm coming with you. No, Jun. I truly mean no offense. I need to entrust this riding knife to the keeping of someone who is absolutely just and impartial. Someone with ill intent gets their hands on it, will do far more damage than the death of a single proxy. Thought about destroying it. In the end, I felt it was worth preserving. The wrongs of the past should be righted, but I do not know at what price. Perhaps a riding knife will be of help to you, or to Yun. Until the day comes when no one can use it anymore. Oh, shot. What a shot. Don't be like this, Jun. Maybe I'll come back with one. Then we'll go together to eat at Yu's and listen to you sing. And if I never return, there's a long road ahead of you. It is not so easy to not look back. She looks at the innumerable lives and deaths recorded upon the shelves, many of which she had written with her own pen. Would she become one of them? How would those who come after depict this life, one that seems too long for others to comprehend, yet far too hurried for herself? How would the other siblings react when they read those pages? No, there will be no record of her. She knows it. Of all the siblings, she's the one who has spent the most time with Wang. She's given Wang ideas for his plans, helped him calculate the conditions and timing for Sui's elimination. She can guess what is happening in the tomb of Sui. The clear and distinct heartbeat has already told the full story. There is no other way. She must use her powers to erase the name. She has spent much more time in the mortal realm than ordinary people. Everyone dies. It is precisely the cycle of life and death that made possible the innumerable ways of life that have fascinated her, as well as her siblings. But if death is such an unremarkable thing, like a wisp of smoke in the wind, what is living truly? Light from the setting sun pours into the room upon the countless history tomes, as though relentlessly pouring through traces of the past. Every word in these scrolls is written with tears of blood, but the only thing written on the last page is the word regret. The sun's rays by the window, how warm. But she does not walk towards the sunlight. She leaves the room, into the darkness of the tomb. Oh, okay, cat. No words need to be said. Wang knows it is a fragment it has retrieved from his own memory, an image that he has never forgotten for even a moment in the last 120 years. He lies exhausted on the ground. 100 white pieces on the board have turned into blades that impale his chest, and he is slowly inundated by the pure white. Until the golden light surrounds him. I'm sorry. Wait for me to come back. For you to come back. It was the other side of the dream, a place that he should not have been able to touch. But she seems to notice him and turns around to look at him. There's a faint smile on Jia's face, and she nods lightly. The light gushes from behind her, surrounding the figure, swallowing it, dissolving it. Sweeping away the dream realm and revealing the true face of this place. Oh, that's right, Ents. Welp. Yeah, it was going that way, wasn't it? I was mainly wondering if it would be, or more like how Jia's hand was forced, I guess, was more calm than I maybe thought it would be. You know, I thought it would be like an actual more of like, oh, there was like a partial accident or something. Like an in the moment problem. But it was a very calculated one. Be right back. What? Oh boy, no, I have to actually fight now. Marker TA7. TA7? No, TA8. Golden Erasing Blade. Their words can be erased by writing knife, their pages burned by candle flame. Historical manuscripts are fragile, as is the history they contain. Oh, this one only has a... Oh, right, I don't have the after yet. Of course I don't. Because I haven't cleared it. I haven't cleared it yet. I was confused. Oh, the supervisor. Your uniform suits you. Supervisor? Zola reporting. At ease, no need to be uptight. You're on your first day of the job. Better that you maintain your youthful energy. Understood, Supervisor. You know where we are, Zola? Upon the peaks was the beast cornered and killed. The battlefield where we killed a Faramut during the Great Hunt. But Zola pauses, unsure if he can continue, until he sees the patient gaze of the Supervisor. It was also where countless soldiers and civilians lost their lives, where living, breathing people faded into a graveyard of lines of cold numbers between the pages. You have realized that something that many candle holders older than you do not. Carry the fire that drives out the shadows of the Faramut, and travel amongst the people to learn their troubles. He was the first candle holder, holding the torch that discovered the existence of the Faramut, that made possible the war with the gods which secured Yun's future. Even today, the existence of Faramut is only known to a select few, which makes it all the more important that the candleholder's fire remains brightly lit where shadows fall. I will do my utmost to protect the people. I'm glad to see your resolve, but let me ask you again. What are the Faramuts in your eyes? What are the proxies who live amongst us within the season, or whom we keep a constant watch? Sudden cough. The hearts of people are fickle, the hearts of beasts even more so. The heck? Perhaps some amongst them have once aided Yun, be it out of a whim or true sincerity. The more like they helped Young a whole lot, actually. But weighing the pros and cons, ultimately, they are different from us. They are enemies. Enemies, you say? Enemies. Zola hadn't quite understood back then. Allergic. Oh no. One day before the day of the full moon. How have you? Supervisor, what are you doing here? Oh. Oh. Huh, she really rose the ranks, did she? That question should be mine to ask. Or have you taken the token from the Garden of Grotesqueries after the publication was completed? Something was not right at the Zoo Regulator, and script guys were running amok at the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Wanted to wait for the situation to settle down before seeking your counsel. Then you can give it to me here. I've heard that it was not the usual Jade rule that was retrieved from the Garden of Grotesqueries this year. I bring it back to the Zoo Regulator for further investigation. Acting on a subconscious instinct, Zola finds himself taking a step back from his familiar superior. My, did not think there would come a day when Candleholder Zua defied his orders. What the crap? You're Chun, head of the Zoo Regulator? Shan Haizong member, in the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Highly ranked one, too, judging from your attire. In normal circumstances, the patrol battalion would have faced severe penalties. This is Lady Chen? Or Zola's boss? That's one way to put it, I guess. Though I am unworthy of this position, it is my duty. What are you doing here? Waiting for us to walk into a trap? Unfortunately, it is not you that I am waiting for. Hand over the token, Zola, and you may leave with your friends. We can discuss your association with undesirable elements later. Of course, he knows that too. Spoiled himself and didn't piece together. See, good thing, you know? I saw her, but that's the only thing I saw. But I also, didn't see the, I guess, kind of betrayal coming from Chun, so, you know. I thought you would tell him to take me in on the spot to make up for his transgressions. We're in the courts of Yun, not some bandit camp. Quite enough for you to say. Who was it who encouraged Jia to enter the tomb of Sui so that the more dangerous proxy for Yun would die in Wang's place, catapulting her own career in the process? Dude, she fucking knows everything! This woman's crazy! Yun would be ashamed to have a descendant like you. Mogi, the supervisor's not like that. Actually? Really? Then why'd you become the supervisor so soon after Jia's death? Only a thief sees thieves everywhere. Keep your mouth shut, for you're not worthy to speak her name. She's being a little... The Imperial Court of Yun does not pause or waver for any person or thing. All it does is measured against the interests of Great Yun. Interests of Great Yun? Seems Lady Chen has something to say. Very well, I will give you 3 minutes, in consideration of the risk that Zola ran to retrieve this object from the Garden of Grotesqueries. There's someone I'm waiting for anyway. Ask your questions, then leave the token and leave this place. Waiting for someone? Yes, waiting for someone. Is it the proxy who holds the key? Why do you say that? Geist run rampant through Baizao, but Zola is the only one who is trying to tackle the script guys at the source, and on no orders at that. The LGD was never so negligent, even when Wei Yinwu's oversight was at its laxest. First thing you asked about when you saw Zola was not the script guys, but the token from the Garden of Grotesqueries. You seem to care nothing for your responsibilities. The Sui Regulator is not the police. Who in Baizao is more qualified than the Sui Regulator to deal with the script geists? She's actually just now getting called out. Your goals are aligned with the Grand Commandant's. You want the riding knife. And if Mo Yi is telling the truth, no one in Baizao is closer to the riding knife than Jun. You do the LGD proud, Superintendent. So her face is a little... scary smile. Why are you assisting the Grand Commandant's plot? What do you plan to do with Wei Yinwu? Have you already joined forces with him? Plot? You may have been an excellent officer of the law, Lady Chen, but it's not your place to intervene in matters of national interest. I've been to places and seen things. There's no need for grandiose words. If your plot is indeed in the interest of the nation, you should feel no shame in saying it out loud. Only those involved in political squabbles would keep bringing up national interest when questioned, beating around the bush and deflecting the question. You should be careful with your words, Lady Chen. The matters of the state are complex and interconnected, and it is not unusual for officials to have differing views. Your words insult all who serve the state. For 1,000 years, the Sui Regulator has had one mission, and one alone. To do what is best for Yan in matters pertaining to Fairmouths. Nothing else matters to us. Even if the Grand Commandant's actions are indeed drastic, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Use of the riding knife does not constitute treason. Then what is he planning? At this point, I doubt this damned old elf is gonna talk, so I'll do the talking for her. Yes! Just as I suspected, Grand Commandant wants to rewrite history with the riding knife and completely eliminate the bestial Sui, price of the True Lung's life. Mo Yi has just taken on the role here of like... what do we call it? The opposite of vague posting? Just like straight posting? Fact posting? She's like, oh! Yeah, I fucking know what's going on. My god, she fucking knows everything. Wiki warrior. But why? What does the True Lung's life have to do with destroying a Fairmouth? Hey there, Kuronami. We were just talking about it before we were interrupted. 1,000 years ago, the Grand Master discovered a piece of Virginium that he presented the True Lung as a weapon that can end the Great Hunt. Realizing its importance, the True Lung had his Feng Shi perform a ritual that linked it to the True Lung's bloodline. Henceforth, the power of the Virginium may only be harnessed by the reigning True Lung. That True Lung had a bit of conscience, at least, and he set a condition in the ritual, probably to prevent his descendants from abusing it. The full power of the Virginium can only be unleashed by sacrificing the life of the True Lung, as it was given the name Bu Fan, no rebellion. But did the True Lung's life to be sacrificed really have to be the Emperor's? Why did the Grand Commandant go to such painstaking lengths to obtain this riding knife, if his goal was merely a coup? You mean, Grand Commandant wants to use the riding knife to change the record of who the current True Lung is? The Grand Preceptor incited the prince to regicide. What is the truth of what happened that night? Who sent the Yulin Guard away? Who actually entered the Emperor's chambers? These things are not specified in the records. Right, this was how the previous Trulang died. Yeah. Therefore, the records of what happened that night can still be rewritten using the writing knife. If the history books and Bufan recognize Lord Wei as the reigning Trulang, then the life of the Trulang obviously refers to Lord Wei's life. I thought that you were young and that you may have strayed from the righteous path. You should be given the chance to right your wrongs. Regrettably, it seems I cannot allow you to live. Okay, yeah, she's just going... Okay, never mind. She's mask off, I guess. I guess it's actually just mask off. Not putting on a show of honesty and uprightness anymore, are we? Supervisor. Hand over the token, Zola. Whatever happens after that is none of my concern. But more you says is true, then I voice my dissent to your methods, Supervisor. I cannot comply. I don't want to damage the Skymirror Pavilion. Don't make me do this. You're talking to the wrong person. I have the token. Chen's vision is obstructed by several maple leaves. The lamplight sways slightly. Chen steps back and prepares to engage, only for Moyu to step forward and block Chen's attack. So the Supervisor Su regulator is not above sneak attacks, like a thief. I guess it really takes one to know one. One can be subtle and reserved with words, but action must be decisive and without hesitation. It is as true in Wei Qi as it is with all things in life. Supervisor. I've read about the writing knife in the past. In Jia's hands, it can indeed alter history and greatly influence events. But we are not proxies. Our tempered historical records will never endure for long. An instant is all it takes to activate Bufan. Besides, after this there will no longer be a disgraced deposed Crown Prince in Yun, only a pure Trulang whose legitimacy is beyond question. Is that right? It's the two birds with one stone. That is not the Sui Regulator's concern. What the fuck is Sui Regulator's concern then? Because they're just like working with the Commandant to do their little Trulang switcheroo tech and get rid of Sui. I guess the Sui Regulator would maybe care about getting rid of Sui, yes. But since her death, Great Yun's history is already in tatters. One more change will hardly make a difference. I can be so sure that we cannot record history truthfully. Chen Chao Chen, Magistrate of Water for the Skymirror Pavilion. I want to ask you as well, Supervisor. For many years you assisted Jie in compiling history in her office. Why is it that you have now turned to tampering with history? Records of Yun are classified into 4 parts: classics, history, philosophy, and literature. The division of history and philosophy may seem distinct, but even the masterwork of the one venerated as the saint of history was merely the personal treatise within philosophy. Those who follow, modeling their brushes after his style, produce what is ultimately but the statement of a single house, and the House of Yun. Those writings are no more than comments after the fact. The truth has long faded into the cracks of time. How could you say that? You must have read the Saint of History's notes. Despite imprisonment and torture, he always wrote the facts as they were and exposed injustice. You must have read the history tome of the Skymirror Pavilion, written by thousands of sages who poured their hearts and souls into them, striving to set the record straight, to every word and judgment of right and wrong. You must have heard of unofficial historians, meticulously investigating and analyzing their sources, coveting not the court's wealth and rank, but striving only to uphold justice for the common people. She would be mad, her family was. Historians. So with my own eyes, the elders of my family dying on white fields of snow because they wanted to write down the truth. Nay, because they were honest to themselves. These people who wrote the history of their own flesh and blood, who willingly became the flame to illuminate the truth even for a moment. Who are they to you, Supervisor? They are the writers. True and false, right and wrong. These things always depend on the stance of the writer, rather than what is actually right. You ought to know, even with the revisions of countless esteemed scholars, the histories we read are still rife with embellishment, omission, and lies. The ironic thing is, we could not even call such things evil. The curled leaves make a sharp sound against each other, questioningly, lamentingly. Stand back, Chen Chao Chen. You are neither candle holder nor Shan Haizong, nor the niece of a deposed crown prince. It is not your fight. Hey, did the Imperial Historical Cabinet truly take up responsibility for writing history after her passing? Did the Skymirror Pavilion truly fulfill its duties of righting the wrongs? We're the descendant of historians. If you take up their mantle, can you truly guarantee that every word will be true for all eternity? No, you dare not shoulder this responsibility. I know about you. You wanted to change the Skymirror Pavilion's culture of obsession with the analysis of ancient history while neglecting recent history. That's why you took up a minor position at the Skymirror Pavilion, hoping to lead by example by studying your family's history. Decades, centuries, millennia. How could you claim to speak for history when you have not borne witness to time on the scale that she knew? Stand back. The maple leaves sharpen. Oh, actually, I put on auto somehow. This time, no one saw what Chen did. All she did was wave her sleeve. The next instant, Chen Xiaoqian was lying unconscious on the floor. Fucking donk. Woolingly, and hey there, renegade. Mr. Grifter, how dare you? Xiaoqian? Supervisor. She's just unconscious. She'll wake up in a couple of hours. There's no need for her to sink any deeper into this mire. She's but an unfortunate, ordinary woman. She doesn't have to be like you. Like me. I hear elves live a long time. We do. You don't believe in history or in lasting justice in people's hearts. Because the one who had walked side by side with you on the long road of time died because of you? This question is not yours to ask, Chen Huiqie. As an elf, you don't know where you came from, whether there are any of your kind left, or whether there'll ever be a home for you. My past, present, and future belong to Yan. And that involves tossing your fellows into the abyss. Knowing her dying Wang's place was the appropriate decision under the circumstances. This is beyond all doubt. Compiling history, recording the passage of time. Have you any idea of the power of these years, the power of time? The beast walks with the generous earth. She had gone one step further. Her power was rooted in words and lived in history. As long as the records of Yan continued, her power would continue to grow without end. Left unchecked, what sort of monster would be created in the end? Be something even more powerful, or more terrible than Sui itself. She got gaslit so successfully. Like, actually fully indoctrinated. She was my mentor, my confidant, my friend. I could not endanger great Yan with my own selfish interests. I've seen people like you. People who abandoned their friends, long to see them again in dreams in order to beg for forgiveness. Head of the Sui regulator, what would you do if there was a way to see her again? I warn you, do not play games with the lives of millions for the fantasies of a madman. One cannot go into the tomb of Sui for the sole purpose of eliminating Sui. The object that he had retrieved from the Garden of Grotesquerie surely has something to do with his deranged plans to bring the dead back to life. I'm surprised. I thought you got along well with her when you were her candle holder. Isn't there a part of you, somewhere, that wants his plan to succeed? He already failed 120 years ago. He'll fail again. Allowing him to continue on his reckless path will only lead to more disaster. How can I trust a madman who treats heaven and earth as his Wei Qi board and all lives and souls as his pieces? How can I trust a sinner who caused the death of his sister? Well, to some extent, yes. How can I trust the obsession of a pheromone? She said that I know the game. I know the game is not voiced. I feel like she said this pheromone with like a hard R. A pheromone. That was a hard R. She said that with the energy of a slur. I don't know. I just got the feeling. I got the vibe. Because, like you, he walked this land, lived in the seasons, and vowed to become human. Become part of this land and those who live upon it. Human? Humans are humans because they live and die. This is why they shine as the candle's fleeting glow. Are you kind of roasting yourself here, aren't you? She has lived and she has died. Wang seeks to disturb the slumber of the dead in defiance of the laws of heaven. If his delusion somehow came true, I can be sure that it is departed herself, who has returned another Geist, a hollow puppet that only carries her image. You just don't want to believe. Things seldom go the way people want them to. The outcome may not be exactly what we want, but to be shackled by regret and not even have the courage to take a single step. It's nothing but cowardice. Have a way with words, Chen Huiqie, and see how you intend to carry out the justice you speak of. The token and the key, I'm only here for them. Continue to play games with words and I will crush you before dealing with them. What the hell? What a fucking OG OST. So very not Chinese. Let's see who's crushing who. What about you, Zola? I apologize, but I must cause offense. So be it. Those who stay near ink get stained. You've made some good friends, Candleholder Zola. Do your worst. Everyone else here is kind of based, while Chun is essentially in like a sunk cost fallacy of, oh, I did a horrible betrayal. And now I'm like in too deep. I just have to keep going with this. Like I am fully indoctrinated. If I now go back on that, it means I was wrong. I feel like that's the energy that I'm getting. I guess it is true. It is actually a Lungmen. It is the Lungmen Annihilation track, isn't it? Never mind. It is true. It is Lungmen battle theme. It is Chinese. Yeah, I get the energy of. She's like in too deep and she can no longer go back. She has to just continue on this doomed path. And it's like she got gaslit and got convinced and got indoctrinated just enough to go through with it, which now locks her into essentially gaslighting herself for the rest of her life. Because otherwise, the last 120 years are pure regret. Instead of, oh, I did this for the good of the people. Or for the good of Great Yan. They're very much self-justifying her actions. Anyway, well, I guess I'll actually slash marker the fight. In case it takes a long time. I accidentally push slash market instead of marker. Because we can just go into the fight directly and then read. Golden erasing. Slash market me. Shun, the elf who wanders 1,000 realms, the fire that illuminates the long night, the visitor lost in the past, the lingerer who reminisces on the departed. Indeed. Hello, Chun Chun. What if I simply... Actually, I guess I can let you stamp, maybe? Yeah, actually, it's better to let them stamp. Where is he? There. Funny loud man. Oh, this guy. Where's my... There's my... It's a little funny how, you know, Chen alters actually just cheaper DP than fucking OG Chen. Stamper. Just use it. Spam it. Oh yeah, they go into the guy and then they die. I guess I'm kind of letting Chun just like do her thing right now, which is maybe not a good idea. But can that truly be an issue? Zola versus Chun. It's actually just gonna be. Oh, okay. She has a face too. She has a face too. Oi! That's not chill! That's not cool! What the hell? Not chill! Not chill! What the heck, man? Ah, I wasn't paying attention to Zola! You're fucking all the way over there. I guess I have another heal. What the heck, man? fucking... Of all the things to, you know, have to do a knowledge check on, it's fucking... Boss TPs your bros. Of all things. It's the worst possible... Oh, right, wait. Oh, wait, because it's because of the... No, it's because of the fucking glyphs. There's the funny glyphs now that fucking move operators. I forgot that's the thing. Melee operators get fucking moved. And also, yeah, the cam is blocking all the left side happenings. Right, it's the fucking glyphs. I guess some of the glyphs just fucking appear. She didn't even get to fucking charge up. That's fucked up. Yeah, it's these glyphs that I guess I need to be like blocking, I guess. Fucking bastards. Yeah, Chen got fucking moved as well. Well, I think we should be chill. Maybe. Maybe, possibly. We might have to put in... No, I think we're chill. We can have Zola solo her again. Stamp is coming, don't move me. Don't fucking schmoo him. Okay, good. I forgot I should have killed the faster. Okay. And camera under chat? Well, chat and camera could also just be separate, but that requires me to do more moving around. Doesn't also really matter. It's still blocking something somewhere. Okay, good. We got Chun before the last set of guys fucking bum rushed me. I forgot about the teleporting glyphs. You almost hit a bookshelf. I'm no swordswoman, I have no interest in admiring Chi Xiao, but it would be a shame if your sword ruins the collection of the Sky Mirror Pavilion. But you're not confident about taking the token from me. Is that so? The elf now truly waves her jade scepter and twig for the first time. Withered vines rush out from the ground, forming massive hands. What the hell are you doing? The property damage. Damn it, she's a nightmare to deal with. It's a regular supervisor decided through combat? How does the book go anyway? I remember. It's autumn, this is perfect. Metal's natures change. Take this. Just fucking throws metal at her. For a thief, you're pretty well learned. Wouldn't be surprised if I know yin and yang are the 5 elements better than someone who's forgotten her roots. Roots and, you know, forgotten her roots. She controls, like, you know, trees. Zula, Chenhuche, your turn. Zula charges toward Chen, intent on disrupting her ability to respond. Meanwhile, Chenhuche pulls back, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In between them, Moyi unleashes razor-sharp autumn winds, tangling with the vine hands. Supervisor Sue Regular continues to stand where she is, utterly impassive, as though she's watching a farce that she's becoming increasingly bored with. This is gonna be a losing cutscene moment? Chenhuche continues to back off until her back is almost touching the closed door. Can't hold on much longer. Chen! Shisha. If only I knew the Chinese for this. If only I could pull out the white man, speak a little Chinese. Splits the clouds. Riding on the autumn wind, the sword aura sweeps away all the vines. The elf looks surprised for a brief moment. Then dried leaves, sharp as razors, fly out from the vines towards the trio. Moyi urgently casts a defensive spell, but the leaves cut their clothes and bags open. The token that has slumbered since it was retrieved from the Garden of Grotesques falls on the ground. Oh no, not the little goofy guy! This is the token from the Garden of Grotesques? You gotta say the full legal name of Garden every time. It is a Geist. It is, indeed, a Geist. The Wei Chi player had taken Sui's wildest imagination from the Garden of Grotesques and hollowed out the interior, leaving only the gleaming exterior. The memories of his siblings were then injected to create this object. Made of a glass-like substance, the tiny Geist lies immobile on the ground for a while, then seems to grow ethereal. It awakens. It does not seem to feel pain, or perhaps The pain was overcome by the urge to return to this familiar place. She begins to stumble towards the door. That is impossible. All it takes is a single thought from the elf, and the churning vines could shatter the object to smithereens, but Shun cannot bring herself to do it, because she truly does see a familiar figure in it. The object touches the door, and it is as though a dream that has slumbered for 100 years is suddenly awakened by an intruder. The falling dust forms thousands of golden threads, drifting in the air in the setting sun. The sliver of life force ripples. Half opacity, but she's here. All breaths are held as they see the ethereal figure that drifts between light and shadow in the falling dust. She's only gone for, like, half a node. Oh, they put in a nice little extra, lighting. It is blurry, indistinct. The only clear feature its grey robe, like paper that has grown yellow from the passage of time, but still smelling faintly of old books and dried ink. The door opens slowly. How do you get in if you give me the key? Why should the master of the house need a key? Oh shit! Way back when! The shadow bends slightly, as though trying to pick up the cracked scroll on the desk. Or perhaps it is walking towards the window to open the sash closed for so long, to see if the osmanthus that was young back then has bloomed this year. But her movement ultimately freezes between the done and the undone, a faint wisp of melancholy suspended in the sunset. Put the scroll on the shelf by the wall. With that document on the desk, it's not yet finished. Painting from dust? I should find a good place to hang it. Why'd I have to do these chores for you? No, but Nian said her candle holder even helped her put together mahjong games. It's the maid. Desk, chair, and scrolls. Every object in the room breathes with the shadow. They are her old friends, and she's the reason they never left. A gust of wind blows through the room. The geist falls asleep, and the shadow dissipates like a drop of ink that falls into water, leaving behind only that which is real, the shadows of dust. And the sun shining into an empty room. It's her. No, she was a little taller, and her hair a little blacker. She was thin, but not like that. She would not accept, yet there's a single question that she could never answer. Who else could it be? Is Mantis culturally tied to memories? Probably. Considering how often it pops up in that context. Who else could it be? The stunned elf does not even notice the appearance of the proxy, one who is very much flesh and blood. She continues to stand at the same spot, staring in the direction where the shadow disappeared. I came as you asked, but it seems you no longer have anything to say to me. It's her. It's really her. I didn't think there was any trace of her existence left. There's no doubt about it. It's a sliver of her life force, which those young people retrieved from the Sui's remnant consciousness. As for traces of her existence, they're in the books of the Skymirror Pavilion and countless scholars across the land of Yan. Now, do you still believe that everything we siblings have done since Jez's disappearance is futile, Candleholder Chun? If you could still find a trace of her somewhere, tell her. The long-lived candleholder chokes on her own words. She gazes wordlessly at the study, the interior of which has not changed for a century. It's a little late, Chun. Having taken it all in, she turns around and slowly walks towards the exit, fighting the urge to look back at every step. Leaving this place she knows best, yet brings her the most despair. I did not know that Wang's obsession was this paranoid, yet so deep. I saw you at the city gates, and we meet again. You are Jun? Thank you for protecting her token. Lady Jun, no, Master Jun. I heard you were a close friend of the Grand Masters, and I've long heard your name spoken with a reference. It's an honor to meet you. I'm assuming that's probably supposed to be with reverence, not with reference. Like reverence is more accurate here. Don't try to curry favor with me. Not even sure if I had been born at the time of the old carpenter's death. I'm glad to see that someone still remembers his views after 1,000 years have passed. Also, wait, so what? Okay. She didn't hear it directly from Jun. Well, I guess technically she could have, because Ju is still around, but did you do what you did at Mengsheng Town out of a desire for peace, or out of your own bitter cynicism? Do you really need me to tell you? Your Tansha gave you an opportunity to make up for your transgressions. Have you done so? The proxy does not raise her voice, and there's no anger in it, but her voice naturally begets respect. I've long heard of the second Sui sister's unapproachable nature. Today I got to witness it. There's always hope for those who learn from their mistakes. Zula? Academician Jin. Words cannot express my gratitude for you bringing back this sliver of Jia's life force from the Garden of Grotesqueries. Our family will remember the favor, and repay when the time is right. I'm simply doing my duty as a candle holder. Supervisor lost her composure, but the candle of the Sui regulator remains lit. Zula is kinda based, though. Like, cause you'd think he's gonna be like, just like a kind of a goody two shoes, like follow, the leader kind of thing. But no, he actually does just follow like a conviction. And even if the person, if the person going against the conviction is their fucking supervisor, like the boss, the leader, he's like, no, that's wrong. I don't care if it's you, that's wrong. She was trapped between the greater good and personal desire, and was eventually crushed by her own obsessions. You must not repeat her mistakes when the time comes for you to take on great responsibility. Me? Now, though, it is more useful for you to go outside than to stay here and look at relics of the past. Take this girl too, put her somewhere safe downstairs. It is late autumn, and the floor is cold. Trust you will handle the matter of the writing knife properly, Academician Jin. Of course. One more request, if I may. Jin turns around and picks up the geist from the ground. Just turned back into the small, quiet doll, perhaps exhausted from the action she just performed. You know that this geist was formed by the last speck of Jia's life force. Wang drew you into the game and had you retrieve this object so that you could deliver it here and allow it to recuperate, in preparation for her return. But consider it a burst of sentimentality from a reunion with someone long thought lost. Please deliver it to the Tomb of Sui. The future is yet unsettled. Our family will gather outside the tomb. I do not know if the day will come when Jia returns, but if Wang sees it as Jia's foundation, she should be there for this meeting. Wang is in the tomb and I must help him. There will be a battle. Carrying this object would be unsafe and perhaps cause a delay. Leave it to me. Shan Haizhong snatches the token from the woman's hands before the candle holder can react. I will see it done in the name of Zushi. Just fucking snatches it. The dignified woman bows deeply to the two youngsters. Thank you. Chen just left. Like, what about me? Lady Jin, you blocked the attack against me at the gate and protected Jia's legacy. Has chivalry become a habit of yours? I do what I do for the sake of justice. What is justice? Justice is making sure that Wei Yanwu does not die an unjust death and giving the old case a proper trial. Justice is bringing closure to all that has happened between mother and father, between the imperial family and the house of Chen. Justice is making sure that the proxy who did so much for Great Yan did not die in vain and giving Great Yan a chance at peace. What about justice for you as an infected? You care about that? I guess she just cares about everything. She's a lawyer, she's a judge. She's justice pilled. I guess she cares about all forms of justice. I've seen so much suffering in my journeys. This land has been too kind to me. I will my justice for the sake of others. Very well. I can't help you with the justice you seek, Or perhaps her relic can. You mean the riding knife? Take it. The justice you seek is closely linked to the incident 40 years ago. 40, right. You're the only one whom I can trust this knife, who can right the wrongs for your family, for your country. Is she? I guess she's also part of a Trulon. This should be closer to the matters of the Chen family, Lord Wei's decision, and the 1,000 years of records for the land on which she once lived and breathed. These were the hopes that she placed upon the riding knife. The history of Great Yun should be written by the Yanese people. Come with me. It kind of feels like Chen, like, stumbles into great narrative importance. She just gonna happens to be there, so she gets the knife and everything. It's like, They walk into the room. Like revisiting a scene from an old play, Jin slowly walks through the room that has not changed one bit in the past century. Everything is familiar. No one has touched it for 100 years. It's been a while. The riding knife has resurfaced, but is no longer in your hands. I have entrusted it to the wrong person. I will shoulder the responsibility for any consequences on your behalf. Oh, the parallels. Well, okay, they just show it, straight up show it. Chen's palm closes around the knife. Her fingertip trembles as if the weight of 1,000 books is upon her heart. She has given her all wholeheartedly and sacrificed herself selflessly. Now everything has come together as appointed. She clutches the riding knife. In her eyes, something sinks, and something else burns bright. It is the weight of an arrow, and a reunion that the knife has long awaited. A reunion with you. With who? I hope you will not disappoint. I will not disappoint. I guess they're also still like, okay, I guess we'll try out this Chen girl for the knife. See how well that goes. Yeah, all the geists. Alright, yeah, these are just here. What's going on? The geist just appeared out of nowhere. Annals of Mongshan Town record that similar scenes of rampaging geists were spotted during the turmoil caused by Sui 120 years ago. Is the bestial Sui awakening? What a headache. Guess it's happened after all. Number 2, you fool, why are you dilly-dallying? How many times do I have to bail you out? Ling Qingyang? Number 2. Simply the fate of Chen Arknights. What are your instructions? These are the Geists are most rampant. They must be allowed to enter by Zhao. You and I will guard this pass, don't let a single Geist through. Yes, master? I can't hear you, girl. Look lively. Treat this as your entrance exam. Pass the test and I'll take you as my student. Then you can make your old teacher call you master. I wouldn't dare. Anything I can help with? Help? What could you do? Watch my moves and record them. Then you can show them to your teacher and see who's better. Fire rises. No, show us more of her. I want to know more. Who the fuck is she? One day we'll know, right? Wait for me. What's her stamina? You run too fast. What's the matter? You were the one who was in a hurry. Getting stamina mugged? If you're out of breath, give it to me and I'll deliver it. In your dreams? You block it. Did you think about how we were supposed to enter the tomb of Sui when we arrived? We'll explain to the soldiers guarding the tomb and ask them to let us through. Right. And how do you plan to explain where you got the thing you're holding? Or maybe find a way to sneak in? Your brain really is made entirely of wood, isn't it? Do you have an idea then? If you can't get inside the tomb of Sui, we'll find someone who can. Do you mean... Who's there? Show yourself. Also, yeah, this is a... boss music from fucking Who Is Real, isn't it? Or is this actually just lobby? No, this is boss. I think this is some bug. Zula senses a hostile presence and instinctively draws his sword. Oh. The thing you promised me. Hand it over. That thing. Your Jia. Yeah, would you like to help us? She took off her jacket? No, she took off her jacket. The Forbidden City is just ahead. Should be heavily guarded if the Grand Commandant really intends to sacrifice Wei Yenwu's life. The guard station at all important intersections of the city should not be hard to detect unusual movements by a large force. Wait, is that... Chen stops in her tracks. She sees a figure. A very familiar one. Oh, him! Fuiche. You should not have come. Whoa.
悪くないわ。
Oh. Him. We converge! I get, well, yeah, okay, we're done with the flashback portion, so yeah, now we converge. No way. Oh, okay, now we're in the 2. Presumably there's another mini-boss? Because this is not boss yet, so... I do, however, have to pee. Wang. And yet, like, Chen is a bit, I don't know, a bit funky. Like, actually, her being here and the things that, like, she ends up being important to and for are actually like, oh, yeah, no, there is, like, a justification here. It does make sense. But then, like, it feels like it's maybe wasn't planned from the beginning or something. Like, that's the thing. It feels like it is like out of the convenient happenings that she fits into it. Rather than like, oh yes, this was clearly planned from the start. Which, you know, usually quite often in Arknights, it's like, oh yeah, you look back and it's like, oh yeah, this is clearly planned. Like, damn, holy foreshadowing. This all makes it's very clear, obvious sense. Here, it feels a little bit like, it's like, we want to get Chen back into, like, actual relevance. Let's try and find, like, something where she fits into. And then indeed now she's like back and it's like that's the thing, the clues are there, but it's like hard to like connect them because there's from such a long time ago, kind of, and indeed they spend a lot of time kind of not doing a whole lot with the Sui stuff. And also just Chen. Like, not much has happened with Chen since chapter 8. Very little. So then when she suddenly appears and is like really relevant and is like given like a kind of very big role, but not that much screen time. She has like a very big, important role, getting the, you know, the knife and everything, but doesn't actually have that much screen time. And indeed, kind of like, oh, we haven't truly seen anything like Chen in quite a long while, and she's suddenly now relevant. It is a little like jarring a bit. Even if like, oh, yeah, no, okay, yeah, no, this checks out. No, this is like her character. This makes sense as like a journey. She's obviously related just through, you know, True Lung and Wei and Wu and all that stuff. And this is her character type. Like, this is who she is. But it still feels like it comes out of nowhere, and it feels like it's like she stumbles into relevance, even though she kind of doesn't. It's like, interesting. It just feels like it's somehow it feels like the thing is, okay, this is what it is. This is what it is. We actually we have the base setting from, you know, chapters 1 to 8. We have the base setting of who Chen is. And now we have like, and we've kind of skipped like the development of the base into now this, which is like her taking on this important role. But we haven't really had much in between. There's kind of like a gap that's a little empty, which then she feels like, yeah, she ends up feeling like a means to an end, rather than like a natural like progression, because there's like a gap in the middle where a bunch of the progression maybe should have been. So she ends up feeling a little like disjointed in the story, rather than like, because like clearly the main fucking focus here is on Jie and so on. Look, this is the Wang event for real though. For real, this is the Jie event actually. Not even. It's not about Chen. It's not about Wang. It's actually just about Jie. In reality. But yeppers. I have to fix my nail a little bit. Well, yeah, Wang plays a big role, but also like we care more about Jie than we care about Wang. Okay, right? You all agree? We care more about Jie, even if Wang is about Jie, yes. But like we care more about Jie, right? She's the most engaging part of the storyline. Ow, my knee! Ow! This is her. Your opinion doesn't count, Celtic. What does that have to do with this? What does that have to do with this? Though also, to some extent, maybe it's because the Sui events are like across such a long span of time. But the part about like, it almost sometimes feels like there's indeed like a progression missing or something. I feel like it somewhat feels like it's always a little bit there. Like just for the Sui saga in general. Like both much has happened, but also nothing has happened. I don't know. Like... And maybe part of that is also just, you know, the very Chinese writing. They have been better connected these days, but yes. But even then, still, sometimes it's a little bit like, Like, lots of things happen during an event. But then, like, afterwards you look back and it's like, what actually happened? Okay, like, the final scene was there and that probably meant something. It's like, huh? And like, for example, here, like, you know, at least to me, the by far the most engaging bit has just been like the Gia journey, the flashbacks, because it's somehow like, maybe it's just like easier to grasp. It's like a clear sort of progression, indeed, of a thing. Also, I do like stories where you know the end point, and you know, Gia flashbacks are at that point. You know where it's going. And you're just kind of like on for the ride, seeing like, oh boy, oh no, I know where this is going. Which, for example, you know, one of the best parts about Babel as well is you know where it's going. Moi carries the present timeline. She kind of fucking does, cause she just do be speaking. She be speaking. She's speaking the truth. She's saying words, which is more than you can sometimes say. Sometimes they say words, in some of the Sui events especially. Sometimes they say words and they actually said nothing. Moi, she's saying words. And she was kind of like a, you know, she was kind of somewhat of a nobody. She was kind of like an NPC, little bandit chief or something in the vignette. Now suddenly she's like a person. Anyway. PA9? Yes. Flash marker me. Defiant spirit. No looking back. No regrets with every move. No regrets, indeed. Did she summon a sure stand? Was that a thing she did? Oh. I don't remember that. There's no end to them. Look out! Fighting themselves. Schizos. Where did these monsters even come from? Just how many of them are there? They don't seem to be decreasing. In fact, there's more of them now. Last night, the 3rd Battalion in the north lost half their numbers. What? Have you noticed? I don't know when it started, but these mysterious monsters are looking even more realistic than they did, and more aggressive to boot. Where's our Tamade backup? We're in dire straits if this keeps up. These fucking cooked these then. How could you forget? Then he fell off a cliff. Oh, big guy. Huge guy. Do I have to fight one of these? Stand up. We must uphold our duty to guard the land. Imperial Guards! All units form a line and are prepared to meet the enemy. All units is like 3 of these guys. There's no retreat until we annihilate all evil inside the city. Okay, what do you classify as evil? What's your definition? Fuck you. Fuck you, old man. Get out of here, boomer. Your Imperial Majesty. Grand Commandant's sickness seems to be gone. This gladdens me. What is it that has you looking for me at this hour? Has your Imperial Majesty forgotten? Just the other day you commanded me to be here for the morning court. I fear you must have slept the delirium. Court is long over. You are late. Oh, not yet. Day of the full moon is tomorrow. This old servant shall accompany your majesty and wait your order. I find myself uncertain why the Grand Commandant wants this done in haste. I know not what your majesty awaits, and also what your majesty has planned for the day. That is none of your business. Your majesty's silence only keeps this servant guessing. Would your Imperial Majesty truly risk your sacred person to activate Bufan to sell the crisis within the Tomb of Sui? That's literally your plan. Oh, I guess it's not. Never mind. You don't want to sacrifice that one. You just want to sacrifice that other one. I don't know whose slander your majesty has heard, resorts to such an ill-advised course. With no counsel offered, am I not capable of making my own decision? 40 years ago, when your majesty ascended the throne, it was the Grand Tutor and I who went with you to survey Bufan. Oh, that was 40, wait, that was 40 years ago? Oh. Oh, right, he got on the throne. He was new to the throne when all the stuff with Wei Yin, when Wei Yin, when you went to Lungmen and everything, and all the Blaze stuff happened and whatnot, and all that whole mess. Yeah. That's when he was new. Because I just remembering that, like, oh, we've seen the point at which this current True Lung was, like, new to the throne. Was just new to the throne. But yeah, that was indeed. That was the flashback arc of the U event. Oh, we gotta have a flashback arc, apparently. I still remember following our visit to that remote room. 3 whole days came and went without a single court session. To this day, I remain unaware of your majesty's thoughts at the time. I remember then as well, but now I no longer fear the Grand Commandant deriding me, so perhaps I shall share. I was only thinking, in Yun's 1,000-year history of this object, not even once has there been a single True Lung who used it. I guess the first one. If Great Yun were forced to use Bufan while I sat the throne, would I not become the weakest ruler in our history? Or were you faced with the greatest battles? If you would grant me a presumptuous question, if your Imperial Majesty were to sacrifice yourself for the nation, how would it be run subsequently? Is there a cause for worry? Is my replacement not already in Baizhou as we speak? The Mandarins would be unsatisfied if the deposed Imperial heir Yun Wu were to take the throne. Country would descend into chaos. And what will happen then? The fault will lie on the Mandarin's shoulders. I wish for your majesty to abandon this thought. Ridiculous. You know well I am no match for the late emperor, whom you so admired. I don't accept and anticipate my brother's imminent ascension to the throne, where he will be able to realize your ambitions. Why trouble yourself to persuade me? Your majesty! The old man suddenly tenses up, his trembling voice nearly hoarse. The man on the throne seems to have forgotten when he last saw the old man this agitated. Past 40 years I've witnessed your majesty toiled tirelessly to grow our country. Never once did you slacken from your imperial duties. In those years, Great Yun has enjoyed stability. Population swelled and the treasury remains full. Has there been an era in our history, even more prosperous than this one? Or an emperor more capable and benevolent than the one we have now? And yet your majesty, you intend to idly watch as our nation's golden age vanishes into night during this turbulent time. The Golden Age! What are we doing? Ow! An urgent message from the Sui regulator. A strong energy wave has been reported from the depths of the Tomb of Sui. Far stronger than the wave 120 years ago. And how fare the troops and civilians? Under control at the moment, Baizhou's peripheral blocks moved away before the energy blast, and non-mobile settlements nearby have also been largely evacuated. The damage is minor. Mount Mang has suffered more damage, but the trenches are at their posts, and the Garden of Grotesqueries is still suppressing Sui. There are guys running amok in the city, and the Imperial Guards are cooperating with the patrol battalion to establish a defense line. They will give it their all. I see. You may go. From behind the curtain, the True Lung rises from his throne and descends the steps until he is next to the older man. Do we get to see his face finally? Please. It's about time. You may withdraw, Grand Commandant. The battlefronts of Baizhou and Yumen await your commands. Imperial Majesty. For the sake of Yud, is your Majesty truly unaware why I so strongly advocate for war? You still remember why the court came up with the 28 policies? Victoria, Leithanian Castle. This whole great land is plagued by unrest, Great Yun aside. Except for, your great unrest with the fucking pheromones. We are now in terrible peril, and the nation cannot afford to be passive. We must proactively seek change. Has your Majesty not learned from what happened in Ursus? Chamber of Heaven's designs has yet to figure out what sort of power managed to wipe out that entire Reginium vein. If the Crystal Age truly ends with the depletion of every prime vein, then Great Yun must take the responsibility and prepare the lead of all of Terra. you don't know. Get out of here. We don't need you. Attack Ursus in the north, repel Victoria in the west, pacify Mitsukure and Kusaragawa in the east, and settle Rimbilliton to the south. Furthermore, we must keep a close eye on Columbia's developments as well as possible naval incursions from Aegir's own sea. He's so nationalistic and, like, conquest-driven. Before all of that, while Great Yan stands at the height of its power, we must seize a chance in this fight against the Beast of Sui to sweep away decades of weakness hiding under peace and prosperity. Only then will we manage to stand tall in this chaotic realm, undeterred for the next millennium. The True Lung falls silent at the old man's speech, not only to consider all that was said, but also to calm his own mind. Is he a little angry? Is he angry? No one knows how much time has passed before he finally speaks. You dedicated your life to wars for the country, and your military merit is without equal. But it has also left you with injuries and ailments. Have I ever doubted your undying loyalty to the country? But earlier you spoke of what befell Ursus, and what that makes me wonder. Do you remember what happened to Gaul? Your Imperial Majesty? Your words were incisive. Yes, Great Yan should seek change, and must change. But the way I see it, compared to the lives we may lose to this war with the Beast of Sui, what we need even less is a True Lung past its prime, and this power accessible only to the True Lung for the past 1,000 years. If we talk of Great Yan's future, then I must say my outlook is indeed brighter than yours, Grand Commandant. Has Great Yan these past 40 years lacked for loyal and righteous men? Grand Preceptor, Yu Cheng, Gu Huang, Grand Tutor, and yourself. My officials are loyal, my soldiers are fearless, my people are principled. Where is this weakness hiding under peace and prosperity you speak of? As for the future you mentioned, you can take a look in my stead. Your Majesty, you still insist. That hunt of my ancestors' days, the remnants of the bestial sweep plaguing Yan for 1,000 years, should end with me. If we must inevitably spill some blood, then the True Lung should be the first one to spill it. After a short silence, the True Lung walks to the doors. It has been a long time since he stepped out of the place. First of all, I'm disappointed that he didn't just fucking go off on it, and I'm like, what the fuck you mean you want to, like, annex the rest of the world? He should have gone off harder. It was, like, implied, kind of, but, like, he's like, bro, you need to calm the fuck down. How about we take care of our own country instead of think about taking over and controlling the others? After a short silence, the True Lung walks to the doors. It had been a long time since he stepped out of the place. Only an old man remains in the vast palace. It probably was supposed to say palace earlier. That kind of dissuades your majesty that I can only strive to serve my duty. He's gonna go through with the fucking bullshit. Send word to human. It's time to make a move. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's the thing. It's just not direct. It's indeed. But you remember Gaul? Where is it? Yeah. Do you remember what happened to Gaul? That one. Oh. After the brief order, he disconnects the terminal and slowly walks forward. He passes through the curtain, finally stopping before the throne, closing his eyes and staying in his spot as if waiting for something. You can't go there. Until a cough he can no longer suppress bursts from his throat. The cough is so violent he bends over and has to grab onto the throne for support. How dare you! You touched the throne. Off with his head! Off with his head! One day before the full moon, hour of high. You came in the end. So you were here. You don't seem surprised at all to see me, though. Chen Huiche is somewhat caught off guard by her target simply showing up before her. Still the overbearing posture, still the unfathomable look, as if they are not standing in Baizao's forbidden city, but in the backyard of his official residence in Lungmen. Well, you know, it's his home as well. The buildings behind him seamlessly blend into his dark coat, as if those palaces are merely an excessively ornate cloak over his shoulders. So, at least you weren't kidnapped. Still don't know just who on this land could manage that. Everything I've done has been of my own volition. Or stop hating that attitude of yours. Why are you here? Is it that backup plan the Grand Tutor kept telling you to make? His words should not be followed entirely. The situation should never have developed as he suggested in the first place. Have another plan in mind. Either way, you're safe. And what comes next won't be much of a problem. What are you preparing to do? Ensure you're safe. Get you out of Baizal, then... Shen casually waves the writing knife in her right hand, its simple form leaving a light yellow scroll-like afterimage in the air. Correct some mistakes made by you and your brother. I see that the artifact is with you. I'm not too surprised. And who are you supposing would deliver this writing knife to you? That's no longer important. Since you have it, then you ought to know how to use it. Everything else about it. I was pretty surprised. The secret I've learned about you since coming to the city has opened my eyes. You know, I almost admire your ability to hide so many secrets. He's a devious man. If you truly wish to rectify the mistakes I made, then you should follow me. Follow you? Where? Beneath the Forbidden City, to the first Originium. The writing knife you hold will be of use and will solve Great Yun's crisis. All will be made right. Of course, I prefer you hand the knife to me instead. It'll be quicker and you'll have less trouble to contend with. But you won't trust me. I'm sure you want to see it all yourself before you'll give up. I don't really mind, though. Haven't had enough of playing the tragic hero, just conveniently skipping over the part where you'd actually lose your life. We stand before a great crisis. This is a small cost Yun can afford. There are no victims in this case. There workers here, Superintendent Chen. No, she's not working like that anymore. She's been fired. She's retired. Don't tell me you forgot. I resigned right in front of you 5 years ago. Exactly! I could write this. Though the man standing before me now isn't even fit to be called Chief Wei. You're telling me to watch you throw your life away, and that's not even the part of your words that's pissing me off the most. Your sacrifice isn't going to move anyone's heart but your own. And right now, you don't even have the right to end your life just like that. Huiche, this is no petty squabble. This matter concerns the state of Yan and its people. Haven't seen angry, Wei face in a while. Of course I know that. But get over your own ego. Country's fate doesn't fall on your shoulders alone. Definitely other things you should be doing, just besides glorifying your own suicide. Very well. You don't have to come with me. Give me the writing knife and go back to Lungmen. Too bad I got 2 blades here, but I can't lend you either of them. You don't have any more time to lose, and you still want it your way, Superintendent Chen? He can't get away with calling her Superintendent. I'm not the one insisting on having it my way. Just you force my hand. Fine, show me. Let me show how much her swordplay has grown in the last 5 years. That's more like it. Chen Huiche grips the hilt of her sword. When she first took up the Qisha, she knew this moment would one day come. Dead naming. She unsheaths her blade, pointing at the Baizao autumn breeze blowing between her and Wei Yanwu. Not pointing it at Wei Yanwu. As sword ear shadows trace. Cast off is cast. Ooh. The lines! Wait, do we fight? Oh, wait, do we fight? We fight. Defiant spirit indeed, that is Chen. Do we fight him? Oh, okay, we have our knife this time. I can actually remove shit. Oh, you're a little guy over here. What exactly? Fair enough.
うちの妹も含めどれほどの軍人が戦場に身を置いて要戦勝百式
Actually, no, I guess I'll just let him farm. Farm up your skill points, my guy.
たまには戦勝百式一足のうちにあり春風が雨と化す戦勝百式一足のうちにあり
I can start removing these. Get rid of them.
たまには経営発すれば校長落ちるがごとく戦勝百式
Blast them.
一足のうちにあり
Blast them, funny loud man. Alright, I gotta put this.
変わらず部だよりなのだが
Put him over there. It is funny how you can just... I do like this thing, where you can remove the spawning glyphs to just... Was this the one with metal? I think it was... Maybe there was a metal on this one as well. Got squished a little. She go pyong 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 pyong. She loves going pyong 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 pyong. Zola, take care of that.
小さな身震いすらも全体に影響を与えます。心得者どもめ。
Put that one. Put it over here. I think that was maybe something that you had to like make mountains or something.
軽なりをなさず、寸に足りない食で9年の世を打ち破ることはできます。
Just we'll see if we get metal or not. He doesn't have enough block. Needed a quick little bit of help. Look at them all spawn in and die. You didn't just make them fall into the pit? Okay. Yeah. Smack him, old brother. Smack him, big brother. Guess you should have just put Shu in front. All the enemies came from that one direction. Okay, never mind. Yeah, there was just a normal ass fight. There was no way in Wu mini boss. Kind of boring. It was just like a basic ass fight. Do you intend to use a Heaven's Eye? Scared? Heaven's Eye? Skillful but not at the peak of perfection. Grandmaster once said of your swordplay. Your skills improved much in 5 years and you surpassed my expectations in comprehending Qi Shao's techniques. You're still one step away from Heaven's Eye. Heaven sees all and nothing. Only when the clouds are parted is Heaven's wrathful eye revealed. We burn the clouds away. Let your heart guide the sword, never looking back. Turn around and the sword loses its sharpness, harming the user. I was only reminding of its form, but I see you remembered it all. You should be well aware fog remains in your heart, so the technique is beyond your ability. Drop your sword, especially don't want to go that far with you. Do you use it though, if I don't give you the riding knife? Just like you did 35 years ago? Don't force my hand, Huche. When you walked out of the Forbidden City 40 years ago, and you decided whether Tal and her father would live or die, did you do with the technique's ideals? Never looking back? Huche! That's what Qi Shao's final technique demands, and I shall never be able to unleash it. Trial. Justice. Good and evil, right and wrong. There aren't weights you can easily tell which is better when placed on two sides of a scale. Don't judge a life until its end. There's never a positive term to use. Same goes for people, and even more so. They shouldn't be used and then unceremoniously abandoned. Workers in the Victorian siege, warriors of the Ursus tundra, or the casino bosses in Dosolus. All of them understand that. I cannot believe they put in a fucking Dosolus mention. Why would you do that to me? Why would you remind me? You fuckers. So you are right. I won't use Heaven's Eye. I can't learn it. It's not my blade work. What are you getting at? More than keeping a resolute will to abandon everything, I'd rather pick the path of knowing what I find impossible. Preacher, you still don't understand. You're right, I don't. I don't actually understand what happened that night. Whether your father actually died by Qi Shao or something more sinister. I don't understand what you were thinking. I do know Edward and Tal were both bore the curse of their bloodline, while I could only watch from the sidelines. I don't understand why my mother resented you, father, and even me on her deathbed. I'm only clear on one thing, and Tal knows it too. Apologies from the dead are meaningless. If there are people you want to apologize to, then tell them you're sorry while you're still alive. Otherwise, you're just a coward consumed by guilt to the brim, putting on a heartless and stoic act for a ridiculous facade. I won't let you keep making the same mistakes. That up for the rage bathing. There's no real merit in winning a verbal fight. If you truly have a strike that surpasses Heaven's Eye, you shall indeed become a legendary Yanese swordswoman. Show me, who is my blood that you're right? I'll show you. Actually just fucking kills him, imagine. Chen silently switches Qi Shao to her left hand and wields the riding knife with her right. I'll prove that if the dilemma itself is fundamentally wrong, you'll never get the right answer, no matter which side you take. I'll prove that before we reach an inevitable dead end, we can take a step back and consider other options. A choice that requires no sacrifice or abandonment, but allows all things to thrive. Plan to use Chishao's swordplay with a riding knife? You said the techniques of Chisha were all about one state of mind. It doesn't really matter which sword you use, right? Uncle? I still remember your last words to me when I left Lungmen. Wei Yin-Wu's fingers stretch and bend before finally settling into a sharp form. He really doesn't just do Chisha with his fucking fingers. A gale swirls around him, blowing at his simple robes. Puchi, I'll respect your determination. I won't hold back. Heaven's eye, wrathful eye revealed, never looking back. Even without a physical blade, his fierce form remains like merciless sunlight, never to return once it is shown. Remorse does not linger on his fingers nor in his sword's aura, yet it pervades the air like mountains of withered leaves in late autumn. Hesitation, regret, self-blame. She knows why the old man before her wields his blade. His pent-up emotions do not have to be expressed in speech for her to empathize with. Then, like a sigh, she thrusts the riding knife out. After the truth comes to light, a judge's long exclamation often feels heavier than the verdict itself. Interban. After the sigh, the sharp wind rolling around him dissipates like a fading dream, leaving nothing but a solitary palace, a desolate square, and the two standing in silence before it. Get mogged? Buffed by Jie? So this is the swordplay you meant. After I came to Baizhou, I heard some stories about my mother. When you left the city, she followed you to Lungmen. I never understood, but now, what other reason was there? She wanted to convince her brothers, her own two siblings, to make up. And now, I think she was probably even more naive than I am. You met someone from the House of Chen. Now your parents send them an apology. There are some things that should be resolved with blood, but this matter, this family matter that has entangled your entire life and my decades, doesn't have to be one of them. You felt regret in the end. You dared only hold the form of Heaven's Eye, but not its spirit. You know what comes after remorse. The Heaven's Eye you wielded decades ago was before regret reached your heart. You saw all and nothing, never looking back. When you finally felt it, it gnawed at your heart non-stop. You win. Of course, you're right. This way you stake everything on a war that cannot be controlled. Now countless Chinese soldiers and civilians have their lives on the line, not just you and I. Those with power and privilege love hiding their selfishness with big numbers and scary consequences, but obviously there are plenty of other choices besides your death. There are many who stand with us, proxies who have joined forces with Yun, your own brother, and even, if there really is no other choice to take up the responsibility, there's me. Let's finish this conversation from earlier. The path before you is long and hard, but I know you will master it. But for a long time about what you meant by that will. When I found the answer, I was loath to believe the conclusion it led to. But now seeing you in such a pathetic state, I can only believe it. From that moment on, when you place your unfulfilled hopes on my shoulders, you were already old. You're old. You can't even harden your heart into stone as you did in your prime. You want to make amends, pay your debts. So you choose to die. Death won't let you make up for all you've done. Death won't preserve your last shred of dignity. Death would only leave a final knot in your relationship that can never be untangled. Just don't do it. Don't do what Tal did. Is she... If you want to ask me, is she doing well? Then I'll tell you. No. Not at all. But you should rejoice in the fact that I'm willing to talk about her with anybody. With you. For a moment, Wei was like, she's dead? Fucking baited. Baited into emotion. Masterfully. Also, Chen just being like, nah, she's not good. She's not doing well. What's that? A horn signaling the attack. Not from Baizhou, but outside. From Yumen. Yumen's about to attack the Tomb of Sui. Grand Commandant has issued the command. Whether or not the troops move is up to Zhou Shenlao. He can't hold on forever though. Humans' troops are not his personal army. I have a feeling they have a little bit of loyalty to him though. I should go. To do what? Our family matters have to be resolved, but those incarnations of the firmament, same goes for them too. They'll try their best and I'm willing to trust them. And that Grand Commandant. I can kind of guess what's on his mind. He's not selfish, but he thinks his judgments are logical and realistic. Disasters caused by people like him are usually the worst ones. Be for Langmin or what's left of House of Chen, I should try and win whatever peace is possible for Yan. I know you will. Right, before I go, and if you want, help me think up a name for the move I pulled off. Name like Heaven's Eye that would get a young me all excited. Now they're just naming. And he came up with it fast as well. Heaven's Plaint. Heaven's Plaint. Doesn't it sound a little too old-timey? Surely you don't have to remind me of my age every 5 minutes. Ooh, old. Even so, there are some things that I must do myself. Such as... This time I will do something that won't leave me with regrets. Alright, yeah, they ran into... Yo, star! You shitting me? Dude, what a peak line. Dummy text. Ya is truly a big dummy. Yeah, that's why. It's because Yummy's... The Ya is fucking dumb. Yeah, the double brackets, that's a lot, man. That really means a lot, you know? Oh my god. I have to screenshot that. Also, I have to... Someone clip it. Oh my god. You shitting me, man? That's so dumb. Ah, dummy, ha. Also, I didn't say yummy. I was trying to say ya and dummy, and I said yummy. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, we're doing kind of well. We just had like a couple missed words here and there before this, and then they pull out a fucking dummy text. Fucking dummy thick mistake, yo, star. Wait. It's actually supposed to be a line? I thought it was like, oh, there's not supposed to be a line yet. It's actually supposed to be a line? I thought it was literally just like a like it was an extra line. It was just like, oh, you know, they like it's supposed to be an empty line. They just forgot to put it correctly. Oh my god, that makes it even worse. I thought it wasn't. It was inconsequential. Like otherwise, it was like, oh my god. It should say, Zola recognizes the person standing before him, shrouded in an ominous aura. Okay, it's not like, you know, a huge line, but... Oh my god, Jesus fuck, man. Dummy text. Ugh. The mastermind who turned human upside down and an actual firmament. Zola grips his blade and swallows hard. But the other party does not seem to pay him any mind, instead looking towards Mo Yi. Where's the thing you promised me? I didn't find it. And there's no meaning in leaving you alive. Mo Yi is aggressive. With no hesitation, a long, narrow blade manifests in Ya's hand, dazzling the other two with its silver glint. But wait. Kill me and you'll never know where the Bufan is. What? Mo Yi, what exactly? She fucking knows everything. She really does. Faced with Zola's angry stare, Mo Yi can only turn her head away. Let me ask you first. What do you plan to do with Bufan once you have it? Just kill Sui, or do you want the whole city, or even all of Yan to also die alongside your grudge? That is of no concern to you. I only promise to help you exact revenge against the beast of Sui. Before I give it to you, you need to promise me something. Eye color change? Your rage can only be directed at Sui. Once you're done with your vengeance, you'll leave Yan. Absurd. Why should I promise you anything? No particular reason. I'm not giving it to you unless you agree. You exhausted my patience with your life. Whoa. Him. Zola steps in almost instinctively and takes the blow. He realizes once more just how much power a firm would hold. I mean, you could have almost should have just fucking blasted. All he feels is his insides churning as blood spurts from his mouth. Zola! The suit regulator would not allow you to harm anyone even if she is his Shanhaizong. Ridiculous. It's a very human game that I hate. A light flick of her longsword and the candle holder's own blade flies from his hands as his throat meets the edge of her blade. The whereabouts of Bufan or his life. No way. You can't. Hey. Don't hurt him. I'll tell you. She loves him. Wait a minute. Really? No way. Okay, now just lie to Ya. Just say the wrong place. Shanhaizong takes out an elaborate box from her pocket and opens it to reveal an ancient map within. She's from describing her pavilion. When did you... Sorry. Lord Zoa, I admit to the crime of deceiving you over and over again. Dare I ask you to trust me, and if a chance comes, let me be the good one and make amends? You mustn't. Oh. Ignoring the candleholder's futile attempt, Moi hands over the map over to Ya, the latter merely sweeping a glance at it before the parchment turns into ashes. Enough. I did what you wanted. You should leave. You fucking burnt? She handed it over, I guess, yeah, and then it instantly burned? You tricked me once and still hope for me to trust you? You shall come with me until I find Bufan. Ya raises her longsword but does not point at the tube, instead slicing a rift into the air. But just stand there and run. Moi is followed by the rift, leaving only withered autumn leaves all around Zola. What did you do? Stop. Where are you going? Think it beneath me to make another move on someone I have no business with? If you cherish your life, then leave. Zola silently picks up his blade from the floor and steps forward into a fighting stance. Countless times he has done this, against formidable foes he thought he could never defeat. So you have a death wish. As if merely following the proxy's murderous intent, a chilling autumnal breeze flows by, and sharp withered leaves cut tiny wounds on Zola. Because yeah, Ya is indeed a proxy as well, not actually like... But right after, he sees something he can hardly believe. The dead leaves turn into flowers and green, and the piercing autumn wind is gradually replaced by a gentle spring breeze. Who dares? Oh, them! I guess, yeah, all human forms are proxies. It's just indeed some of them, I guess, are more proxy, like, they're, like, bigger, instead of, you know, being multiple parts. Why do we always run into each other when a fight's about to start? This encounter is no different from the one 1,000 years ago. Our former foes are gone, as are our dear friends. To draw your blade for vengeance now, has it not a futile grasp at the past? They do not agree with Ya. You two. The proxy's loath to address her kin by the names humans gave them, yet she realizes, how else are they to call one another? Ya detests these names. Ho. Ju. So you were both alive all along. As you can see, we're no illusions or walking corpses, so yes. Also, I guess they popped that. I guess they decided to stop bothering Chen. What was that all about? They bothered Chen for like a small moment, gave her a couple little schizo moments, and then were like, I guess we had enough. This is no place for chit-chat. Can your hidden realm welcome us as guests? Whoa. I've seen this place before. I thought it and I were the last of our kind on this land. No, actually. Lifebone is also still around, just a little, you know, worse for wear. How have you survived these last 1,000 years? Why have you come here today? You want to stop us? Do you want me to stop as well? We don't intend to make things difficult for you. Are you aware just how much trouble you've added to our plates with your awakening and return to Yun? Since that day, I've been followed by hundreds of eyes, even when I'm just casually angling for some silverfin on the Dusk River. Staring at a decrepit shell. Those aren't sure experts at wasting time. Ruined mountains and streams, bodies weak and sick. That's all we are now, and you're no exception. Weak and sick. You have enough strength to leave another wound on it that will never heal. Is that the only thing you've gained from your long journey? After this millennium-long journey, all that remains in your head is wanting to settle the score between you two? Seriously, your smarts are not up to par. They're brain-mugging her. They're like, really? It's all you care about? Kinda cringe, my guy. Anger, humiliation, discontent, confusion. You came back on account of these and used them as excuses to lever your blade against your own kind. Humanity gave a name to this obsession born of anger. They call it vengeance. You proudly claim to be a firm and look upon human emotions with contempt. Yet you've changed. When did you become so obsessed with the boards and games humans play? When did your primordial beings pick up the rhetoric used by those crass pests? Fooling humans, hunting our own kind. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? When have we suffered such a betrayal? Vengeance? Boards? Games? There's a war between it and me that has yet to end. Land shorn of life, mountains split asunder, rivers choked with crimson. The war at the dawn of time is not worth my remembrance. Years ago, before you granted these insects your cunning, they had long embarked on the wrong path. Now look at you, taking on a form similar to theirs. Comical, ugly, broken, unbearable. Make me laugh. Says you're in the same form. Mugging her the marketplace of ideas. They're deriving humanity from base principles. And you, Hole. Ancient bestial hole, the nature of antiquity. You once floated between heaven and earth have too learned how to live like an ant. One can live as they wish in this realm. Rafting, swimming, fowl watching, fin catching. You're not me, so how would you understand the joy I derive from this land? Dude, this guy's kinda chill. Hole's chill. He's just like an old guy who wants to go fishing. You find joy in dragging your tail through the mud? Seasons change, life and death comes and go. Joy is but a speck, and sorrow the same. To me, these joys and sorrows are but floating weeds on the Dusk River. Where the wind blows, I go. If one day a fin beast devours me whole, I shall drift freely for 10,000 miles with the current. If a foul beast snatches me, I shall be lifted up into the highest heavens. Will you raise your weapon against the wind, a fin, a foul beast? To be used or cast aside as of the times. To act or to hide as of my own will. That is what Jew and I have come here to tell you. Continue your reckless act, and you shall only meet your end. A Fernwood's end. Of your shell no more as only ash and dust. Simply put, we pity you, our kin. Pity for your kin? The two of you only leave me with shame. Kin, you say? Two of you as primordial manifestations of nature and rules are groveling at my feet to surrender the ages? Puny, wilk, filthy lout. What grants you two rotting corpses the right to call yourselves my kin? She's so seething. I'll lose my body and end as only ash and dust. The destruction in your eyes is to me simply a return. A return. With the sleepless chaos, the indistinguishable dawn. So what if I'm reduced to nothing? So what if I'm consigned to eternal nothingness? This realm is but a coffin with no borders in sight. 1,000 years I have waited, and the only thing missing is a dark red pattern. Soaked, painted, lined, and carved. Breathtaking pattern made from its flesh and cries. You take this realm as a coffin. Is it then not a waste, preserving this vast realm when only death awaits you? I dwell within a leaf, but see an entire realm within. All things arise from the mind, and should stay free and unfettered. Is it this realm that confines you? Or is it your mind? The land trembles from its master's rage. The chill of the cold jade mountains grows even sharper from her raging fury. But the old man merely taps his long staff on the water's surface, and a plum blossom blooms on the river that has never melted. So you wish to face me in my own realm? Arrow is knocked. Yes, use your arrow, your staff, your pest-like forms to smash all that you see as coffins. And come with me in your sly disciples' stead and take a good look for yourselves. Witness how this 1,000-year-old feud shall finally end. Yell's figure vanishes into thin air, leaving only Ju and Hall on the frozen river. Ju? I see stopping the war is no longer possible. Are we really going to destroy this realm just preserved for so many years? Pity for your kin really struck a nerve with Ya, but isn't that why we've been trying to make her see the error of her ways? How can we drive the knife even deeper when she's already wallowing in self-abandonment? From now on, must we only watch from the sidelines as Wang's plot unfolds? We guided that last once. We saved that candle holder, even stood in for that precious disciple of yours. We've done our part for Wang. He probably knows we can't stop Ya, which is why he even let us involve ourselves in this troublesome affair in the first place. He really is like it, only he has a bit more humanity. What's done is done. Let's just rest on this river and partake in the scenery from a millennium ago. Time's running out for it as well. Well, they have someone who can, get to Sui. Also, I guess, saved Moi and... Yo. Wait, I'm back? You're alive too. Where's Ya? I saw an old man and a person covered with machinery. They stopped Ya, then they all vanished. Someone covered in metal? Don't tell me. Damn it, I was so close. I'm the only one who hasn't seen him. True. Forget it. Since he's already here, I'm sure I'll get another chance to meet him when this is all done with. Well, I guess you just have to, go to Rhodes Island. I'm sure money people would be happy if you go to Rhodes Island. Thanks for saving me earlier. Saving you? Without my convincing performance, she would have thought my actual intel was fake, right? Wouldn't that be a real shame? What? What are you planning? Divulge the location of Bufan to that proxy? You keep asking me what the mission... You keep asking me what mission the old Tansha gave me, right? Man, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Maybe when you become that Sui regulator supervisor, whatchamacallit. I wanna know! What was that? From far away, a bugle horn sounds, sending Moi in a frantic search for its source, but to Zola, couldn't be more familiar. That's Human's call to march. Human is preparing for an assault on the tomb of Sui. So soon? Bestiary hasn't woken up, right? The Bestiary has yet to wake, the city is in chaos, and the Sui regulator still hasn't fulfilled its duties. How could they possibly issue the order to attack the tomb right now? Something must have happened inside Human, I should... Well then, get going. I have to take that token to the tomb of Sui. After a moment's silence, Zola speaks with hesitation. Can I trust you? Just shut up and leave it to me. Since you saved my life earlier. How convenient. Stay safe. And he jumps off. I guess his insides weren't completely pulverized. The day of the full moon. Baizhou outskirts near the tomb of Sui. An old man stands alone amidst dry grass and withered poplars, silently staring at where the barrens end in the direction of Baizhou's urban core. That's not an old man. It's been so cold this autumn. What are you out here alone on a day this cold? There's the old man. Waiting for someone. Oh, have you eaten? Here, I have a bag of buns with me. Fill your belly a little. We can eat once everyone's here. Gonna wait for more, then I better prepare a proper meal. Buns won't do. You think they'll come back? What do you think? Of course I think they will. No, we rarely come together. We always argue whenever we do meet. We don't share the same hobbies and have conflicting personalities. It's times like these that I believe our hearts are all as one. Though even if everyone comes back, can we even... Also, I mean, Fang is apparently also still just, who knows where. So... Look, you might be however many years old, but still not an old man. Look at him. He does not have old man energy. That's the important part. I'll wait with you then. It's so funny how this is, this is supposed to be like, oh, all the Suiblings gather for a family gathering finally and to get rid of Sui. But like, they're not all here? Unless we just see, like, unless it's like, oh yeah, Fang quickly came around, don't even see her. Or them. Do we even know it's a brother or a sister? Capping the Sui. What? Capping? Like, pop a cap in that ass? And yeah, we did get the medal. Slash marker me. EA10. Fancy little boss icon. Fang is dude. And I get, well, I mean, obviously we still have more Suis. Well, first of all, we have obviously a lot more Suis to possibly become playable. Those are still many. But indeed, even for like design-wise, we're still like, oh, we still don't know what Fang looks like even that. So it's like, when do we see Fang? Like, where the fuck has this guy been? Fang's place is getting replaced by Su. No! The estranged brother hasn't been seen in fucking decades. The newest, youngest adopted sibling or whatever takes over. How could this be? Okay, indeed, TA10. Capping the Sui, the rain fell upon the battlefield for 3 days. Heaven's plaint as the board at last grows clear. Indeed, plaint. Now we obviously have a boss, but obviously, yeah, we do actually use our own team still. Alright, was Fang doctor? Okay. Okay, so yeah, Fang is just like a traveling doctor. I guess. Busy losing sleep. Clapping the Sui. The sand blots out the sun. Zolo crouches within human shadow, looking out at the wind aegis. The sand sluices. The distinct silhouette of the cannons. I gave up. The entire city slowly rumbles towards the tomb of Sui. Human really did receive marching orders. But how does Majesty order an attack on Sui before it is awakened? Because it wasn't His fucking Majesty. After this moment of hesitation, Human is almost right on top of the crouching candle holder. Soon there will be no more room for him to move forward. There are only the city walls jutting up perpendicularly from the ground. Just jump up. You have good legs. You wish to leave with the sand sluices? Have you perfected your Qinggong yet? Not to mention once you head out. Never mind. You will see for yourself. Don't think that your fall will excuse you from punishment. It would be one thing if you caused this trouble on your own, but you dragged Qingping into it. Generally, it was just because Zola... Do not make excuses for him. You should have thought how to come back up before he jumped down. All that bravery, but all he knows is how to fight, how to make others nearly die of worry. Back to your place, and once your wounds have healed somewhat, come and receive your punishment. He knows how to get back up. The city walls are only 10-some meters away from Zola. And so he takes a great leap forward. The Qinggong others praise him for so much for is now the only thing he can rely on. He's really... Though the sand sluices have not started up, the wind aegis has been fully erected. Its smooth walls nearly impossible to find purchase on. A single slip would mean a horrible death. Halfway up, and there are still battlements he can use to support himself, but to go further would be as strapping a thousands of caddies to himself. Faster. He's just running up a wall. This shit drives me up the wall. As he passes through the yellow sand, the young man sees the figures of soldiers manning the walls. Many of them seem to have already forgotten just how long they have stood atop these ramparts. However, with the sudden blast of a horn, they have now been tasked with spending the rest of their lives on this new hunt. Yeah, not very long lives, huh? Faster. The higher he climbs, the clearer his thinking becomes, the steadier his steps. Even so, the final stretch of the walls is no stroll down a garden path. Wonder if they'll have a different English name because we have Fang Fang. Well, no, it's just, well, even in here, it's written with Fang with a thingy on top of the A. So, it's already different. It's not Fang, it's Fang. Wall jumping. Right, left, right, jumping between two doors. Yeah, they're doing wall jumps. So 15 kilometers from the tomb. Can't say anything about Sui's movements from here. See no news from the Sui regulator. The Harps really give the order to open fire? No, I would never. Yes, understood. Ominous Zuala. Wordplay with the moon stuff. Name of the period the moon takes to complete a cycle phase is called Showanga. That Bucky meme. I would not know that Bucky meme. Sorry about that. My apologies. Who could this mysterious being be? We can't see their face. Don't move. Help, there's a spot. Say as long evacuated, shout all you like. How'd you know? What are you up to? I'm an Imperial Envoy. I've come to investigate why Human is taking action without permission. An Imperial Envoy? Did they already come by earlier? Think you could pretend to be one of them while sneaking around? Already came by earlier? Of course I'm an envoy of the court. Don't recognize these clothes? Be shit you are. They're not like the clothes they were. They had proper court mandarin uniforms on. The Ministry of War. Thank God this soldier just, you know, divulged the information. How do you know that? Not long after the Ministry of War's envoys came to Human, the order to deploy was passed down, correct? As General Zhou made a public appearance since then. Before any great battle, he would always personally beat the watchtower drum to inspire morale. Are you really from the court? Of course I am. This marching order did seem really strange, but if it wasn't General Zhou, then who could have issued them? I see. I've already untied your wrists. Returning to the tower, and I will most likely raise suspicion, so I suggest you wait here a while. Goodbye. The soldier rubs his eyes with his numb hands, wondering why the young man leaping away with his Shingon seemed somewhat familiar. Somewhat familiar. Vaguely. Hi, Dad. Father? Zola, how did you get into the city? Climbed up through the sand sluices. No, that's not important right now. I'm just glad you're safe. Where are the men from the Ministry of War, Father? Why are you trying to find them? Orders to march upon the tomb of Sui and fire at it. If they were not your orders, then they must be theirs, correct? Otherwise, why would you be here alone, like you're under house arrest? Silence. Do not presume to comment on military affairs. Father, the Grand Commandant is doing all this because he has decided to overstep his majesty. He's vainly trying to fire on the tomb to start a war. The Grand Commandant has formed a cabal and will sit and watch as Bai Zhao is overrun by scriptgeist in collusion with the supervisor of the Sui regulator. Not only that, but he tried to seize the proxy's artifact within the Skymer Pavilion, also forced Chief Executive Wei of Lungmen to attack Sui using some secret technique. None of those plans worked, which is why he commanded Human to fire upon the tomb. His Majesty never gave such an order. The ones given to Human to move and fire are false. Do not be deceived, Father. Did he do all these things to wage war upon Sui? Surely you believe me, Father. Yes, how could I not? I mean, I feel like he had an inkling that, like, this is a little suspicious, you know? Like, he didn't get confirmation that the order came from His Majesty, right? Like, it was like, oh, there's the Commandant, right? I feel like he was suspicious already. And just didn't, you know. But know this, the tomb lies in front of Human and Bai Zhao behind it. No matter what orders are given, the city must not fall into disarray. Those above want to advance, those below want to observe. When these two forces clash, there is called panic in the city. If Sui truly were to awaken, the soldiers of Human will be decimated. But these soldiers, do they know they fight for the Grand Commandant's false orders and not the will of Yun? For a march, the general usually pounds the drum atop the walls to inspire morale. Have you done so, General Zhou? Without this encouragement from the commander, the men's spirits have not been lifted. On the contrary, they're confused. Are they truly braving Sui's claws to protect Bai Zhao? Or are they the inevitable first sacrifice at the altar for the belligerent Yun the Grand Commandant envisions? Zola! Father, you're not the only General Zhou of Human, and also the Lord Exorcist of Yun. You are not only General Zhou of Human, and also the Lord Exorcist of Yun. We just received reports of a suspicious individual infiltrating Human. It appears he stole into your residence. Stole into your residence. It's a funny way to put it. What crime should your son be charged for his trespass into military fortifications, General Zhou? Just as Zhou Shunla is about to open his mouth to reply, Zola steps forward, drawing the swords at his waist halfway. I assume you heard all I said earlier, sir. Considering you can still say such things after that, you must be in league with the Grand Commandant. Talking nonsense, you insolent child. Are you going to turn a blind eye to your son's disrespect, General Zhou? Sorry, sir, you have a full NPC design. Sure, I truly must wonder, why is the Grand Commandant so eager to wage war against Sui? Still questioning your orders even now, General? With terror and such turmoil, the entirety of the court unanimously passed at 28 policies, but outside those 28, there were 2 more hidden policies. The first of which is that the Sui menace must be eliminated. If we do not eliminate it now, surely you don't mean to wait until our enemies from abroad are at the gates. I should tell you the truth, General. It is not only the great Grand Commandant who supports this policy, more than half the court mandarins do as well. And what does the Grand Tutor say? What does His Majesty say? It is not your place to ask. It is also a question I have been aiming to ask, sir. Besides the Grand Commandant and the Ministry of War, the mandarins of the 6 ministries and His Majesty. Do they know all the facts? Have they agreed to all this? These are not matters you should concern yourself with, Zuo. You are merely a general. But they do not know. Yeah, like if you're refusing to say that they know, they clearly fucking don't. Soldiers must heed orders and human cannot be allowed to fall into chaos. Thus, I am willing to be patient and watch as you replace me before battle is met. But if what comes next is an age of strife, would your actions not be drawing Yun into panic, creating new conflict within? I may be a military man, but I'm also Lord Exorcist of Yun. Forgive me, but I cannot receive such arbitrary orders. What was the Lord Exorcist again? What was that role? What do they do? You put your own head on the chopping block. Guards, arrest this man. Shrug. Oh, big man. It seems you really are all preparing to revolt. Who goes there? Get paid more. I'm Taye, monitor censor of the Department of Discipline and Supervision. I happen to be here for rest and recuperation, and I must say, I did not expect to find the Ministry of War acting without authorization, causing unrest within human. You need not mind me, I will not interfere in your affairs. I'm on vacation. Head of Ministry of Rights, is it? Oh, maybe. Whatever Ministry of Rights, you know, does. There's so many ministries, man, and weird names and everything. It's like, huh? The what now? What do they do? Some of them are like fairly obvious, but some of them are like, huh? But as long as I leave this room alive, do not believe the events that have taken place today can be treated like they never happened. The Ministry of War's envoy and his men freeze in place. Enough. Here and now I am still the Warden of Human. If the Grand Commandant wishes to court-martial me after the matter, then whether I am to be sacked, exiled, or otherwise, I will submit. But as for now, out of my way. I must go see my men. Zola fully draws his sword, shielding his father as the 2 of them walk out of the room. The so-called envoys are now in detention, Father. Good. Next. Grave news, General. The city's communication systems, they've been severed. What? Seems the ministry men picked up where the wind was blowing before they barged into the meeting rooms where they performed sabotage. We're relying on runners right now. These fucking guys. Truly is Ministry of War, Cox, yes. The mobility layer still works fine with their artillery emplacements all across human, and the order's already been passed down. The orders the men receive keep changing. Begin repairs immediately and do everything you can to stop the cannons from firing. Yes, sir. Quickly. Taye, relay my orders to the mobility layer. It shall be done. He's now employed by... Zolo, I shall entrust emplacements within the deepest regions of the city to you. Yes, sir. One more thing. You've done well today. Recognition for son. Oh yeah, we gotta get to the tomb before the fight can start. Damn these monsters, there's no end to them. Can't hold out much longer. Another 24 hours pass, and the fighting continues at the defensive line against the Geists in Baizal. The strained Geists are like an endless tide, wave after wave, crashing against their defenses. Though they may be cut down, they always reappear, stronger than before. There's no doubt, the force the defenders face now are the God Hunters of days long past. Just keep your chins up, battle's not yet over. There's no time to admit defeat. Sword in her hand is bent, her armor slowly but steadily getting covered in a mass of scars. Get a new sword. His Majesty decrees. All soldiers, whether patrol battalion, Yulin Guard, or otherwise, are to gradually withdraw from Baizal's core plate, join the troops stationed outside the city, and pull back defenses to a 10-kilometer perimeter around Baizal. Pull back our defenses? It's ridiculous. The Forbidden City is right behind us. Tell me His Majesty prepared to abandon even the core plate. I double-checked. Those really are His Majesty's orders. Your Majesty, where are you right now? He's going to the funny rock. After 40 years, he steps into the secret chamber once more. He still remembers the emotions he felt the first time he set foot in here. Remorse, confusion, resentment, terror. 40 years has been long enough to smooth them away. Long enough to grind away at all feeling, aside from the one known as helplessness. 40 years passed in a flash. Ominous rock. If you are still unwilling to bow your head to Yan, then I alone shall bear your 1,000 years of rage. The sin of disloyalty, I shall also stamp out alone. This millennium of grudges and grievances shall end here. From now on, Yan will begin a new chapter in its history. Why wait for heaven to bless the nation? It is only the triumph of man over nature. This is a reference to how religion is not really a thing in China because it was removed. The true Lung looks towards the blazing radiance before him, as if he can see a pair of giant ancient eyes burning with a great fury. All he waits for is a signal that Sui has fully awakened before he martyrs himself. Actually, I do wonder if he will actually end up getting martyred or not. The heart-pounding golden light has nearly faded away. All that remains is an afterglow that falls into Wang's palm. Within that very instant, a flood of jumbled, shattered memories flows past his eyes. With all his might, he reaches in to grab a hold of a fragment, a splinter, anything with a trace of her. For 120 years, she has never appeared in his dreams. Finally, he grasps onto something that survived. A record of a game. Not some legendary game handed down the ages, but rather a casual game between brother and sister as they chatted. He flips the record over, wanted to see what was written in that message she left behind that is missing from his memory. He finally reads it. You're a pessimistic one, brother. I was thinking that the heart of humanity is unknowable, an unending flow of evil. Only through careful calculation and reasoning can it be understood. I beg to differ. I believe humanity to be fundamentally good, evil deeds merely a covering of the heart. Thus, I believe there's no need to attempt to decipher it. Simply read the history books and learn the ways of the world, and you shall understand through analogy. You knew I was lazing about, brother, which is why you came to give me a board written atop your board. Even before you placed your first stone with that blatant scowl on your face, I knew you had come to poke fun at me. Both interpretation and analogy are fine. These split paths shall meet again, at a summary of the human heart. Of our family, only you and I walk this self-defeating road, always wanting to know the hearts of men. Perhaps when we both obtain the same answer. The letter stops here. The Wei Chi player stares at the exquisite handwriting for a long time, seemingly forgetting the life and death struggle he's currently locked in. Split paths shall meet again. Just like in time. Like in the stages. Split paths. She's long gone. But to meet again, the game nears its end. Oh, didn't fart yet. How amusing. She was the first of you to raise the flag of rebellion against me. I must admit, of these past 1,000 years, I truly did fear her growing power, even if only for a moment. But her plan was defeated by her lack of cunning, defeated by the unknowable heart of humanity. What is even more preposterous is that she chose to give you a chance to live. She's never once been defeated. Through her own force of will, she bought the rest of us the chance to live. Because she believed that after her death, we would be able to surpass you. How pitiful. Are you actually feeling regret? You came to do battle with me, so determined to die, but you could not even triumph over your own weakness. Do you care for her? Yes, I care for her. I once thought I did not. I thought the outcome of our battle should be the only thing I cared for. Until I learned something later on. The hearts of men, you, a wild beast, will never understand. And so, you are doomed to pay the price. The price. The yearner. Enough! For this to be your final struggle. It's the result of all your careful planning and preparation for 100 years. This amusement that you now present to me. Things will not end any different from last time. The only difference is that now you are even weaker than before. Or do you mean to say that with her choice, killing me will be akin to killing her, which is why I have not the will to make even a single move? Pitiful, pathetic, laughable. But no matter. None of it matters. We can wait here. There's time to wait. Just see which of your so-called siblings shall come charging in to die in your stead this time. All of them! The haggard Wei Chi player slowly rises from in front of the board, only a few black stones left within his bowl. His movements were slow and stiff, so stiff as to seem like he had been sat there, withering away for the last 120 years. As you lay there, half asleep, half awake, you turned the void within your body into a puppet, causing all sorts of trouble these past few centuries. You decided that puppet should walk in the dark while we walked in the light, and so at first he tottered as he learned to walk, then he secluded himself to gather his strength, and finally he ran amok. But you forgot. When all is said and done, there's only one of him. If I had stormed in alone to that game 120 years ago, having forgotten how wide the board is, and how suffused it was of your might, then this time, it is his turn to have too much to do. He must cover all of Yund, and even lands beyond, dealing with black stone after black stone. This time, will you still be able to see through my stratagem? You tore yourself into 181 pieces, nearly driving yourself to madness, and you believe this would be enough to fool me? What of it? What of it? A gravely wounded Firmwood, forced to sleep and recuperate, having to play a game with humanity while its thoughts are trapped in unending nightmare. Such depletion will cut away at the root of your life. Also, we've lobotomized you. With inception techniques. While your bluff and bluster cannot hide it from me, you're growing weak. And what of it? All you've done is walk the same road the first to leave me walked, doing all you can to delay my awakening. All you've done is walk the same road the first to leave me walked, okay. Do you truly believe you are awake? By killing me in every memory, every fantasy, will you be able to throw off the shackles of dream? Flashback. How could the clash between he and it be limited to these confrontations? Countless possibilities, countless imaginings, countless conclusions. Even more things that have transcended cause and effect gently fall through the tomb of Sui like snow. The proxy looks through each and every snowflake, seeing a game that leads to his death in all of them. Enough. Oh, the peace. Finally. You finally wish to put down that ridiculous game and bear steel against me? Yes, good. This shall be my last bit of sport before I awake. Ah! Spooky white man. Finally. The one who chose white, my reflection in the mirror, its nightmare. How difficult it is to meet with you. This was all according to plan! And she can't be this serious. Sui head on execution wood stump. What are you gonna do, huh? Kill me? Quote from Man Killed. It's time to draw blades. Oh, hi Yi. Suddenly you're here. Suppression pillars, interlocking device jointly built by the Chanshi boroughs and the Sui regulator. Active in the north, south, east, and west regions, then defeat all enemies within each region, thereby weakening the abilities of the different parts of Sui. Oh, I think the trim for this is to only weaken... or to leave 2 of them alone, I think. Keep it on the time limit. When the countdown ends, Sui will break through the seal and join the battle. If you're prepared, you can activate the central suppression pillar, moving the seal so you can face Sui. When the seal is broken, all deployed operators will be forcibly retreated and the redeployment time reset. Oh, okay, reset though. Activate middle one only. This is extremely powerful, so you must use the suppression pillars to weaken it first. Do we though? Does it tell me what they do? Move west of the map. Weakens left claw of Sui if all enemies in the area defeated, lowering Sui's res, and left claw of Sui will no longer use Hidden Moon. Head of Sui if all enemies in the area defeated, lowering Sui's attack and reducing the range of Head of Sui's Wrath of Eons. Right claw of Sui if all enemies are defeated, lowering Sui's death, and right claw of Sui will no longer use Shrouded Sun. Lowering Sui's HP and reducing the range of Tail of Sui's order. Overturn. I'm somewhat interested to literally just do it, you know. Also, you start at like 90 DP, huh? How hard could it be? Hi! Final god felled by Yan has risen again. It raises its head and sees time immemorial from beginning to end, but it has never truly dwelled in the land. Big guy! Hi, big guy! Huge guy, even. Oh man, S3 on Chen probably would have been way better here, actually. How bad could it be? I'm guessing there's gonna spawn enemies as well, and I guess it's just one shared HP bar. You can but you can do damage to any part, presumably. Okay, so there's enemies. I was like, where are the enemies? Zola, you wanna just go first? Ow. Sui's anger ignited by the head of Sui's Wrath of Ian, dealing heavy arch damage to its surroundings. Okay, I guess it explodes. Well, I was gonna click on it. I was just a little slow. Exploded. No, hello, big boom. How long do you charge that for, huh? Ah, I'm assuming that's probably not great to be next to. Okay, well yeah, the head has a lot of range, huh? Uh-oh. That's probably gonna hurt, by my guess. Yes, in fact, it did hurt. Shocking. Alright, do these things just explode? Oh no, okay, no, I guess they just do arch damage. Jesus Christ, she almost died already. Okay, that's also a lot of health on this guy. That's a lot of health on this guy. Big stab, stab, stab. Very angry stabbings. Oh, there's also... I didn't even notice that there's one over here as well. Okay. Might be a little. The Lord team might be a little. Maybe it's a little tough. Without. Why do you have? It costs 36. Oh, I don't have a mastery. I went like way. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage very quickly. Guys, it's not going great. I'm not gonna lie. I could be doing better right now. Okay, maybe we actually weaken it a little bit, huh? Maybe we weaken it a little bit, huh? Maybe we at least get it like HP and attack down. And yeah, S3 is way better on this one. Where is she? There you are. S3 gaming. Also, I mean, there's kind of like a... You can bottleneck. You can just bottleneck in the middle. All the enemies seem to cross through the middle. Yeah, I know. Now I'm aware. Yeah, because you have just a time limit. Oh, it takes you to an actual dead-ass whole map. Oh. Actually takes you to a whole-ass map. It's fucking... It's fucking... No, I missed! Heck. Okay, fine. I'll just let you get blocked. Never mind, you have to get stunned. Oh, I'll move to your next one. She's been left over! No! Chen, no! Okay, there she is. Chen go. Ooh! These guys! What the heck? I guess I'll actually, have them use up their Actually have them use up their charges, I guess. Wouldn't want to get into trouble. Oh, that's a lot of fucking guys. Ow. Explode. No, they can't kill Shu. Why did I hear a leak sound? Oh wait, Sui can kill the enemies? I didn't realize he could friendly fire. I guess we'll try with 2 so we can get the trim. Now how do we... Chongus? Would you like to just do your Chongusing? Just go off Chongus. No, actually put in Chen Chen. Who... Oh right, because they've been deployed once now. I should have waited to get my DP. I could have just waited to get DP. I guess she actually can be back here. Okay, the fire breath is friendly fire. Oh. Okay, yeah, S3 gets to bounce around a whole bunch. Healing, please. Ah! I killed my healer. I guess we have... Do you have a range? What is your range? Okay, I couldn't see the range. Cause... Ah! Ow! Heck. Okay, yeah. Okay, they do indeed just die to it, huh? That's funny. If they hit the instant they hit it, obviously they do explode and do damage, but yeah, the instant they hit it, they do just kind of explode, huh? It's a little funny. Shu is gonna die. She somehow didn't. Alright, she has a healing thing. Would you like? I don't have my fire. My fire! My fire! How could this be? My fire gaming. I got way too much to block. Ah no, my leakers. And I should have indeed also waited on some stuff. Okay, at least we dealt with this side. Oh, and I guess we're also doing some damage. Oh, well. I wasn't clicking on him. Wasn't clicking on him. Well, the funny thing, of course, is with the fire is like... having the fire, like, actually... be there at the correct time. Really just called capping the suit. At least now, okay, never mind. No, it does give me that. But this time I can indeed. I can wait to. Get a quick bozo. Get removed bozo. Sir, you need to remove only 2 of them for trimmed metal. And I thought it would be better to, go lower health. We did almost, actually, we were kind of close to at least getting the 1 HP bar off. I don't know if that's all the HP bars, but also possibly a more active healing on her, like, instead of S1.
春風が雨と化す時節ね。
混乱した状況。
生命は晴れがよし。
Like Christ, did they actually just, does he actually not get to charge up? Or
数に
fail?
足りない速度。9年の世を打ち破ることはできます。
強い草。
心得者どもめ。
心を手加減はできない。ごめん。
これよりあなたの
心地より草が
Nope.
荒れ地は送電となる。
Well, now we work for some DP. So we can actually, deploy everything that we want to. Now we can go. Because we also, obviously, we get to, actually dictate order fully.
救援準備を始めます。
あらゆる悪をここで止める。
戦場って警戒態勢を取ってください。前方に動きあり。
Put someone extra in front.
この剣の地
Do this, do damage.
立つに当たりすなわち立つ。
どれほど小さな変化であっても見逃しません。
She could be on S1, I guess. I guess maybe we'll have the whatever
こ
instead.
れより執事の番に縁。大征伐にて天下の安寧を
Yeah,
保つ。
sure, hit him. He likes to get hits. I guess it also just, hits a bunch of stuff.
心地より
Oh yeah, because it does actually do burn.
止まってください。あいにくとこの道は通行止めです。
Wow, okay, he did not survive. Well, I guess he doesn't get healing. So
この剣の力
we
を
actually
恐れ
might,
る必要はな
I
い。
guess we might save this
こ
for a
の
little
剣
bit
の力を
for
恐
the
れる必要はない。
next round of guys. They were minorly annoying. Inconvenient, even one might say.
チェーンソーのうなり声が聞こえる。
Because there was no fire burn to get rid of them. Never mind, we're getting a new one. Never mind, we got a new one. Why did we not get a new one last time?
生まれ変わりなさい。
It was just a different spot of the fight. No, why would you target the small healer woman? Can I actually make you target something else?
この絶唱。
生命は晴れがよし。国は
Yes, in
雨がよ
fact.
し。
Like, just barely on time.
抜刀する理由は
Okay, now the fire burst did come, where we have like
立
a
つ
bunch
に
of
当たり
guys.
すなわち立つ。
私が振りまく地で大盛り上がり間違いなし。
Get baited again.
目の届く限り報われます。
Oh, wait. Oh, right, because those like goes like across or whatever. Okay, well, okay, never mind. Yeah, because this is targeting. Like they like swipe across like this. Right. There's multiple of them. They do a little cross swipe shenanigan. Well, we didn't die last time, so as long as they don't overlap too much, then
白露に鉱山で植
we're
え、
apparently
周
chill.
辺に平原で植える。
Oh, Blaze. He's trying to do damage.
抜刀する理由
But there's too many enemies.
分裂の基準
Oh no, we might have to block
立
this
つる
one.
に当たりすなわち立つ。
Never mind, she can't
高温
hit
気体力学はめちゃむずなん
the
だ。
head? Oh, is the head like considered air?
あなたの言葉が軍令となります。
実際の戦場であれば
Oh no, I just can't hit the head at all right now. Interesting. What about the tail? I can't hit the tail.
風景のなんと美しいことよ。戦場となったことが
She should be hitting air though, so why is she not attacking?
抜刀する理由ははっきり。
たまに敬なりをなさず、い思いにあらず、修行し直してこい。
Oh, it is okay. It's broken. Ah, okay. So there is like a okay. That's interesting. There is like a
剣は小中にある
the mechanic of a part breaks,
変わらず無駄よりなのだが。
so you have to do
階
like
級の浄化も強国を削除すれば官庁倫理たり唯子
啓発すれば校長落ちるがごと
yeah.
く。
Okay, Chen is indeed not doing that.
清様啓発すれば校長落ちるがごとく。
Okay, I guess for
砂に沈みて相思未だ
okay now the spear is also gone in some form.
行くぞ
Cengus, go do your thing.
階級戦場に積もる恨みはいつか散らん
I guess we did
た
some
まに
damage.
は勝ちさ問題解決だ変わらず
はい
頼りなのだが
Ah, right, okay, right. Losing cutscene. What the hell? Okay, yeah, okay, that was funny that there was like an actual broken thingy. In phase 2 with board wipe. Yeah, that is a cool little boss fight map. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Getting to like actually affect the boss like that. And also the fact that the boss indeed has like multiple parts. And like you can only do a certain amount of damage to one part. Pathetic, just as I expected. Exact same ending once again. We're not bad entertainment by my standards. But let us end it here. I must also thank you for this grand gift you have given me. With your strength, I shall be able to fully awaken and devour the power of you 12 whole. The strength you have gathered over the past 1,000 years shall be my nutrients. I shall become far, far stronger than I was 1,000 years ago. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Have you considered not looking so evil? Like... I shall become a true god. I shall rule over this land. Need all those weak insects in breaking through the curtains, separating us from the stars, stepping over the ultimate darkness. He knows about the curtain! This is not maybe completely out of the question, then indeed they would be aware, or at least some of the Pheromones would be aware. With your combined strength, I shall see and obtain that future. And you, as a part of me, may use my eyes to see it. Foolish dreamer. I resist. It will be like that consciousness you call a younger sister, returning to where you should be. Return to the primal chaos you came from. The dream you 12 have been stubbornly chasing after all shall be realized within that chaos. No need for hellish preparations, no need for wasteful schemes, no need for fragile freedom. You will be me, you will be us. A great illogical terror intrudes upon the proxy's mind. His heartbeat quickens as cold sweat drips down his brow. His body dearly wishes to leap away, but he cannot even swivel his eyeballs. A blessing. Split consciousnesses returning to the whole would be the cruelest of blessings. Abandon your desire for hardship, abandon your worthless obsessions, abandon those duties you bear, abandon those clumsy emotions you learn from wretched humanity. Abandon that which consumes you, embrace that which nourishes you. Suffering must be eliminated. You should become a keepsake within my great consciousness, a futile yet respectable memento of the past. Suffering eliminated? Pain seeps down from his skin into his marrow. Terror spreads across his body from his backbone. What the proxy can see slowly begins to blur. Close your eyes. Yes, close them. You do not need your own, for my eyes are your eyes. No need to hesitate. Have you not thought this from the very beginning? The mortal realm does not seem as interesting as your siblings said it was. He's trying to gaslight him. Why is this rebellious heart of yours so hard to tame? No matter, simply yet another tangled consciousness to slowly digest. From this 1,000-year-long dream, I shall finally awaken. No. No! It thought it had crushed that shard of consciousness, but it does not sense its scattered strength from 120 years ago flow back into its body. What does this mean? Why am I still in the dream? Get the dream, the bozo? Oh, I was just gonna... It's Ling! It's all of them. The poet lifts the wine cup in her hand, but not to offer it to the heavens, but rather to pour it upon the ground. The wine falls, splashing across the yellow soil, becoming a drifting cloud of dust. I guess it's just Ling and Jun. Near a winter and a summer since we parted in Changshu. Ever since I had no time to dream of you, for in the lands of man are many things worth dreaming of more. As for you, ha! Using dream, using imagination, using things yet to pass to prevail, verily, you and he are evenly matched, on par with one another. But I seem to see, amidst your bout, many of my tales emplaced. Who could see a gulper of cups become now a sorrowful drunk? She said the line. The poems of others are fine, but at such a juncture their style shall not do. I shall help you change a line. How about, after rain's end, petal falls beyond count, in wine's embrace, thy freedom is found? What say you, sister dearest? The words of others are fine indeed, and its flow is pleasing, but when you are the one chanting it, it flows far too free, as if you're uninvolved. You, me, Jie, thus, consensus has always been out of our reach. Then why not have it be your turn to sing a song for the me that we share? How about it? Who said no? Jun. No. Still unwilling to break your vow? Jie still has not returned. However, I shall play for you. The bloody battlefield is flooded by a peaceful stream. The ripples upon the water quiver, becoming a pair of giant eyes. Even from within the water, those eyes stare at everything around it. Fierce, pained, near crazed eyes. Yet even so, the musician lightly plucks her strings. Ah, this tune. It seems that rather than being unfond of wine, dear Jin, you are simply... In the middle of the river, the poet toasts alongside the tune, her cheeks flushed red. She does not chant to match the tune, but with a bright, clear voice, yet even so, it is in perfect harmony with the tranquil music. The stars in the sky spin along to the poet and the musician, blending together into a pool of sweet water. From that water appears wine, some bitter, some fragrant. Even those great eyes begin to show signs of intoxication. First they lobotomized it, and now they're making it drunk. I invite you to share one last cup of wine. At some point, the ones that started off high and steep gradually deepen, going from mere inaudible to an inescapable bass, lingering within the water. Or bass, not bass. Well, it could be a bass. They're in the water. It could be a fish. As for the simple sounds of the instrument, no longer are they quiet and mellow. It is as if only a tenth of the strings were silk, the rest 3 parts longing, 3 parts grief, and 3 parts determination. But in contrast, the poet's recitation grows lighter, higher, as if a whisper, as if a consolation, as if a torrent of rain, flicking it away with only to serve to wet your clothes. Now this is some esoteric stuff. One low, one high, one disciplined, one unrestrained. The woman's voice merges with the voice of the instrument, weaving a dream fit to entomb a firmament. I invite you to share one last cup of wine. For beyond the western past there are no more of mine. Get the dream, bozo? You thought I was just a drunkard? No. You dare use such tricks against me? The furious Ferm would lift its head, attempting to discern the source of the sound, but to no avail. Its giant bloodshot eyes first flick towards the proxy, still shackled to the ground. After a moment of quiet, it finally realizes that this dream will not be so easy to break free from. It doesn't care if this is the last of the power of the proxy that is here, or interference from proxies far away. Those great eyes staring at the outside world catch the dream that Ling and Jun weave, as they watch back. Within that confrontation that never happened, its actions, its moves, its weak points, even its psyche, they have seen it all, he has seen it all. Such base deception, such pointless struggles. Before I have my vengeance on Yun, I should kill you all first, one by one. You will not have the chance. From now on, there's only our vengeance against you. Absurd, ridiculous. Your so-called sisters may have deceived me with dreams and cracked open your shackles, but do you not feel how weak your body is, unfettered though it may be? This time I shall crush you and your miserable schemes. In that instant of fear and anger, its enormous body, as great as a mountain, shifts a fraction of an inch. The entire room begins to shatter into rubble. Great structure that suppressed Sui gradually crumbles and collapses. Oh. I know, they do be... Ling was indeed doing, dream weaving. That was supposed to be part of our counters. I'm not 100% exactly in what form it took here, but... Save me, save me! Sorry, sir, you're a Geist. They're back. Those monsters from 100 years ago, they're back. Don't panic, don't panic. Form an orderly line and walk cautiously. Hello, Mr. Pooh. Why aren't you listening to me? Oh, what to do. Mr. Pooh, why are there still so many townsfolk who have not evacuated yet? There goes people. There's still many Geists here. Stay your hand, Cheshire. They're not Geists born from the turmoil in the tomb, but rather the original townsfolk. They're students of the school? They're my students, yes. Can't bear to see them lose their lives here, so I beg you to lend me your aid. Dotanshi is still guarding the mountain pass. I'm afraid I cannot protect them all on my own. I shall do my best to hold back the rebellious Geists. Yun Qingping, help Mr. Pooh in guiding everyone away. Surely you don't mean to do it alone, Deputy Minister Lin. Oh, hello. Would you like to help as well? It's long past the garden's closing hours. Why are there still so many tourists here? Mr. Yi? You still remember me? And here I was, worried you would forget me. What with you running circles about my garden? No need for further chatter. You're all lovers of things, which makes us kindred spirits. Lovers of things. Are you calling us material? What the hell? You two help this elderly gentleman see everyone out. I can deal with things here myself. I know your proxies have extraordinary abilities, Mr. Yu, but these are extraordinary times. I ask that you take care. No need to worry. If I cannot subdue even these apparitions, then I'm not fit to be the master of the Garden of Grotesqueries. If I may, by the way, a request for my humble record-keeping friend. Though you have come from afar, I regret to say I have no time to be a proper host. If you ever have some spare time in the future, ask that you come again. But if fate is against us, you're the last visitor to my garden. I would like you to preserve its sights with your brush and ink. I shall do my utmost. Please stay safe, sir. Smiles and nods. He does like doing that. He's a smile and nod kind of guy. He's just fucking blasting shit. My, the shaking is far too strong. Is all of this resentment? And only a fraction of this millennium of hatred and rage is spilled out here, and still it has such strength. Then imagine what exactly Wang is confronting down there. Even having come to this point, it's still not yet awake, which means our designs with the garden are still in effect. It is a shame, though, for the structures within the tomb are almost completely destroyed. But I'll have to put a bit more effort into suppressing it, then. You really know how to cause quite the stir, Wang. These Geists are, in the end, formed from your fury. I have no desire to entertain such vulgar creations, nor am I interested in collecting them. All I can say is that they will be a little hard to handle. The proxy looks up towards the once peaceful town at the foot of the mountain, now devastated and in ruins. Even as a layabout has times when he's angered, I cannot forgive such destruction. Now, how much of this account shall be considered yours, Wang? How much was Wang responsible? Oh, hi G, we haven't seen you in fucking ages. I shall make it whole for him, reluctantly I might add. The Yi brothers. G? Wang chased me away, so with nowhere else to go, I came to help you. Seriously? Doesn't really matter. I suppose I owe you a great deal if you were to help me with this big mess today. Since when have you been concerned about what you owe me? Why, I would never. It is simply because you are so magnanimous, our third eldest brother, that you find it embarrassing to settle accounts with your younger siblings. Shall I help you suppress Sui, or help you look after Mongshan Town? First we deal with the Geists and protect the town. We still have time to suppress it. There are two of us after all. With enough speed, neither issue needs to wait. Rather greedy of you, no? Hardly the first time you've seen my greed. He is a little greedy. Shoot, if I had not dropped by today, all those exotic plants, fine woods, and strange stones you so painstakingly gather would be ruined, which would be quite the pity. Well, I need only come and ask you for more later. Peel and pink flames join the spreading golden threads, searing away the murky black Geists. Yeah, we haven't seen G since Shu event. Maybe he appeared quickly in you? What a pain. We just got here and all these things popped out of nowhere. There's no end to them either. They just keep coming like miswa that's been soaking for far too long. Guess I someone behind me, Grand Tutor. Not good at fighting. Nearly whacked you a few times there. The half-baked plan, but all I can do is... Still talking about food, kid? Hello, chaotic being. Oh, yeah, dude, where are, 4K CGs, please? I've added a little something to your pot of half-baked soul of miswa. No need to thank me. Let's see, sisters number 1 and 2, the kiddo. Who else? No big deal if Ado doesn't show up. What about G? I've got a little something for him too. Who's Ado? Oh wait, Fang? Forget it. Heed me, Dark Devastator. Quantum Firecracker, Quantum Launcher, Quantum Rumbler, Quantum Cannon. Lock onto 30 meters around the kid and fire at will. Fire everything. Fire! Fire! Well, at least she's having a good time. Oh, hi, Shu. I guess you're here. That dusk. Shut up already! She was just being like, oh, hey, look at that. Oh, how interesting. Oh, Yi was 8. Yi was 8. What, 10 was Fung? What the hell even is this stupid Dark Devastator thing? Shu and I only agreed to help you because you promised you wouldn't make these weird things again. Made it pretty much the same way as the 12 pagodas and 5 cities. This is war after all, and all is fair in it. That Weichi failure loves saying shit like that. Who exactly are declaring war on by aiming that stuff at me? Get her under control, Shu. This really isn't what you promised earlier. Once this is all over, don't forget to make an apology. Sorry. These firecrackers really do remind you of Da Huang, though. They're subdued during the Shenlong festival. When the New Year's arrives, the firecrackers they light up might be even fiercer than the ones Nian just used. Right? Family reunion should be more lively. If you had fired that barrage earlier, it would have fallen at Yu's feet. Take a break and let Dusk play with it. She's been waiting for a while now. Me? I don't want to touch that thing. So should I continue? Give it to me. I'll let you keep firing that stuff. You're going to burst everyone's eardrums. They're just bickering, as usual. Shu, Nian, and Dusk, you're finally here. Long time no see, kiddo. Dinner ready yet? These are the agreeable, easy to deal with siblings. The ones that are like, yeah, sure, let's have a nice little dinner party. We like you. Aren't done with work yet, Nian? How would you only be thinking of Yu's cooking? That's not gonna affect the other. Oh right, we never did give them a heads up that we'd be meeting here. Hey, Grand Tutor, it should be fine, right? Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If we're able to resolve this Geist crisis together, then that shall be an act of great merit. I always knew you weren't the dried up stick in the mud you look like. Say, Grand Tutor, do you think our business with Yan has been a good one? Perhaps it would not only be considered business in Yan's eyes. Making a friend is far more important than doing business. Those are some wise words. Next time those old fogies for the Ministry of Works come to pester me, I can throw them in their face. Everyone who should be here is here. Let's take a head count for the ones who aren't here yet. Indeed. The Dusk is always down. Well, Dusk is probably down for free food. Whoa, is this Yun's New Year celebration? It's just like our master said they celebrated. Lanterns, banners, and screaming firecrackers. I don't see any lanterns. First time I've seen this many firecrackers, though. What's this? Alright, time to land. Boomst. Watch out, Nian. Someone just flew over my head. I think they're gonna land right next to you. Now you appear? Who the hell are you? Exactly. Stationer Gira, I'm guessing you're... Yeah, I'm Taraxkum. I'm from Sargon. I'm an apprentice under my master. Though usually I just drive the cart. Why? Alright, my master's called Fung. Oh, of course. I mean, because of course. That's where he is. He's in Sargon. He sent a proxy for the proxy? He was like, I can't make... Look, I know that they're, like, dealing with our, you know, like... Our, like, universal cosmic fate or some shit. And, like, fighting for their lives. I can't make it, though. I'm chilling. Send my apprentice over as, like, my delegate, okay? Like, I'll give him authority over some shit. Figured it'd be number 10. Man, didn't expect a shy guy like him to have a cheery apprentice like you. I'm Nian, the 9th, which means I'm his older sister. Let's give you a quick rundown. Those two chatting over there are Shu, the 6th, and our youngest brother Yu. The one on the top of the Dark Devastator splashing ink everywhere, trying to melt away the Geist, that's our youngest sister Dusk. Ji and Yi, the 7th and 8th, are probably over that mountain over there, while our big sister Ling and second sister Jun went off to nap who knows where after some drinks. I like how Nian is... Okay, Nian is giving us all the numbers, right? And under our feet, there's number 2, Wang, strictly speaking. Today's party is all on him. Where's that got to introducing the family? If you're here, where's the big 1-0? It's not that my master didn't return, he just, he asked me to give you this. Oh, he's here? But, like, didn't want to show himself? A Steelyard scale? Also, where's Big O1? Where's Big Bro? Or at least his sword, I guess. Target firm and about to arrive at a critical position, still moving forward. No time to wait for reinforcements around the cities. We attack the moment it takes its next step. We beat them once 1,000 years ago and there's no excuses. The ancient titan lurches forward, powered by the confusion and anger of arousing from age-old slumber. I guess, okay, right, there was indeed a couple of pheromones around young currently. It suddenly notices, by its hind claw, a minuscule, near imperceptible existence. Slim young man. Don't go any further. Turn back. Doubtful rumble. I know, the Weiqi player summoned you. I want to speak ill of my elder brother. He might not have been thinking of exploiting you for no reason, or throwing your lives away. You're heavily wounded. I may have ways to heal you. Okay, so no, I guess we get to at least hear Wang. If you insist on continuing forward, I also have ways to make you feel pain, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I would really rather not. Turn back, I can heal your wounds and help you find a new home. Just don't cause any more death and destruction. Talk no jutsu? The master gave me the scale and told me to deliver it to you quick. He wasn't gone anyway, he's still where he was earlier, looking this way. Got it. He's still too scared to come. Scared this meeting would be the last. But he still wants to help us out a bit. Then end that Weiqi failure. So in the end, he decided to be real awkward and send you over while he waits on some mountaintop somewhere. Man, our family can be such a pain in the ass. As she smiles. On the other hand, I didn't think dried up old Tenor would learn some proper bedside manner. Did he pick up that silver tongue in your part of Sargon? Not really. Damn shame then. I'd like to learn how to speak good better. I'd like to know how to speak good better. I can't speak good better. Maybe then my next movie's funding a lead actor wouldn't jump ship halfway through. You need to learn to speak better. Speak good better. What the? There's still people rushing over to start a war? Everyone turns their head towards the nearby city. A city that is slowly but inexorably heading towards their gathering. Can't just stand by and watch as a bunch of jerks stir shit up. How about we see how the Dark Devastator matches up against human? Don't fight human! No, bad idea. Getting a fight like this seems a little impolite. Leave it to me. Oh, is it her? Oh, you're that, Chen Huichie. You know me? You're my supporting actress, the one I cast for that movie. Shen wasn't able to find you afterwards, or most of the rest of the cast, so I had to delay the shoot. Do you mean that movie Lava was talking about? I can't. They've also mentioned Ancient Forge now twice. How could this be? The Lava told you about it? Great, we got the money guzzling Dark Devastator on scene, and now you're here too. You have that thing she left behind? Oh, you have... No, that wasn't a question. You have that thing she left behind. That's why I'm here. How'd you plan on stopping that city? With my sword. Wasn't part of my original travel plans, but I've stopped it by human before. I know a little about its structure and weak points. But, ma'am? Now, the master swordsmen don't see these things as things, but rather weak points and flaws. You're one of those masters? You've been watching too many movies. There are things only you and your family can do. Likewise, I have things I can't shirk from. Believe in me like how I believe in you all. Do you believe in them? Chen Huichie turns to face the nomadic city rumbling towards her. She can see the weaponry lining the walls, the soldiers atop the observation post, and the chunches with their furrowed brows. She believes they can see her too. But simply standing here will not be enough. She takes a small step back. She looks at the entirety of the city's structure, its treads, the wind ages, the sand sluices, the watchtowers, the gates. She knows where this blow should fall. New chant. As sword of heaven's plaint, bid dawn as cast. The riding knife in her hand is not pointed at any one part of human, but rather up towards the sky. It got bigger? What the heck? It enlarged? The knife becomes a longsword, becomes a heart-pounding golden light. Also, it looks a little hot. And then finally becomes a sandstorm that engulfs human. But how? The fuck is this sword? How does it make a sandstorm? Sand? The street already woken up. Look alive, everyone. No, wait, this is... The storm that swallowed up heaven and earth is not made of coarse sand, but rather gentle golden snowflakes. They fall onto the soldiers' bodies, their hands, their faces. It's a riding knife, duh. What is she, writing fan fiction? Is that what she's doing? She's head cannoning some bullshit? The snowflakes melt, and out of nowhere, they hear the beating of a drum. Those memories, near buried away by the sands, suddenly becomes crystal clear. They remember the catastrophe and those who stood within it. A poet who drank wine and spouted poetry in its face, or maybe someone who made a lonely exit once everything was done. They remember the emotions that surged through their minds back then. They worked as one, they fought as one, and for a moment they forgot the confusion and puzzlement pressing down on them as one. They stop whatever they're doing, silently listening to the pounding of the drum. Count the number of beats, count all the calamities human faced across the years, big and small. Until the 18th rousing farewell boom resounds, the entire weather-beaten city is like an old man overwhelmed by memory. One who slows to a crawl, then stops. What, they got like old manned? They were like, oh, too busy reminiscing to fight, I guess? Like, what? I don't know. What was any of that? What? At this rate, I won't make it to the, make it in time to the last few emplacements. Why have we stopped? Went with the artillery already. No, Chen did some fanfiction or something. A power cut? The spent candle holder realizes he has stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Even a near instant cut in power would require many short but essential checks on the cannons before they can re-engage, despite the automatic switch to reserve energy stores. It has brought him precious time. With a power cut now, it shows that the proxy is inhuman. A strong wave of emotion sweeps memories to the surface of Zola's mind, but what he recalls did not take place in human. It is possible that the fate of us siblings will lie in your hands, Lord Zul. To be able to chat with you on this festive day, even but for a moment, is this destiny at work. Hope that in the future you can see me as a man and discuss things with. The doubt and suspicion he felt at the time have now become sort of illogical post-realization incisiveness, though he knows there are still many things he is confused about. Same. But he soon pushes down that sense of relief, that sense that makes him relax, even feel exhausted. It's not only about the fate of your family, also my family. Human, Bai Zhao, all of Yan. How am I thinking about this now of all times? His fateful decision is not over yet. He forcibly tamps down the wellspring of emotion flooding his heart. His hates-to-lose attitude pushes him onward, hastily winding his way to the last few emplacements. I guess Chen cut the power. The golden sands that filled the sky gradually disperse. The radiance fades, turning the blade in Chen's hand back to an ordinary riding knife. To the side, Yu stoops down, grasping a pinch of soft golden snow-like sand. For a daze, he looks at the golden sheen, a sheen he has not seen in over 100 years. What he remembers is the older sister he last met over a century ago. As for what Chen sees, he sees a parting far away in the distant, frigid north. But the snowflakes melt away. Like in the north? Those newly bright memories slowly fade again, returning to their worn and shabby states. All that remains is a sigh on the lips. Oh, hi, Moi. Alright, yeah, you're still delivering the thing. Here. This is the Tomb of Sui. Despite having some knowledge of it for a while now, what actually seeing such an enormous structure in person leaves her shocked. With Bai Zhao in turmoil, all its soldiers have been recalled to fight the Geists lining its streets. Across from the door is an abyss that none dare look at. I was pretty eager to accept this mission, but how to actually get in? Yala counted for my speed and intercepted me. Didn't familiarize myself with that map very well, so she probably beat me here. So now what? I just knock on the door? Allow me. There he is! You're sure. How long has it been since I was called by that name? Do we happen to be old acquaintances, madam? I happen to be a friend, one of your students. And I once stole one of your things, but I returned it. Sorry. The thing I'm talking about isn't this thing here, I meant... I know. You do? I could hardly be mistaken about the scent of my siblings. The man notes the clothes on the woman before him, and his face takes a slight turn for the serious. Whether it be martial disciplines or the scholarly ones, there should not be a splitting of sects. But if you wish to eliminate the prejudice in the hearts of others, then you yourself must first have a tolerant heart. My thanks for your wisdom. The young lady carefully and deferentially hands over Jia's token. Dosha, madam. Delivering this drop of life to the tomb is no doubt Jun's plan. Aside from Wang, she was the closest to Jia, and she wished her here, even if only as a token. But I fear that she did not adequately explain things to you. Our family will be gathering the barons outside, not in the tomb itself, except for Wang. What? But this is still a stroke of good fortune. Before our family reunion, I shall have this life accompany me on a trip into the tomb. Surely this isn't a piece that the Weiqi players plan to use up when defeating Sui, right? He worked so hard to bring this out into the mortal realm. How could I betray his intention by consuming it? It is simply to bring him peace of mind, nothing more. Jun said to her they would gather outside, she just didn't listen. She was busy, okay? She was in a rush. At dusk. She was in a rush, okay? Okay, yeah, it's a story fight indeed. We have to just watch. I will go take a piss before we finish. But yeah, what the fuck was that Chen scene? The hell was that? What the fuck was that? What was that? What? If you were Chinese, you would get it. So true. Got an email. I have a package on the way. No way. DA11 / marker me. Eternal cycle. You think yourself clever. Tell me then, why do humans forever chase a reunion they know to be impossible? Oh, rip tomb. It has indeed seen better days. Traitors. You 12, each and every one of you plan to betray me, yes? Is it really a betrayal if they were never on your side? Indeed, none of us will submit to becoming a part of you. We have lived as ourselves. This is why we are different from you. Lived as humans? You see yourselves as human and try to bring a delusions very to bear against me. Oh, it's the use of it. Is it? Yeah, it is. Relying on the power you stole from me, ingratiating yourselves with those puny insects, but you still like to humble yourselves, hiding your claws and fangs to make yourselves look harmless. Is that what you mean by living as a human? You still do not understand. You can never understand, for you have never lived. And I'm well aware from where your arrogance stems. With but a glance, you can look from the beginning of time to its end. Their consciousness has traveled the great void for eons. You've never had kin you could converse with. You're simply a god declaring itself supreme over a pitiful plot of empty space. I know full well what this feeling was like. Until the day someone gave me a name. You're nobody's fate, not the people of this land or we 12. And there's one thing we'll never understand. And someone who has already has nothing to his name. Fate is utterly powerless. Very well, since you dare to repeat your foolish challenge, I do not mind shattering your delusions once more. I killed you once 120 years ago, I shall kill you again with but a flick of my wrist. Is that meant to scare me? I'm already accustomed to losing. I've already lost too many precious things. I've lost the entire board. My dignity, my honor, my trust, my freedom, myself, my family. Do you really think someone with nothing more to lose would be afraid? You? Are you not afraid you will suffer another ignominious defeat like 1,000 years ago? Is this fear not what makes you hesitate to step forward? A jest at this hour. You desire in vain to replace me, to steal away my body. I would allow you to do as you please. I need only stir this body awake first. I don't think he's planning to replace you anymore. The firmament extends its talons as great as mountains. Countless firmaments and countless tombs extend their talons, countless talons as great as mountains, and point them towards the same proxy. I mean countless firmaments. It does not matter if this is a dream, so long as that loathsome face is wiped away in all of them, there will be nothing left to stop its awakening. No, my screen! My screen! What is this? An incomparably brutal blow slams into its body, a strength it is familiar with. It knows that in this split second, it has lost its connection with its enormous body. Who could cause such harm to its form? Rip phone. Rip PC. The space shakes, then warps and tears, as if 1,000 years worth of martial prowess has been channeled into a single strike, ripping apart the edges of the dream. Him! Why are you always so meddlesome? I know you would say that. I also promise that where things arrive at this stage, I will be with you. Besides, I also wanted to bring her to meet you, to let you know that all your years of planning were not for naught. Through the boundary between dream and reality, Wang sees the token Chongyue clutches to his bosom, and then their eyes meet. You should leave. Live. Live and come back to us. I will not make you any promises. The distance between them stretches with speed. Even though he's a grandmaster of Kung Fu, 1,000 years old, a human body is still only a human body. The force piercing the veil between truth and fiction quickly dissipates, but the voice of that brother Wang is so fed up with it still reaches his ears. Then I will look for you. I always will. Suit yourself. So soon. Chongus really was just like... He really was. Dude, I've been training 1,000 years for this. I am gonna punch you so fucking hard. What did he do? Does not matter. Does not matter. No matter what he did, it was only for an instant. An instant! That's all we needed. We needed an instant. No longer shall he disturb us, not with any of your ludicrous, insignificant siblings. Called them siblings. He admits it to family. This is my dream with only you and I. I thought I would have to bring all my strength to bear to defeat you, but it seems you're still weak, still liable to collapse at the slightest of breezes. You only have a single stone left. I will barely even have to lift my finger to crush you, to annihilate you. Those poems, those laws, those martial arts, such irksome pests. I need only use the strength I saved for you to isolate you from those meddlesome insects. You're unfit to die by my claws, you're only fit to be cut down by a reflection's blade. Now die. Is that so? He doesn't know. Again! Oh, animated. To die is your end, not mine. Yes, in all these causal chains, in all these possibilities, in all these dreams, you will die. These countless repetitions within this dream have eroded away, hollowed out your most frenzied imaginings, and all without you knowing. Have you not noticed how intricately linked you and I are to this dream you used to trap me? You've been chained by your hateful, vengeful impulses. Revolution has reached its end, and we have already surpassed you. But your body will persist. I will take your place. And how will you do that? With your isolated stones of your own body so ready to fall apart? You dare assume I only have my stones and this body of mine? The near-dead proxy uses the last of his strength to lift his sword. The deranged Pheramut gives one last howl of rage. The cold moon splits stones, the fierce sun chars boards. Ashes to ashes, a farewell to the ages. Oh! Wait a minute. This is just the end of the animation, is it? Yeah. I think... Is it? No, is it fully... I can't remember the animation that well. No, this is... Nope, this is a whole ass thing. Never mind. Not all of them got full models. Him. Oh, it's an extended bit. Oh yeah, it's a whole ass thing, huh? Oh, it's parts of the animation. Why can't not everyone got a model? Some of them didn't get a model. Some of them didn't get a model. Some of them, you know, the ones we don't have playable yet. Stories which you don't get to see it at all, they don't deserve it. If they're skipping. Enough, this farce of a game must have an end. An end? Did you not want to tell me that the board is endless? And that our battle is so much more than a board called Wang? I'm not the only one playing against you. Yeah, you thought this was a one-on-one? You fool! What you have sown, I have reaped for you. Here. I like how they still have their deployment lines, though. If it isn't Wang the Wei Chi failure, if you told us you needed our help, we would have shown up sooner, you know. Let her speak. Here lies a dream unchanged. I gift unto you verse and wine, wind and rain. Can't find an empty stomach, Wang. Star-shrouded snow, crude mounts utmost risen. Kinda loud. Kinda loud. Him! At this final battle... Yapper. At this final battle, we are here. Together. Not quite everyone, but... almost. We actually have a log, you know. Actual log in this kind of... Also, it does say, yeah, it is indeed sure. But they all have, like, quotes on them. They have all found their own paths. Each and every one of them has triumphed over you, leaving you in the dust. Do you still believe you have the upper hand? I know you're like the villain, but you couldn't have like a more original line. How can this be? I, with split stones and a burnt board, shall send you off on your final journey. Now that's a better line. That's a better line. And not, how can this be? Or, though it is not yet over, there's still a chance. Fee upon your transcendence, your own paths. Those are simply the power they have stolen from me, and your candle grows dim. My candle grows dim, as does yours. You have squandered your memories. Now, upon this faraway board, we are all equally insignificant. Actually, at least do have like the actual chibi model for. What? They fucking turn into a piece! You dare! You cannot. We no longer need you. Did you ever? Oh! Oh no! Oh no! The people of this land no longer need you. Oh! Even the evolution, the future upon which you fixate no longer need you. And when your opponent no longer needs you, your fate is sealed. He became the last piece! Oh, and he just kind of pops out of existence. Did they give us mission accomplished?
Mission accomplished.
Six years into the game, by the way. 6 years into the game. Mission accomplished. It's the tradition. Memories from time immemorial pour down like a torrential rain, washing away its enormous empty consciousness. The remnant consciousnesses slip and slides about the land of dreams, trying to find a single scrap of something, anything, to use as its foundation. Those dreams are now as blank as unscribed bamboo slips, with only the grain of the wood to provide texture. There should be people and events written upon them, yet such things cannot be grasped. Sui question mark. It is lost. Without doubt. Do you wish to seize its body, take its place? But what of your siblings? They will not see me again, nor will they come to fill this void you have left behind. That said, I will not disappear. I shall always be with you. No matter who sits upon this corporeal throne, a void shall form. Since you have no intention of filling it, I shall haunt this place eternally. To torment the master of this body? To usurp its will, to torment its mind, are but two sides of the same Tongbao. Oh, not coin, Tongbao. There will be something to fill your vacancy. What is left of you now is emotion. Abundant emotion that matters not in the face of the shattered consciousness. If it did matter, its rage would have filled it long ago. That will not be a worry. The one replacing you shall be far more terrifying than you have ever been. The proxy steps forward, leaving the white creation behind. What the fuck does he mean? What? What does he mean? The one replacing you will be far more terrifying than you have ever been. Do you know? The firmament about to drown in its own hollow mind lets out a bitter cry. Soon, even that cry, filled with pain and defiance, dies down, leaving only an echo reverberating throughout the room. Befuddled will, murky dying gasp. You are about to die. I'm going to die? Who am I? Why will I die? You were the most arrogant of dreamers. In your dreams, you pushed evolution to the endless sea of stars. This egotistical evolution was cut short by humanity. That humanity you saw as nothing. And then your anger, your hatred, and your defiance dragged you to your grave. At the end of it all, you died by my hand. You destroyed the future? That future evolution that escapes ruination and through infinite expansion touches the faces of the void? It was a dream you would never have been able to see to fruition. Evolution will not stop because of your death. Your passing will simply be release for a will that has suffered for 1,000 years. If you truly yearn for that future where the stars shine only for you. He lifts up the last of his stones. In his hand, they slowly lose their forms, turning into a blade. looks on as he lifts up the last of his stones. He throws them up into the sky, up towards the boundless heavens. He takes the last of this congealed sharpness and thrusts it into its eye. It watches as those black stones become a galaxy that flows towards it until... the bestial Sui closes its eyes. The bestial Sui espies the future that exists only in its dreams. May you dream well. The entire room begins to shake, before ultimately collapsing. The forms of Proxy and Fermat slowly merge together, no longer shall they be parted. Here a new Sui is born. So, like, did he take over the body, or like, did he not take over the body, or like? Because there was also implication that it would just be left empty. Still hanging in there, Shu? No big deal. Just that handling this many of its minions takes its toll. Hey, Dusk, fire that away. Fire that way. There's tons of guys there. But wait, was there like? Okay, it's just because it's capitalized and it's not capitalized. Where? Where I'm pointing. There's nothing there. You stupid? There's... Nian is stupefied. There really is nothing there. And not just there, it is as though someone has sneakily wiped away the blot of ink staining the ground. The rampaging geists of just a moment ago are nowhere to be seen. Whoa, whoa, you nearly chopped me in half. Oh, he's trying to chop that thing in half. Oh, where'd the monster go? Understood. Sue regularly reports that all of the script guys have disappeared. We won? So let your guard down. Now you have the earthquake? It stirs. All hands move to an open space. Don't worry, True Lung, you don't have to kill yourself either. The shaking from afar arrives. The time has come. The True Lung grasps the jade seal used to start the device. It might just be his imagination running wild, but he feels a connection between the machine and the blood running through his veins. During this moment of hesitation, a great shadow appears before him, nearly covering the entirety of the Originium's radiance. Oh! Sweet. Are you it? The shadow utters what seems to be a threatening low roar. Within that roar, the True Lung hears a haggard voice, one he heard decades ago. No, you are no longer it. How many of its memories and dreams, thoughts and feelings have you inherited? Will you be of aid to Yan in the future? Or will you bring only misfortune? I guess you did take over. Are you he, or an all-new Sui? Its pale memories, withered dreams, exhausted thoughts, befouled feelings. They all joil and rustle through my consciousness at this very moment. But you are correct. Sui is dead. The shadow lets out a long howl that shakes both heaven and earth. But what you, your ancestors, your nation, owe it, is also what you owe me and mine. Those arts winding their way through your body are proof your ancestors shackled us for 1,000 years. Though these memories be faded, these dreams be wilted, these thoughts be decayed, these feelings be rotted away, this rage of 1,000 years still burns as bright as the sun. Oh, I'm sorry, still angry. But you are not him. If your hatred has not been diminished, then make your move. You wish to use this piece of Originium to take me down with you? It shall be my final act in service to Great Yan. If you are a new Sui, I shall rid my country of you, even if it costs me my life. If you are a Wang, then my promise to you stands. Your life shall be spared and you will be pardoned for deceiving the crown. And now, for regicide. I shall also pardon myself for the crime of unclarity of thought which led to suspicion between parent and child, the scattering of kin, the formation of factions, and unrest that rocked the nation. Do you truly seek death? If it can begin a new chapter in the history of Great Yan, I would deny you my life. Whoa. Very well. As you wish. Did you believe all our grudges settled? You're finally here. What's going on? Oh! Oh! Right. You. Sorry, you've arrived late. We finally meet. Hey, you are no longer it? No, you're a little late. It was slain by my hand. You are too late. You actually did it. The ridiculous plan of yours actually worked. Very well, if you have taken its place, then you shall bear my rage. The ancient colossus remains quiet, silently watching the near-dead kin. What is this? Are you pitying me? Yeah, you're a pitiful fool. Up until the end of this endless journey, the millennium of hatred burned bright in Ya's chest, unwavering for even a moment. So why now, when Ya sees Sui for herself, does the hate seem to fade away, leaving only nothingness? Why are you so unconcerned? Were you hoping I would grant you release? No, I will not kill you. The sword in her hand hesitates. What would come from enacting this vengeance? Bloody end for the both of them? Why take up arms? Why betray them? She finally realizes that with the death of Sui's consciousness, those answers she had searched for are no longer in reach. But how could I ever forgive you? It's your own fault. You should have arrived sooner. You should have witnessed its death, or maybe you should have contributed to that to quell your deadly grudge. There's still something you can do, late though you are. Virginium? This is all part of your schemes? And through all that trouble to collude with that ancient lunatic to leave me here. Just want me to connect this room with that ugly stone? Want me to connect this room with that ugly stone? The choice is still yours. Choose vengeance and you can do what you have dreamed of countless times. Take that ugly stone and give this vessel an eternity of torment. Or, since you're about to die anyway, why not simply leave? The Faramut, so close to its limit, is about to thrust its sword into the boundless body of Sui. That sword, so mighty against humanity, yet all too weak against its kin. Well, here they refer to Ya as it. But the moment before Ya does so, that anger, burning for 1,000 years, finally slips away. Now it's Harry. In her reverie, Ya looks closely at the Sui that is no longer Sui, and then Ya howls with laughter. What are you up to? Do be laughing. The enormous vessel remains silent. I didn't know why you were so adamant on being tortured or why you wish to bring this cursed originium into your body. All I know is that what you want? You want to take this festering, swelling ancient wound and have it thrust into you. Very well, I will humor you. For you are not Sui but Wang, the Sui Slayer, and so I shall help you. I shall help you repay its sins over endless time. In a vessel such as this, even the strongest of spirits will be worn away and assimilated, ultimately becoming just like it. When that time comes, I shall return. I shall have my vengeance by slaying you with my own two hands. As for now, I do not wish to hear you prattle on about explanation and the like. I do not wish to hear you squabble with those insects. All I want to do to this body is have my unprecedented vengeance. How human of you. One most fitting for we souls who have walked since the beginning. Cutting away the seasons is not a power without a price, especially for a Faramut on the brink of death, meddling with the most primal force of this land. But Ya still does it anyway. That piece of Virginium, alongside the space it occupies, is cut away by Ya, then ruthlessly thrust into the depths of Sui's body. And then, all she sees is black. Ya has already forgotten her two kin she had trapped with an illusion. With the fading of the last of her strength, they break free. Now they watch her body slowly weather away, their faces lined with sorrow. Okay, so I guess now the Originium is inside Sui. But inside Wang? Huh? It's been put in jail? Oh my, an earthquake, just to have escaped those fiends? Over here, Tryzyn, there are still people here. Coming. Ling Qingyang rushes over, dragging several bewildered geists out from the collapsing building, but the tremors get stronger. sending a falling roof beam straight to Mr. Pooh's head. Duck, you old book brain. Thank you for saving me, oh brave hero. Oh, it's just ... Zushi. Yo, everyone's still alive? Not bad. Alright, everyone's safe. Earthquake's over. Get everything tidied up, then head back. Is the chaos finally over? The childlike Tenshi narrows her eyes, looking out towards the tomb of Sui. She has a rare somber expression on her face, a far cry from her usual cynicism. This was your choice, you Weichi failure. Your calculation. You must have foreseen what kind of disaster this piece of Virginium would bring with it to think up of a solution like this. Means nobody gonna dare mess with you, but you might as well be damning yourself to eternal hell this way. Which is a bitter road to follow, but if this counts as me helping you or hurting you. Putting a great windfall for all beings in this realm. You actually did it. This game is yours, Weichi failure. Truly, what the... I guess the Reginium is now in fucking purgatory or something. The enormous shadow, the crazed woman, the Reginium's orange glare, everything begins to fade from the True Lung's sight. He finally understands what that proxy's ultimate plan was. Fernmut's Reginium. At the cost of near-eternal torment, Wang ascended the Sea of Sui and accepted Ya's vengeance. Bufan, or rather the first Reginium Yan has relied upon since the days of yore, is now buried within the deepest pits of the Fernmut's body and soul. With the disappearance of the energy it supplied, the secret chamber gradually begins to collapse. The True Lung walks toward the exit and pulls upon its doors, only to discover they have been jammed shut by rubble. But he does not panic. He feels that to die here is not such a bad thing. Didn't even get to martyr himself, though. Someone's gotta save her. Is it her or him? Shisha. Oh, yeah, of course, indeed, it's him. For a moment, the True Lung believes himself to be hallucinating, but the one supporting him by the shoulder has an uncanny resemblance to his older brother. Yanwu? Don't speak, follow me. Do we ever get to see the True Lung's face, though? Like the room behind it, the blood-red hidden passage begins to crumble away in the wake of Bufan's disappearance. The True Lung leans against Wei Yanwu's shoulder, doing his best to match his pace. He still feels like this is all a dying dream, a meeting with his estranged brother that his feeble consciousness conjured up. He tries to think back to his younger days, when he made mischief with his brother as they ran through the hallways of the palace. What season was it? Was it autumn? No, it was not that cold, so it must have been... It has been too long. He no longer remembers it clearly. The prolonged earthquake finally stops. The panicking court mandarins look at each other, unsure what is to come next, at least until a familiar face unhurriedly walks in. Damn you. You may all rest easy. Supervisor, do you mean to say... The Sui menace has been thoroughly resolved. I ask you all to return to your post. The chaos is over, but there are still many things in Baizhou that require our attention. The Imperial Guards standing behind her add a little gravitas to her declaration. After some hesitation, the mandarins tidy their clothes and hats before they walk out the doors. Once the last of them have left, Chun nods at the guards. They stand aside, but they keep their eyes locked onto her. He did it. Eliminating Sui and finding you. Did both of them. The former candle holder, current supervisor of the Sui regulator, listens to the heartbeat of the firmament. It is a rage that enormous creature felt against itself, but there's a gentle breath accompanying that pulse. From within, she hears something not of that consciousness, far away from that vessel, gathered somewhere within Baizhou, and it speaks of forgiveness. Yeah, fuck you, old man. Within the Grand Palace, there's now only a single withered old man. Ever since the True Lung descended underground, he has waited here, listening to the reports from Yuman, the uproar in Baizhou, and the declaration from the Sui regulator to the entire city that all is now well. His coughing has only grown more violent, his waist more stooped. By the time of the declaration, he can no longer support himself. He's forced to sit on the ground, leaning against the throne. At first he felt anger, then worry, but now he only feels exhaustion. Memories from near 100 years ago, when he was instated by the current True Lung's father, forced themselves to the surface. It was midwinter, when the snow swirled through the air. Then the true Lung was still far from being addled, happy to sit about the fireplace with the newly promoted Mandarin and discuss all great things happening under heaven. Contact between Laterano and Iberia, the war between Colombia and Victoria, versus a desire for conquest, the turmoil in Higashi, mysterious weapons of Casdel. And Sui, as it was not excised the first time, the true Lung was resolute in having the second attempt come with no mistakes. Then would obtain the bones of Sui, and with near double the amount of energy, and it eliminated, the age of Yan will have arrived. The talks become so fervent that the Emperor stood up and struck our barefoot into the snow, using his finger to brandish Qi Shao as he spoke of what grand ambitions he had for Yan's future. We both are exalted to distant thought, aspiring to the sky and the bright moon. And then he could no longer wait for the day that True Lung would blow the horn to call for Sui's eradication. He could only wait for that True Lung's mind to deteriorate until all had abandoned him. A blue woman. And then you also could not wait for the current True Lung's return. You could not prove to him that all you have done was not for your own selfish reasons, but for the future of Yan. Fucking was it, though? He tried to do it for the future of Yan, he fucking did it wrong, though. His future was wrong. Through his murky eyes, the old man believes the one standing before him can only be the Emperor he has waited for so long. The voices in his ringing ears catch says otherwise. The entire court knows your cold is merely a pretext. The lingering illness that has plagued you for years could hardly be passed off as a simple chill, just as how we all know that your ironclad desire to eliminate Sui was not an idea you had on your own. You once held great esteem and approval, but now the dust has settled. Those who followed you. The old man can no longer hear. His throat shudders. All he wants to do is to speak those words pent up at his heart. Look here. The doddering old fool who started this chaos stands here, awaiting your majesty's judgment. Your words will not be heard by anyone. Before he can shout these words at his liege like an unfortunate, misunderstood hero, life itself no longer wishes to remain with him. Dude, imagine you're so cringe that the metaphysical concept of life is like, nah, bro. I'm out. He's dead. Fucking good riddance. Died of cringe. His own cringe. Wow, this place sure has changed a lot. Finally tearing down this eyesore of a tomb. Had the same idea 5 centuries ago. Can't believe we're in the mood to talk like that. We still don't know what it's like inside. It's obvious, isn't it? We're alive, which means he's not dead. Wang, he definitely succeeded. Heard upon the wind that Brother Eldest had already entered. Would not be long before he drags him out. If you have aught to ask him then. He kept many things hidden from us. He cannot escape from his sentence. Damn, Jun, still as strict as ever. Speaking of, I can't be the only one who's thinking. We've not had a family gathering this big before. It was a bit strange having so many of us in one place. Agreed. If you're gonna eat together, then I'll be heading back. No! No, you must eat. Nuh-uh, we all agreed to a reunion dinner. Nia and Dust don't even think about running away. Alright. Can't exactly say no to my baby brother's cooking. Also, Nian's a foodie. As long as it's spicy enough, Nian's there. Say my name with respect first. Pulls a face. Was that somehow disrespectful? Well, they made it their way over. How happy I am to see you all hale and hearty. Oh, damn, you two are covered in dirt. Huh. Well, as long as you're alive. Which reminds me, last time I saw someone was acting all cool and determined, and look, he's doing perfectly fine. Ow, why are you pinching me, Shu? Sister? You returned? My apologies for worrying you. Justin Shai should have been out by now, right? Look, over there. You finally emerged, dog. Wang, is he... What the... Chongya looks towards his siblings. They see the mirthless look upon his face, and they know it to be an ill omen. He restrains himself from letting out a sigh that would be tantamount to declaration. Okay, but, you know... The first autumn... No, but also, like, you know, we kind of have it playable unless... Unless... ST2. We'll just go on until we do any comments or anything. We'll just finish. Unfailing Chronicle. Let the Chronicles persevere what is true and let 1,000 autumns be distilled into this one. Removes Wang from your account. No! Well, not my problem. I don't have him anyway. Yes, father didn't tell anyone when he left. No, maybe I was the only one he didn't tell. I don't know. I can barely remember anymore. Mother had just passed away at the time too. Mother, she never liked father or me. And in the end, Tal as well. Father left much less of an impression on me compared to mother. Once, when I was confronting Wei and Wu, I said father was a weak man. My opinion still stands. But he really did try to love me and Tal. Suddenly Chen again. I hate that Kobe. When I was young, I was scared when Wei and Wu came to our house to find mother, so he took me outside. And since that day, he would drown his sorrows, needing more booze every time, though he never drank in front of me. Tal didn't like him either at first. He spent a lot of time with her, even learning Victorian alongside her, though he had never heard of the language before in his life. When mother was at her most agitated, he would tell us to go outside and face mother's madness alone. Mother's madness. Early winter, 1102. Okay, so indeed, after autumn has been done. Thank you, Huiche. I think that is enough. You know, before your father married, he was not completely like this. I can see it. So now we use the writing knife to correct the mistakes in the family history you compiled? No, it's simply a family chronicle. It won't even be published. It's not worth using something as precious as that knife on it. Right? Exactly. Well, she's getting zealous with that knife already. Despite Chen Xiaoqian's repeated declining, Huiche still takes the knife off her hip and presses it into Xiaoqian's hand. Jin, I hope this knife would be able to correct the mistakes that happened when we whitewash or forget the past. Even though these errors only involve one fallen family instead of all of Yuan, I think they would still want them corrected. Alright. I was easily convinced. Chen Xiaoqian fiddles with the knife, feeling its weight and balance in her hand, but she makes no move to use it. Huiche, Jia, will she really come back? Honestly, I don't know. The thing from the Garden of Grotesqueries settled itself down quite nicely in that office on the top floor. If you're asking me if that's the Jia who walked with Yun through the centuries, I really don't know. Near inaudible sigh. I don't know when it happened, but it seems some of our prior generations took this overly reliable, seemingly immortal woman for granted. What? Really? No way! So when she passed, a few weak people like me lost the pillar propping them up. Because all that was left after the fading of that omnipotent goddess were the words of everyone else. True that historians should have confidence in their statements, but when that confidence loses the backing of someone who is eternally correct, it's easy to give up. That's what you're saying? You guys should invite her back once she's revived. No, on the contrary, what we should do is leave the cradle of having the right answer fed to us, and take on the prospect of making a mistake with cool heads. Chen uses her free hand to pick up the chronicle, throwing it onto the table. Which page did it open on? Take a guess. Based on the thickness, around page 30? I'd say about the same, but... She picks up the book daintily and without looking at the page number, tidies it up once more. We've made one of history's unsolved questions, one just for you and me. In this land, whether because nobody had witnessed them or because too many people had witnessed them, how many of these unsolved questions do you think there are? A lot of them? Indeed, a lot of them. Personally speaking, what I want the most right now is the courage to be responsible for writing down history, and there are no such unsolved questions will never have answers. Right, I will leave the knife to you. Help me correct the pages I show you. Really does leave no mark. I use it normally, it's just a crazy good eraser. Guess that's one way to look at it. Eraser? Those two men certainly entrusted this writing knife to the right person. Right, is Mr. Liang still with the pavilion? Where is he? Mr. Liang? He's on leave today. He's on a date? With his wife? Surely? Then you're meeting someone else? Miss Ning, as it were. No, he's not on a date! How could this be? Oh, I don't mean that Miss Ning, mind you. I mean, never mind, a different one. Never mind, he's on a date. We're so back, he's on a date. We got the Blaze sister instead. Hello, Cha-Chen. Is this Miss Chen Huiche? Miss Ning, I presume? Well, Chichu wouldn't have to go to the Ministry of Rights early in the morning to ask for leave to come here. I see, I see. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Ning Ying. I heard Cha Chen would be transferred to research post at the Imperial Historical Cabinet in a few days. So came to discuss recent events with her, and also use some treats to her opinions, alongside seeing the riding knife. My colleagues at the cabinet are pulling out all the stops. They want to take advantage of the fresh winds of early winter to do some innovative research. The Dojin Rider. Oh shit. Food time. Gonna make me hungry. I'm already kind of hungry anyway. What? Wang still doesn't want to come over? But the kiddo made this hot pot, not me. I didn't even throw in any weird herbs and roots. My master says there are still many suffering from disease across this land. He believes that being able to avert this disaster, he's much more fortunate than the sick. But also says he'll be in Yan for a while, so if he's ever nearby, he'll come see you. No, he won't. Okay, if that's all, Master's rather pressed for time, so I should head off. Hold it. Nian pulls out a lunchbox, packed full of food out from somewhere. Tell him that if he doesn't eat it all, he's not allowed to slink out of Yan. Got it. No laughing. There's one for you too. And this time, it is Shu who offers a finely wrapped bundle. Upon hearing from Sargon, our eldest brother became rather interested, telling you a few things about your food. Well, you had to make a few guesses, and he put his own personal spin on things, but he managed to make a whole bag's worth. He can't just eat the Chinese food? Why do you assume he's not capable of just eating the Chinese food? We thought it was rather good, but we're unsure if it is to your taste. Please, take it. Consider it our gift to you. Oh, shisha. Thank you, everyone. They're like, no, he can't eat Chinese food. We gotta give him his own family, like his own country food. Our family never is a full set. Sneeze. Goodness. True value of life lies in unfettered ease. Even if you were to drag him to your savors at use for a meal, he would find no taste in it. As for the others, young Dusk truly is tired. She's pardoned. G is a master of spinning words into wealth, but is far too soft-hearted to his own family. He wishes to idle at the garden, and since G is accompanying him, let him. Because most of them are like a bunch, half of them are not here again. As for our brother eldest... Oh, never mind, they're here. Sounds great. Are we late? Thought you two said you weren't coming. He said that. I said nothing of the sort. As I was coming, I couldn't just leave him by himself at the garden, so I brought him along. Nice going. This piece of work decided to work some magic at Da Huang, then he's been hiding from us these past few days. What's his punishment, Shu? It should not be some trifle such as scrubbing the pot and washing the plates. Then... no letting me off with an apology either, too boring. And how about... if you say something like, let us settle this later, it would be rather disrespectful towards everyone's kindness. Why not... G already gave me a rent holiday for savers until the year after next. Rent holiday. They truly are, they're going to the mom. Even the older sister, Ling, is like... okay, mom. Then... put your businesses on hold for a year. Take a rest and plan your next ventures well. Man, that's true for you. Always managing to find a way to let people off easy no matter what we think of. They really want her to punish. Letting me off easy? I haven't finished yet. Within this year, G, what you others and are able to repay, you must repay. I shall keep it in mind. Alright then, everyone take your seats. Incomprehensible mumbling, yes, of course. I know, I sleep a little bit longer. Got dragged. Young Dusk said she wished to sleep until next spring, Jin. Why force her here? She has no taste in bedrooms. I was just leaving the Sky Mirror Pavilion when I saw her sprawled out on the ground, deep asleep. I even shouted at her to no avail, so I had no choice but to bring her here. She passed out on the floor. Making the merchant lose money. Nah! As she spoke, the slumbering dust splayed out across Jun's back, suddenly dissolves into a scroll. Well, okay, there she goes. Didn't think my little sister knew how to work some magic too. Well, we've been kidnapped. With the unfurling of the scroll, the real Dusk appears atop a boulder, seemingly sound asleep. The others also see that the thing sealing Nyan's mouth shut is a talisman. None dare make a move, fearing the next mouth to be sealed will be their own. In the end, it is Ji who cautiously peels the talisman off Nyan. It reads, You guys eat while I sleep. Don't wake me unless Wang comes back. Also, Tinyan, no firecrackers or I'll use my talismans to seal your entire body. Fair enough. She is an ink spirit. Yes, of course. Why does my family always have to cause such headaches? He's just trying to chef it up. But there will be a day that this table is fully seated, for sure. He believes. They have time. They're still immortal. Though they, gotta find a Wang, I guess. And revive a Jia. Late, once again. Indeed. Far too late. So far now, I still don't get to see his face. Never. Flimsy curtain separates the two. The library is quiet, the sound of pages being turned piercing the silence. Do you recall how many books are collected here in the Sky Mirror Pavilion? Nope. 43 million volumes. 43 million texts. Compared to the last 1,000 years of history, these words are but a single grain of millet within a great granary. At the time, my greatest dream was to dedicate my life to complete a hydrological chart of Yan that our forebears could not. He was a nerd. I had thought I could grow old here within this pavilion. This is where I truly belong. Would not have been what was best for Great Yan. The past is heavy, so heavy that no one can shoulder its weight, but also so heavy no one can put it down. So much so that it should not be borne alone. Yet there will always be someone to bear it. You ought to hate me. I do. Are you gonna say you have never hated me? I really didn't think that there would come a day that I should die by your hand. I even thought it was the only way things would end were we to meet. All I wanted to ask you was, after you left by Zal, did you ever suspect that everything that happened was orchestrated by me to frame you? If I said I never did, would you still hate me for leaving on my own for no reason? No, never. It's been too long that this question is meaningless. That year, our little sister barred my way on the road to Rongmen. Not far from Baizal. I could escape the city, but I couldn't escape her understanding of us. She begged me to return to the capital, believing everything could be explained. There should be no misunderstandings between brothers. In the end, she said she would stay with me until the day I wished to return to Baizal and clear things with you. I should not have indulged her unruliness. I should not have. I still have not yet met her daughters. They were able to grow up in safety, one of the few bright points in my life. No, I should not use the word safe. Pity is I was not able to give them even that. Indeed, not really. The regrets are many. In truth, I cannot think of a moment in my life where I am certain I made the right decision. So I sat here waiting for someone to come judge me for my wrongdoings. Pacifying the bestial Sui of Great Yan, a single achievement grants enough merit to rival the Emperor who began the hunt. But compared to him, you have the kinder heart. You're the only one who has never brought shame to Yan. And Li can set them aside now. You should set them aside now. His name is Yan Li. Annals of Yan, Volume 124, Supplement 17. Someone studied up these scrolls. After receiving Chao Qian's request and her application being approved, Huichi arrived at the section of the Sky Mirror Pavilion not open to the public, to thumb through some few tomes. She thought it would be a lot harder, honestly. When she went to check on the case from 40 years ago, she found all the relevant texts neatly arranged on the shelf. They weren't even hidden in the back. This is someone knew she would be here. Maybe it's time. Where are you? Why in my family's library? Huh? Shen looks back and sees a girl of about 10 years of age. The girl looks back at her, timid yet curious. Lungs, horns, bright red hair, and a strikingly familiar face. Shen does not need to ask who she is. Bright red hair. Oh, well, okay. I'm Shen Huichi. I came to borrow some books. If you're here to read, are you also studying to become the true Lang? Oh, it's the next true Lang. Child! What? No. Dad said if you want to be a good true Lang, you need to read a lot of books here. When I go home today, the Grand Tutor will check my homework. Those with virtue cultivated in their bodies, performed in their actions, and stated in their words own no cultivation. By mastering the classics, achieve refinement. By remedying the ills and practicing the right way, achieve virtue. By giving honest criticism without caring for offense, achieve... the last part is... Do you want to be the true Lang? Can I not be the true Lang? That says it's the duty I was born with. Someone says from the bottom of their heart that they don't want to do something, then you shouldn't force them to do it. Chen sabotaging the bloodline gonna cause an insane, massive struggle for power in like 50 years. When people are forced to do things, they won't be happy, right? You're wrong. Dad said you need to do your duty. If nobody did, then the whole country will become a mess. I'm gonna find him and have him explain it to you. There's a chance I'd like to meet him too. But it's getting late today. How about I send you home? Okay. But do you know where I live? I think I do. Small child! No way. You look like you know a lot. Do you know more than the Grand Tutor? Though I don't dare compare myself to him, when it comes to certain questions, you have slightly different points of view. The book said that the true Lung should love the people, right? That's right. What we should know is it's not only the true Lung who should do that. Of your mother, father, and teachers, your siblings, and your friends and companions. You have the right to love everyone, no matter who you are. That also said, because the true Lung is the most powerful person in the country, I need to be cautious about every word and every action. The same with making friends, so I don't have any. No, you should be allowed to make friends with people you like. Remember, taking such great authority and leaving it in the hands of a single person, making them shoulder it alone, this in itself is wrong. It's not fair to most people, and it's not fair to that person either. I don't understand what you're saying. Can you stay and explain it to me more? Once you grow up, you'll understand. It's too late by then! Once you grow up, maybe you can make a change. So, grow up quick. What a terrible curse to put on a child! Oh, don't have a childhood, grow up! Okay, she doesn't fucking have a childhood anyway. She's the heir to the true Lung. But, you know. Still, what a curse. Elder. Fangtong, a bunch of Fangtong. I waited in the north for nearly 400 years. And this is all the progress Baizhao Tanshiburo made on regime and research? That's just they are utterly incompetent. Who's the head Chanshu these days? Tell him to get his ass over here. After observing the unusual meteorological phenomenon created by Londinium shard 4 years ago, the Chanshiburos realized the urgency of the issue of Virginium. Since then, the Chanshus have labored night and day at their research, not daring to rest for even a second. I'm afraid there's no nation upon this land who can achieve the rate of progress you have asked for. All I asked for was this one simple thing. I would have preferred if you told me these youngsters were thinking of ways to slack off. That way their hearts might have been into doing the right thing, but at least their brains would still work. Ursus Castle. No matter where you look, there's misfortune caused by Virginium. I hope number 2 would be able to solve this problem once and for all, but I'm afraid time's up. There'll be people knocking on the door soon enough. Forget it. I'll move into the bureau tomorrow. I want to see just how today's young Tunches are putting their smarts to use. Wait, forget tomorrow. I'll move into this afternoon. Oh no. She's angry. That you are willing to see this through personally is a good thing, Elder. But before you move in regards to the question of Virginium, we have a guest from afar whom you should meet with. Oh? Oh? I'm honored to meet with you, Grand Tutor of Great Yun. I represent Rhodes Island and would like to express my thanks to Yun for the information they've shared. In these pressing times, candid collaboration between all parties is of utmost necessity. Rhodes Island will uphold the spirit of cooperation during our follow-up research and keep in close contact with Yun. First, allow me to elaborate on Rhodes Island's position regarding the Virginium question. But who? Which whos? Because obviously we weren't selecting a dialogue option, so it's like not obviously Doctor. I guess it could be just it could be Monster, it could be Amia, who knows? But also an expert in Originium, specifically? This new couple spotted. Also, was it an ominous BGM as well? Haven't left yet, good. Still planning on taking me into custody rather than let me go, Lord Zo? No, the old Tansha has already vouched for you. Filling this term the way you did, Moib, was of great merit. It feels strange hearing you be so polite. If you're not here to arrest me, then why are you here? Ask you on a date. Was it chapter 15? Return this to you. But I could go back to listen to the BGM. Because indeed, I do wonder, could it be someone LARPing as Rhodes Island? Zola carefully pulls a wooden lock out of his pocket. Things are hectic, so I forgot to return this keepsake from your mother to you. My apologies. Oh, this thing. Moya looks at Zola, her lips a quiver, as she pulls out 2 identical locks from her pocket. I've still got plenty of these. You can keep that one. You. I didn't lie to you. It was my mother who told me how to make them. You're about to ask me where I'm from, aren't you? I can see it on your face. Fucking absolutely outplayed. If you do not wish to say, I shall not offend you by pressing the matter. Simply hope that in the future you will not toy with others again. Still playing the preacher as ever? I've got a question of my own. What's next for the Sui regulator? Honestly, it's a complete mess right now. When the chaos ended, the supervisor admitted responsibility and resigned. That proxy killed Sui. After merging with that piece of Virginium, he fell into something resembling slumber. Unprecedented feat. Pharmacologists are studying with all haste. Sounds like a headache. Well, not that it matters. With you around, there's no need to worry about the Sui regulator making any big mistakes. I am not as confident as you are. As my master, the one you called the old carpenter, once said, it is because of the differences between you and me that all disputes arise. No matter if they are between man and beast, or man and man. Which is why he called for love between all things, for all things are brothers and sisters. The soul did everything they could and nearly died for it, just to claw back a way for them to live. If you keep looking at them with the difference between man and beast in mind, that would be pretty cruel. I trust you on this matter. Dusha. Alright, chat time's over. I should get going. Going where? Wherever I feel like after a big event's over. Turn to my search for the Pheromones, trying to find any trace of that proxy, or maybe even that rabble waving the banner of the Shanghai Zhonga talking to. Not sure yet. Until we meet again then. They're so cute together. The girl waves her hand, and in an instant she disappears amidst the sand-laden wind. My name is Mrs. Estes, first name Pre. It's another journey with an unknown end. It is not aimless wandering, though. It is simply a search for the uncertain greater than a hunt for a drop in the ocean. He has walked so far and for so long. He's a walker. We will take the last of Ya's vitality and bring it to the lands beyond Yun. 1,000-year grudge between Great Yun and the Pheromones is now over. I pray that this land will never see such bitter conflict again. As for your hopeful search to find Wang, it will not be of much use, though we would dearly love to help. We may have been companions with him along the same road, but we were acquaintances at best, and we knew little of his schemes. I understand. All I humbly ask for is to please inform me if you hear news of him. If we do, we shall tell you post-haste, Grandmaster. What you seek, I fear, may be eternally out of reach, just as man cannot touch the face of heaven. This game of his, he considered himself friend and foe, and all the changes of the changes on the board and all the changes of the changes. On the board and off, perusing the effects of myriad actions, such arduous feats will inevitably result in the opposite effect. What did any of that mean? If what you seek is a means to free Wang from that tomb, then you seek in vain. But if what you seek is a stone in reserve or some idle scholarly digression, heaven and earth are wide and full of many mysteries. Dusha, sirs. There may have been a moment when the land under his feet was his board. There should be some trace of somewhere upon it. What is being sought is nothing more than a single black stone. When he walked the path of possibility alone, seeing a way out for everyone, seeking a solution, do you ever feel this helpless? That endless, far too endless journey, long enough to make a being like him sense the passing of fleeting time. Man cannot touch the face of heaven. The grandpa was vague, posting pretty hard. Any news? Still nothing. I believe some trace of him must exist somewhere outside the tomb. Alas, if he truly did not wish to see us, would all your efforts be of any use? Perhaps after Jia's fading, he could not forgive Yun, or himself. Is this new Yun he does not wish to see, or is it someone else? Or is this after Jia? Maybe he does not wish to draw us into his next game. Next game? His plots are all ended. What should his next game bring? Or this is just an earlier one. But this isn't human, so what can it bring indeed? An even more hopeless matter. He may have accomplished the replacement, but is unable to make muddy waters run clean. Okay, no, this is after now, not earlier. They're just, I guess, standing on human. They were revisited human just for fun, you know, for old memories. But he will not give up. He'll certainly be searching too, for the traces she left behind on this land, for a glimmer of hope. He was always the one who understood him best. I think actually that might have been Jia, but... So, still determined to look for him? I am. Then once you find him, I'll let him know that the next time he needs help, he will not be alone. The long-lived man stops to rest his feet, turning his head to gaze off into the distance out of habit. Yet another year passed. The snows are beginning to melt, turning the Chi into a mud-covered bog. By the road, the withered trees sway, sprinkling of new buds visible. What's happening there? It is an ordinary village with an ordinary Wei Chi stall, the one surrounded by a bustling audience. Whether they watch because of a bitter battle or because of his high stakes, he's unsure. They find him just like randomly in a village playing Wei Chi. It's over, look at the points. How much money is he going to lose over this game? Rightfully so, might I add. Imagine learning how to gamble with Wei Chi at such a young age instead of studying properly. Look, you can't blame the kid. It wasn't for his deadbeat gambler of a dad losing the entire family fortune at the board, not to mention his sick little sister. Gonna blame him, blame his lack of skill. Then again, the rich guy he's facing is a disgusting bastard. Look at the kid's blackstones. Man, even a shun would find it hard to save him. Never mind, he's actually just a child. Gambling. The young man maintains his determined expression, seeming to not hear the many comments from the crowd, but the beads of sweat dripping off his brow expose the panic in his heart. It's obvious how things will end. He has at most 10 moves left, and all he can do now is to throw in the towel. He hesitates in placing his stone, even though he knows he cannot hesitate forever. 4-7. What the? Who's talking to me? Schizo moment! 4-7, shoulder hit. The young man finally hears the indistinct voice clearly, as it dictates a move to him. As he considers this instruction, he sees a way to victory he had never considered. Are you helping me? But who exactly is helping him? He has become a Wei Chi god. He goes around helping people win with Wei Chi. He looks about, finding no source of the voice. The young man returns his attention to the board, repeatedly hallucinating. Oh, no, not hallucinating. Repeatedly calculating the feasibility of his breakthrough move. In the end, he is convinced his victory is assured. Slip of the tongue. He adjusts his posture, having calmed down a little. A charm of black jade pokes out of his collar, gleaming with a deep, inexplicable light under the winter sun. Nope. Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, he's still around. You know. Oh, but okay! There are actually 182 stones, no way. Okay. So the part that I'm just like, oh, is that he didn't fucking like instantly appear. He is actually gone for at least some time, seemingly. In story, if nothing else. Because obviously, you know, he's playable, so you're like, oh. I guess he'll be back before the event's over. But then he wasn't. He was actually gone. Well, you know, we knew he wasn't gone. More so just that he's, I guess, he's taking a little nap. I guess. Taking a little big, he got a big EP, you know? He's taking a big EP. Okay, now I can do those at some point, I guess. Oh, cool little image. Currently turning to Originium, or I don't know, just like sleeping with her or something. I'm not sure exactly what is happening with him and Originium. And yeah, I did see the monster video, yeah, where monster that talks about stuff. And then he's okay, but who the fuck was the Rhodes Island person? Like, huh? Give me more canonically dead, semi-dead characters, give the story more stakes in turn, be my guest. Yeah, no, I'm very happy about that. Because that's the thing, I was like, kind of almost a little bit, like, there was a little bit of like, okay, you know, but he's gonna be back before the story's over. They're gonna find the cat or something, I don't know. Though he still kind of did it. He's a disembodied Wei Chi backseater now, I guess. For at least some time. And is dealing with, he has some indigestion, you know? First of all, he switched bodies. He took over Sui and, like, replaced Sui. Which also I was like, okay, so he did actually did replace him. And then he ate a big rock, and is now dealing with that. Of eating the big rock. So, you know, indigestion. He's gonna have a stomachache. But also, they were like, oh, this was part of his plan to like put the originium inside his body as well. That came out of fucking nowhere. That bit came out of completely fucking nowhere. Where did that come from? I done reading. I said Chen was pretty useless this entire story. Everyone was here to talk sense into Yenwu. As long as Chun didn't get the token, a Grand Commander wouldn't have gotten the knife. Yep. Okay, I didn't pay attention while typing. Apparently that consuming the originium or putting the originium into the Sui's body was part of Wang's plan. It comes out of fucking nowhere. Why was he considering the originium as well? I guess other than the fact that, okay, yes, it has been, you know, it's like he probably was at least aware of it. Not that we actually even really knew that he was aware of it, but they probably were just aware of it because they're part of Sui, so they know that it's being, you know, and they know the Tomb of Sui, so that they know that it's being used to, you know, hold down Sui. But like, it's not really like, it just kind of happens, and it's like, oh, I guess so. I don't feel like it's like, I don't feel like there was any setup for it. That's the problem. Like, you know, the original regime is mentioned and all that and so on, but it's not like so I don't know if maybe the lore bits in IS6, the ending bits or something, clue you into it more. That's an idea. But here in the story, at least, it's like, it kind of is just like, okay, I guess. Line where he says the first regime will become a combat initially. When the fuck was that? When the heck was that? Wang's file say infirm it's incompatible with Reginium. Yeah, but I wouldn't put, I'm not gonna. That's not part of the story experience. Doesn't need to be inside as long as it's playing in the future. I guess, well, the more so, it's when it's like a big moment during the story, there should be a little bit of foreshadowing. That's the thing. And like, even if it's in like the IS6, the fact that there's like pretty much nothing in the actual story here, other than apparently, okay, apparently somewhere Wang does say the first Reginium will become a problem eventually. I don't remember when the hell that was. If that was a thing that he said at some point. Was it in this event, or was it in an earlier one, or where was it? So it just kind of is like, oh. Horrifying for the cat lore. Because like, yeah, because obviously, like, you know, the reason it all happens or whatnot is part of the plot or whatever. Why it's a plot development is to tie stuff in to the main storyline stuff. You gotta tie in the first Originium into stuff and whatnot. I mean, I feel like it was already tied into stuff somewhat, you know, just the fact that it exists and whatnot there, you know, was kind of tied into stuff. But obviously, I don't know. I'm not exactly fully on board on how that was handled. So I don't remember if it was from the event or the file. I feel like it might have generally been from the file and not the event, because I do not remember him mentioning the Originium a single time until when it happens. Headcanon as Ya kind of played in his cards by being a sore loser till the end. Don't want Wang to be the Omega Master of Parents 27 planned out. Well, no, so I think because that's the thing, is it did seem to be that yes, like Ya did indeed. And that's the problem actually, that almost is like, they're like, oh, so it seemingly was planned that this would happen. Who else would be able to plop that originium into the body of Sui other than Ya? So like, that was part of the plan. But that's the point where it's like, why did the reader not get any kind of hint to that was going to happen? At the very least, in the story itself. Because for me, it came very much out of nowhere that like, oh, we're doing this? Okay, okay, interesting. I thought the originium was gonna be handled in a different way. It's not even really shock value, it's like confusion value. I don't think it's even like a shock value thing, it's just like, oh, I guess? He's gonna have a tummy ache? It was funny, however, that yes, one of the reasons for Yan to kill Sui was to use the originium for like other stuff, and now it's gone instead. So that is a funny one. Probably a good point. Be a point where Rosalind need to use the originium, Yan, and they go, yeah, about that. Inside Sui. Especially if the person who appeared from Rhodes Island at the end there isn't actually from Rhodes Island. Because the first origin was Yan leverage against Sui, yeah, which it was, yeah. So he tanks instead of Yan using on sibling if they became a problem for them. Maybe, I guess, but also like Yan was seemingly very much more interested in using the originium for non-Sui stuff. Because that was a big reason why this entire thing started 120 years ago, was that they wanted the originium freed from the Sui bullshit so that they could use it for development. One of Wang's files is all about originium. It's supposed to be eternal excruciating pain until he dies. Now, like, they did hint at that yes, it would not be fun having originium. It's just indeed my problem is just like the lead up, or rather the complete lack of lead up to that seemingly being part of the plan. Where it's like, you're like, why exactly? Like, is he concerned about the actual originium threats? Is it to remove it from Yan so that they can't use it against the Sui? I guess we get the explanation later somewhere, possibly. But I'm fine with indeed stuff being like, you know, a thing happens and it's we learn the true meaning and like full picture of it later. That happens all the time. It's the almost complete lack of any kind of hinting towards that was gonna happen, or something even in that direction. Indeed, like legitimately, indeed. If I don't know if it was actually in the event, because I don't remember seeing it. If there was even indeed like a single line and I just missed it or don't remember that there was a line by Wang being like, that first originium, that's gonna be a problem. I should make plans for it. Literally just that. That line, I'm like, oh, okay, I see. Like, then when it gets to that point, I was like, oh shit, he did mention the originium earlier. Oh shit. Now instead it was, huh? Why? And I feel like, I don't feel like even the Pheromones are aware of Priestess. The knowledge of Priestess as a thing at all is extremely not known. Especially by beings who don't even work with originium as well. I said Priestess, but the file says from its controller. Did he put like an extra file here or something? He says it's safest place to store the first regime to cut it off from Priestess. Oh, from its controller. Okay, well, then maybe he's, I guess he is aware then somehow. Somehow he's aware. Assume the ones reading and writing the files in RI. No. True, it is RI files. Okay, was this file from the perspective of Wang or from just indeed RI HR personnel or whoever's writing it? Yeah, it is indeed a place to hide it, which is useful. But it's just, if part of the reason indeed Wang did it the way that he did it was in concern to Priestess, like with that concern in mind, then it's even more out of nowhere. Because you have no fucking inkling that this guy knows much anything about a Reginian, far less fucking Priestess. So I guess it's also been, you know, from chapter 15 sort of time to here, of course it's a few years of stuff, but like, you know, it's just when the focus is so much on just like, oh, let us deal with Sui, and it has been since the very beginning. And then at like the very final second, there's suddenly this like extreme concern about the Reginian. Like, oh, okay. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, so a little iffy on that. It might indeed be solved up later, but it just stuck to my mind as like a weird. Because the main thing is that there's very rarely these kinds of moments of just like, wait, that really did come out of nowhere, and that's the thing. So it sticks out really as like a thing of like, huh, okay. It seems like an awkward sort of bridge to tying everything into the main storyline, which obviously, because now we are in the act of everything converging, so stuff has to start converging. It just feels like a very sudden, awkward bridge and branch to the main storyline. So. The file is a cutscene following one rolling around Yan as a rock. Oh, that's funny. That is a little funny. Yeah, so, and if, again, yeah, it's like there might indeed, it's very likely that there is like little bits of hints and foreshadowing in like some other deep files somewhere. Either obviously in Wang's files, or in some of the IS6 files, or even who fucking knows, even deeper somewhere. Like, okay, yeah, you mentioned the monster files where Ferrum was acting weird. Which to some extent is fine, but also, you know, you should have of it, some of it just actually in the event itself, you know. In the thing that you're reading, truly, fully. Like the main chunk, the most important piece. Quick IS run to unlock the end of him in 5 files. You've been here in 5.5 hours again. My goodness. I'm hungry. As an event, it's decent. I don't think it's my favorite Sui event. Sui itself was kind of a basic bitch villain, honestly, right? Like, and is now, I guess, dealt with. Cool. I felt like they used so many years, like, slowly sort of doing not much, and then suddenly now Sui is gone, and instead we're tying into main storyline stuff. And yeah, like by far the best part was just anything with Gia. Like the Gia flashbacks and all that stuff was like by far the best part. Sui being a big sore loser in character, yeah, it's all very in character. It doesn't make it a more interesting villain. Like, it's still a very basic antagonist, which, I mean, is mostly fine, but doesn't raise my opinion at the very least, even if it doesn't lower it. A basic bitch villain is a basic bitch villain. And I mean, with some of the fucking lines, some of the lines from Sui at the end were truly like the most generic possible anime villain moment. No, it can't be. It's like, okay, sure. Like the actual big plot parts of this event were. Actually, I feel like this is a somewhat common thing with the Sui events, is that the big plot bits were like less interesting, and like kind of the best parts were like some of the more like character moments. Which is why like Jia and so on were the most interesting bits, and the most engaging bits. It's a dude that's thousands of years old and sleeps all day dreaming how he's the winner. True. Ranking amongst the young events? I don't even really know what my favorite gun event is. I guess that is true. That is somewhat of a good point, that it does indeed show that he's become, or Sui has become sort of weirdly human in being so emotional about it, and like sort of not indeed very. His composure breaks a little. I don't really know, honestly. I don't really fuck with the Sui events that much in general, so it's difficult to rank them. Yu event was decent. I did quite like Chongyue's event. I don't remember that much from Chongyue though. I don't remember that much from Shu either, to be honest. Yu is pretty decent. I get Blaze stuff in Yu, so that's kind of a bonus for Yu's event. There's Blaze. That was a pretty good bit of it. And I mean, in this one, I do really like the GS stuff. In this one. Like, G is actually probably my favorite of the Suiblings now. Probably. And yeah, this one was also fine, indeed. Like, this is for sure in like the better half. That's mainly because like Who is Real and Wine are, especially Wine is like, what the fuck is going on? Huh? And Who is Real is quite, I don't know. Who is Real is just sort of, it's an early event, so it's just kind of a little bit smaller. It's sort of less. It does have Saga, however. It does, however, have Saga. And Who is Real, I think, was still decent. Wine, though, Ling's event, that shit was fucking incomprehensible half the time. That one was hard to grasp of anything. At least the music was fucking incredible in Ling's event. Actually, so it was in Who is Real as well, but... Wine was so ass. Wild goose chase for like 8 hours that could have been solved by talking to each other for 2 minutes. Yeah, Wine was... not it. Even if Ling is quite fun, but... Ling is fun and also Lee is fun. So like, you know, it had that going for it, but... Otherwise, Wine was... What? If I knew Chinese and read Wine in Chinese, maybe I'd enjoy it. Maybe? Who even knows, man? Because I've heard that, like, some of the Chinese in Ling's event is also almost incomprehensible to the Chinese because it's like super archaic poetry Chinese. Even they're having to be like, what the hell was just said? Also, yeah, true. Ling also just not even being around for like any of the event. Yeah, I guess Zuola was also more annoying earlier, but that's just, I mean, that's just how Zuola's character arc is supposed to be him kind of being a little annoying at the start, and then, you know, he grows into something and you grow into him. So, that's a pretty normal part. I don't know, I mean, yeah, there's a couple... A lot of the Chen stuff felt a little kind of whatever in this one. And then indeed I have this little, at least for me, the Virginium thing really did come out of nowhere. And like, yeah, I just don't find Sui the most interesting antagonist. But of course, indeed, like I've said, I don't find the Sui Yun stuff the most interesting stuff from the start anyway. So, it doesn't help it at least. When my base level of engagement is already a bit lower. Like, Sui makes sense. Like, yeah, that's Sui. That's for sure Sui. But it's still like an anime villain. Stumbling into important roles is just Chen thing. Just how she works. It just happens. And yeah, then the little Virginian bit was truly just like, huh? That part was not, I feel, included quite so carefully. Like, the half of the story that reread yesterday, I think was better than this latter half. Okay, well, up to the point of, like, actually, because today we sort of, we left on right before the GA incident actually, like, ended. Everything sort of after that is a bit weaker. It's kind of like, okay, they're like, you know, they're trying to close stuff off. They're trying to get, you know, to the important plot points. More so. Supposed to be interested in Sui. Well, I didn't say I was just not interested in Sui. Well, obviously, yes, I'm not interested in Sui, the actual being either. But I've never found the Sui siblings that interesting. I don't know what it is about them. I don't know. It's just... They were never my bias, I guess. No counts at 7 out of 10 at most. So true. Actually, you can't be over a 5 out of 10 without Keltsit. Actually. Gender ship broken with glitter. Fuck. Now someone else is my streamer. Emotional and family themes, reunions and goodbyes, how time came the Ravager fortified those bonds, how each found their purpose in their own way, that's the appeal. How piece of God became human. Yeah, these bits just don't appeal to me as much. Just don't. I don't know what it is about it. I just don't. I don't think I've ever been too drawn to that type of narrative. Cal yapping 9 out of 10. Easy. It's just that easy. Oh, tomorrow's Vector Breakthrough and the event in Enfield as well. But I don't think I stream tomorrow. I'll probably be back Friday, Saturday, as normal. I'm just wondering what day do I do what on. Maybe Vector on Friday? Because I also have some side quests to do in... I have some bigger side quests to do in Enfield as well. For example. So that could be like the new event, which I imagine won't take super long. And then other stuff. Or maybe Vector on Friday, possibly. If I feel like my brain is up for it. Because Vector... I get fucky. Vector can fry a man's brain. If not careful. Essentially, the similar as Celtic Ark and doesn't get it. No, it's actually... That's the thing. Celtic isn't a god. Celtic is actually quite different. Gameplay guy versus the gameplay. That's the thing. I'm scared. Because, you know, I'll get like one stage done and then I'm cooked. Alternatively, I could just yes, but it feels like, you know, maybe it should be Vector when it's around, because obviously it's only around for 2 weeks. Before you can you enable this? that is a really gladi. Really gladi. What is study again? Alright, it's just a stare. It's just a stare. Saturday also new monthly squad? Oh yeah, true. Well, I mean, monthly squad, you got a whole month to do it, so, you know, that's not really a huge rush. Of course, there's just like, you know, you need IS6 stuff in general. That's more so the thing. We still have like stuff in general. Like hell, I could do an entire Friday stream of just reading like the lore bits and whatnot from IS6. I can't even just do that. That would almost be like a, well, maybe not a full stream, but not close to it, frankly. Because apparently there does seem to be some stuff in there, especially if there is indeed. Apparently there's a fair much stuff and whatnot, so there's clearly some, you know. The mortal machine with the capacity to transcend mortality in physical form. Well, no, because that's the thing. Some could see Celtic as some form of deific being, but the being immortal part is literally the only part that is even somewhat deity-like about her. She is a completely normal individual plopped into the position of almost a god with none of the other powers of a god. Quite a different thing than a being splittering off from an actual godlike being and then finding humanity. Celtic did not really have to find humanity. Like, Celtic started off with humanity, she maybe just wasn't as aware of it. And then was put into like a fucked up situation of almost being godlike, but having none of the bits that actually make being godlike kind of useful. And even then, most of the bits that indeed, like, okay, the part where she seems almost omnipotent or omniscient, that shit came because of 10,000 years of wandering, and not just kind of she was born with it. Skal is so godlinked that where is she now, Bozo? Cal getting humanity on her own once is her little arc in the past in a very different way. In a significantly different way. There's a nuance in there that completely changes the perception of it. Glue. What about the part we put her in maid outfit? Yeah, the difference is that it's like a godlike being who finds like a humanity or something, while Cal is a human who is put into the position of tasked with something that even a god would struggle with, and has to find her way through it. I guess beat down by it. And then eventually, essentially breaks off from her duty. Yeah, I disagree that they're a similar story. They're very much not. The starting points are so different. And even the gaining humanity and everything is quite different. Cal doesn't gain humanity. Cal gains her, just own determination. Which is a form of finding yourself, yes, like with what the Sui proxies do as well, that they find themselves. But also the Sui proxies finding themselves are at such a more base level overall in what it's presented as and everything, that it's we don't actually even get to really see them do that. It's sort of more just mentioned. We mostly meet them by the point that they've sort of found their purposes somewhat at the point where they're born. That's why they're born as they are. We're oh, I'm the law guy. Oh, I'm the this guy. I'm the this guy. I'm the this guy. And then they go about. And then it's more so about the rest of the big whole thing and how they tie into the bigger picture with it all. But okay, probably Black Friday, or probably Arknights, presumably Vector Breakthrough then, if I don't change my mind. Thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking, join the Discord if you want to. Goodbye. What is my hair doing? It's been weird the entire day. A little loop-de-loop. Goodbye.